Set up for a fall. Begin, said the referee. I have been hearing this a lot lately. This time, I cast invisibility and shifted to the side of the sparring circle. My plan was to use one of the Daoist illusory spells that I had gotten from the Dao repository in this fight. Specifically, there was one that caused serious confusion in the victim, but it required a bit of time to ramp up even when you were perfect with its use, and I was barely competent. I had been trying to fight just a little differently every time. Not so much differently than it gave away all my tricks, as I was being observed, but enough that it sent a message that I wasn't a one-trick pony. It was a hard row to hoe. Sometimes, I'd used Phantasmal Force. Another time, I used Hold Person again, and one time, I had even used Hideous Laughter, but I always tended to lead off with a crowd control effect. It could be said that showing a variety of control spells like this was dangerous from the perspective of one watcher in particular, but really, showing the same one over and over was also dangerous. It wasn't that I was exactly afraid to fight fairly. It was just that if it was a fair fight, then I wasn't trying hard enough. I walked the perimeter of the sparring circle as the enemy scanned around the circle, all the while emitting something akin to infrasonic sound waves laced with chi through this technique. I could cast these Daoist spells without ending invisibility if they were subtle enough, which was quite a bonus. I had been fighting once a week like clockwork for the past 5 weeks, but I think that this would start to dry up pretty soon. Miss Tashine wasn't sending her own people after me, and there just weren't that many more people that she could ask to challenge me that also had a chance of beating me anymore. After all, we did not officially have any disagreement. She even privately sent a card apologizing for her followers' behavior. It was a polite fiction, and I was a little weak against this type of social foo, but I was learning fast. I had expected some pushback right after my original fight, but what I didn't expect was for mean girl number 3 to show up at my door and give the spirit stone she owed me to my butler very politely. I had even set a schedule for girls in my clique to challenge each other to avoid being bullied to counter the expected serious escalation. You still had to seriously spar in these situations, even if you challenged a friend, but it didn't have to be a one-sided beatdown like it might otherwise be, and you could structure it so the money and contribution points just shifted around the group, with nobody really losing anything. This wasn't a long-term solution, as the outer sect deacons would rule that any continual, systematic schedule to challenge friends and followers this way was against the spirit of the rules. Otherwise, everyone would just need 3 friends to cycle friendly spars through and be safe. But they wouldn't make such a proclamation right away, and with the size of my follower group, it would have taken us a few weeks to get warned, so that would have bought me some time. But there had been no retaliations to my girls themselves. In fact, mean girl number 3, who I had, more or less, briefly tortured in front of all and sundry, didn't seem upset. I was hoping for this outcome and, in fact, had designed the encounter specifically with her in mind. Perhaps it was a sign of my insanity, but I not only didn't think a little light torture was so bad anymore, but I also understood how many cultivators in Magicland China thought, or at least I thought I did. By both privately talking to her through messages and privately chastising her by ensuring she couldn't cry out in pain, she had not lost nearly as much face. I punched her hard. That's all the spectators saw, really. But nobody would care about that. It wasn't humiliating. This was a martial arts school. Everybody had been punched in the face here or before they came here. It wasn't the same level of humiliation as telling her starkly what I thought of her and what I would do if she continued to be rude while demonstrating total power over her. Not only would she have lost the spar, but she would have lost all face and been completely humiliated. One punch was ending the fight cleanly. Humiliation was 100 times worse torture than a brief period of pain in this culture. These types of forced spars could become incredibly humiliating, too, if they weren't cleanly ended, and I got some points for not inflicting that on her, especially because I doubt very much that she would have been so merciful. I think we might have become irreconcilable if I had done that, and that might be the reason that Qin Dashine did not elect to retaliate against my subordinates. Still, she couldn't not respond. She had to be seen to protect her girl. So, she had a number of people challenge me once a week while publicly playing nice, if icy and snoodily, with me. It was all quite socially complicated, and I was not too fond of it. After 30 seconds of this spell, I could tell it was working. My opponent was walking around in small circles, or just standing still and staring off into space. He might start drooling, even. I nodded and walked towards him. I'd give him a prick with my sword, and that would be... I froze. Something was wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the way he was moving was wrong. When I tried this spell on Xiaoli and my butler, they moved around a lot more. It was an actual random movement, and they ended up really far from where they had started. Here, he was moving in circles, seemingly randomly, but mostly staying in the center of the sparring circle. Not really random. I backed up, and as I did so, he stopped pretending and rushed me. I already had the words to slow on my lips, and I cast it as soon as he took a step, becoming visible once more. I followed that up with repeated casts of Ray of Frost at full strength. Frostbite was something that the spirit doctors could heal remarkably well and quickly, too. Had he seen me the whole time? Playing me? I hadn't met anyone who could see through invisibility unless they were at least in the Foundation establishment and had a built-in spiritual sense. But that didn't mean that they didn't exist. Or alternatively, he might be using a different sense, like enhanced hearing or smell. I would have expected that if he was a dire monster, but there were plenty of techniques and cultivation methods that would improve your senses way beyond the baseline. It would have to constitute a special sense or magical sense in order to work and bypass invisibility, though. I supposed it didn't matter. He blocked half of the icy rays, but one got him on the shoulder, and I got him in the center mass with the other, getting a wince each time. He was running pretty fast, even slowed. Wait, he wasn't stopping. Was his plan to bowl me over and take me out of the ring? That was a valid strategy, even if he went out, too. The referees would say it was his action that caused me to go out. Therefore, I would lose. I quickly ran through plans as he was getting closer. Web?
No.
Sadly, it was pretty ineffective against cultivators. I could use Rhyme's Binding Ice. Very few people would willingly run through that, but
No.
I knew what to do. I waited until the very last second and then cast Misty Step to teleport right behind him, bypassing his bull rush. I didn't count on him not stopping either. Cultivators could stop on a dime, but not when I drop-kicked him in the back, propelling him out of the ring with my full strength. Winner, May 1, cried the referee. I had been hearing that a lot, too. The guy wasn't a sore loser, and he chuckled, wincing as he cleaned the frost off some exposed skin. I thought I had you there. He walked out of the ring, and I followed politely, although I almost stopped when I realized he was leading us directly to Chen Dexin, who made it her habit to watch every fight. She stood there, looking elegant, beautiful, and infuriating. We didn't get in the way as the medics rushed over and saw to my opponent. The spiritual doctor trainees reminded me of medical Irionin from Naruto in that they used a combination of serious anatomical knowledge and glowing hands to regenerate the man's skin somehow, even as I watched in real time. It was an interesting set of skills, but I had little desire to practice them. Necromancers, like Merildwin and now myself, did know a fair bit about anatomy, but it wasn't really enough to be anything but a dangerous hobbyist. Plus, I had the feeling that I would find it difficult to practice the magical life glowy hands spell, too. It was obviously a specialized yang technique, and just being so close to them while they were using it kind of made me want to sneeze. Do you have some sort of special magical senses? I asked curiously, stepping another meter away from him until I couldn't notice the itchy sensation in my nose anymore while deciding for the moment to ignore Dexin. Despite my reaction to it, I had long ago verified that the technique would still work on me. It just felt very uncomfortable for me, like the feeling of insects crawling on my skin. Otherwise, I would have objected to sparring at all if I hadn't been able to be healed in the event the technique was contraindicated with my body. He grinned. Perhaps? I am also very resistant to illusory techniques. Ah, she thought you were the silver bullet, then, I remarked dryly, glancing at Chen Dexin. He coughed, glanced to the side and said, I'm not sure what you mean. It was common in cultivator culture to abhor lying. The idea was that with sufficient strength, deception was useless. People were often hypocritical, of course, so they lied all the time. And this wasn't a universal factor, either. For example, both Chen Dexin and I lied to each other's faces with smiles. Of course, we each knew the other was lying, so perhaps it wasn't really lying at all. but it wasn't uncommon for battle maniacs to abhor it, especially sword cultivators, and as this was a sword school, it was a pretty common taboo amongst us disciples. What he had said was obviously wrong, but it was still on this side of being either theoretically possible or merely him being polite rather than an actual lie. I wouldn't make any friends if I pressed, repeated myself, and forced him to just decline to answer, so I let it go. Honestly, I found it stupid, but I think that was Merildwin's memories talking. She had been born after the cult her parents had been a part of was eradicated, but from what her parents taught her, actual wizard schools in their world wouldn't be out of place on Corbin. Dasheen glided over to me, placed her hand on her hip, smiled, and said, "Another flawless victory again, junior sister May 1. Of course. I won't let you actually learn anything useful, senior sister. In case you ever challenge me yourself someday," I replied archly. That had been my guess as to why she got someone to challenge me every week. She made a point of watching every time, so I assumed she was making a note of all of the abilities I displayed and any weaknesses she could identify. Chen Dasheen laughed, her bosoms bouncing hypnotically in front of my face, which I carefully ignored, keeping eye contact. Given our height differences, that necessitated me having to tilt my head up. "Oh ho ho, junior sister, you jest? I would never do that. If we ever had time for a bout, I'd just show you a few pointers." She lied, and the worst part about it was that she did the Heimlauf 100% better than my best efforts. Realistically, I didn't have much of a response here. My social connections were weak, and the only people I could ask to reciprocate and challenge her to learn her secrets were my clique, and the whole reason they followed me was so that they didn't have to do things like that. It would be like asking someone who was afraid of lions to poke a lioness with a stick to see what happened. I wouldn't do that to my girls. Dasheen's connections extended further into the outer sect and included battle maniacs who didn't mind losing fights, getting hurt, or paying a few spirit stones and contribution points now and then. Most were of the type like Xiaoli, who would consider it a small price to pay for a good fight. Speaking of, it was a shame that both Xiaoli and senior brother Liu had left for the inner sect. Otherwise, I could have asked them to challenge her and then watched smugly on the sidelines. Xiaoli didn't have any kind of misplaced chivalry that she could manipulate to have him go easy on her, either. "She's a fighter. I'll give her a fight," would be what he would say. Or something like that. I knew this because I had already tried manipulating him this way once when I wasn't in the mood for one of our scheduled spars. Although, charisma was still, clearly, my dump stat. I exhaled slowly, choosing my words carefully to stay well on the side of a polite junior. "Is there a particular reason you've approached me today, senior sister?" Yes, I suppose there is," she smiled. "I'm going to be out of the sect on a mission for several weeks and a couple of months. Unfortunately, this time coincides with the once-a-season Outer Sect Disciples Connection meeting." I frowned. "So?" "Well, you see, it is normally my responsibility to see to all of the logistics involving the meeting. Refreshments, food, entertainment, and the like," she simpered. "Since I won't be available, the Disciples Council has nominated a promising new disciple with the honor, you." I ground my teeth together. She was the Outer Sect Disciples Council president. It was little more than a student union at a university, really. It wasn't responsible for anything more than a few social things like this and the running of the community centers. I hadn't been yet, skipping the first meeting, but the Disciples Connection meeting happened once a quarter, and it was really just a get-together. People talked about missions they did, about sudden epiphanies or problems they were having with the sword, or just shot the shit and drank. Usually this. I didn't think for an instant that she was actually involved in the logistics at all. That was why we had a clique, so this was obviously an attempt to get me to do it for some reason. Perhaps so that I would fail and look stupid? I shook my head. "I don't want to." "Oh, it's all right if you don't feel capable of it. Not everybody has the logistical and management skills," she said in a sing-song voice. That was an obvious psychological ploy, and I wasn't going to fall for it. I ground out, "That's not what I said." She sighed exaggeratedly. "I'll just go to the missions hall. I'm sure someone with the ability will want the 1,000 contribution points that organizing the meeting will pay." "Wait," I said decisively. Back at my villa, I sat down in my study and buried my face in my hands. Oh, that was so stupid. But there were a bunch of things I needed points for. More formation books, as well as personal lessons in saber, spear, and an unarmed martial art. I was already almost broke again, too. The Dao repository was just so tempting. I didn't want to get to the pinnacle in any of those weapons, but I wanted to reach the stage of being not bad. Ideally, I'd like to be not bad with every common type of weapon there was and multiple martial arts, at least one hard and one soft style. It would help me understand how other people could attack and kill me so that I could counter them and survive. I had plans of my own to make more points, too, but they weren't ready yet and depended on me learning more formations and also translating some spells to talismans. I had already spent most of the points that I had earned on the curry recipe, too. There was a large influx at first as a lot of chefs bought it, but now the income would be pretty low. Why was a simple social gathering worth 1,000 points a quarter? That was like 4,000 points a year. I thought about it for a while, and I got the idea that it was intentional. While swords obviously were the focus here, if you looked around, you could see ways for every type of cultivator to thrive. And social bee was, actually, a type of cultivator. I cast sending, not even bothering to do it as a ritual. I burned my 3rd level slot for it, as I wasn't leaving my house anymore today. I sent a message to Nalani. Please come see me at my villa if you have a chance. It's not urgent. I'll be free in 2 hours, was the quick reply. I nodded. Often, she would run right to me, but it wasn't as though my clique didn't have their own lives, training and cultivation to see to as well. I used this spell mainly to keep in contact with Merildwin's parents, and now Shaoli since he was temporarily sequestered in the inner sect. I wasn't sure if it was a function of Merildwin's spirit seeping into my soul, but I had gotten rather attached to them, second only to my grandparents. But both my grandpa and grandma were with Jesus now, and Merildwin's parents were still alive. They were so proud of me for deciphering this world's magic, even plainly jealous, and it made me feel good. I felt almost like a cuckoo bird, soaking up all of the love and affection of someone else's parents, but that didn't stop me from doing it at all. While it had been over a year for me, it had been only a little over a couple of weeks for them. I didn't message them every day, otherwise, they'd get no sleep. They still hadn't found civilization, just traces of it, but honestly, they had stopped looking because they had found the ruins of an old city that seemed to be tinged a bit with necromantic energy. Corpses were plentiful, so they were setting up shop in ruins right now, using skeletons as an archaeological excavation force while at the same time studying the magic tomes that they collected. This was exactly the sort of adventure that they and Merildwin used to find themselves in, and it made me feel weirdly nostalgic despite me never being involved. I sat up and glanced at my desk. I was close to making a breakthrough on the most difficult formation in the beginner's big book of formations. It was the cheapest tome on formations that I bought, and surprisingly, it was the most profound. All of the formations in it used very little energy too, which meant that the materials necessary to create them were basically free. Stuff like chi-infused inks that I could make myself, rocks, spiritual water, and the like. Nalani had standing permission to enter my villa whenever she wanted. I had added her to all of the arcane locks on the exterior doors, so my butler didn't stop and announce her. She was also very quiet, like she was an owl or something. I didn't jump, but she did startle me when she suddenly asked, "What kind of formations are these?" I held a hand up and finished the last bit of it before pushing myself back from the desk and admiring my work. I admitted to her, "Training formations." I pointed over to a small sheet of blank paper in the corner. "This is the first one I learned." I held my hand to it, and it started glowing red. "What does it do?" I frowned. "You're looking at it. It creates light." It converted chi into photons, actually, but I didn't word it that way. It was like the light cantrip, but it was a lot more complicated. The light cantrip used the wizard's mind to create the color, but with this, you had to specify the wavelength yourself. I pointed to the next one in the row and grinned. This one was one of my favorites. I activated it, and 6 dots lit up. "This one does math." "Math?" she asked, then nodded. "The answer is 6? I nodded. The answer was always 6 in this formation. The equation, a simple addition problem, was baked into the formation. This was why the author of this book, an incredible genius, I thought, felt that these were good formations for a beginner. It was really complicated, and any small error would result in a wrong output, which would be not only immediately obvious to the student but also safe. The first formation I had read in other guides usually recommended a simple chi concentrating formation. It was simple, but mistakes could and would result in explosions. It also cost at least one spirit stone every time you tried to create one, the stone being completely used up in the activation process, which was also the general source of explosions. I pointed to the next few, which were multiplication and division operations, but didn't activate them. Finally, I peered at what I was working on and sighed, well, here goes nothing. I activated it and pulled my hand away. It made noise. A periodic clicking sound, like a metronome, steady and constant. For musicians? She asked, glancing at my zither on the far table and homing in on the fact that it could keep a steady beat. I shook my head. No, this is a timing circuit formation, although I suppose you could use it that way. This was an essential component of ritual magic, too. It was comparable to the quartz crystal oscillator in a watch. In Merildwin's world, the ritual magic equivalent to this formation was a fundamental piece of magic that had to be used any time you cast a ritual with anything more than an instant effect. For example, if you wanted a smooth level of magical energy to be supplied over a period of time, you would have to use this type of spell form combined with a magical reservoir of some sort. You'd fill the reservoir up with energy, and the timing circuit would take a little bit out at a time. Every cycle, creating a smooth supply rather than dumping all the energy into the next part of the spell at once, which could result in an energy spike, frying delicate ritual components and potentially causing an explosion. It kind of reminded me of what little I knew about electric circuits and electronics, but honestly, I had never been an expert in that area. I might have worked on nuclear reactors, but I was a glorified mechanic. While I was qualified to fix basic electric circuits and electronics, I didn't fix anything on the component level. I just replaced entire boards if they weren't working. We had depot-level maintenance people or the device OEM to repair, overhaul, and refurbish components after they broke. It sounded similar to how I thought electronics worked, though, based on my training combined with watching and giggling at the Electroboom YouTube channel. The same timing magic existed here, too. This was it. But the way it was done was wildly different, but it accomplished the same basic task. I was learning tons about how formations differed from rituals by learning and then extrapolating based on these differences. I noticed that while formations differed a lot from ritual magic, many of the fundamentals were similar in function, at least the meta stuff, like this timing formation, or how they each moved energy around, functioned somewhat similarly. It was like a class on comparative magic. Already knowing one side made it very educational. I stared at it, and then after a few more seconds, the beat started getting uneven, and finally, the thing suddenly stopped, literal magic smoke rising from the sheet of paper. Well, it was better than last time, I said, mostly to myself. It really was. Progress. I knew what went wrong here, too. Now that I could avoid things anymore, I sighed. For some reason, I agreed to organize the next Disciples Connection meeting. Why would Senior Sister Dasheen give up this benefit? To you in particular? Asked Nalani, curiously. I shrugged. She is probably hoping I screw everything up and ruin my reputation in the outer sect. Maybe. Nalani allowed but frowned as if that didn't quite seem right. Finally, she also nodded. Did you ask for the event guide? I remember when Senior Sister Dasheen first organized the meeting 5 years ago. She was running off a guidebook and seemed a bit flustered. I blinked. I had said that the only way I would do it was if I had her notes on how to organize the event. I had assumed she would decline, but she handed me a small leather-bound book that looked like Sean Connery's journal from Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade. After she handed it to me, she left promptly before I could say anything else. I hadn't yet looked at it because I was afraid it would just have "figure it out, dumb bitch" written in it. That would have stung since "dumb bitch" was exactly how I was feeling. I produced the book from my spatial pouch and nodded, yes. I got tempted by the 1,000 contribution points, and when I realized I was making a mistake and looked for a way to back out, I demanded all of her notes on the event. You should read that first, then I will read it, and we'll make plans from there. Nalani decided firmly. I nodded and then asked curiously, you remember when Chindashin came to the school? How long have you been a disciple here? Her cultivation was only in the 5th level. Nalani made a face. 10 years now. but I have had to restart my cultivation once. As you no doubt know, that's very difficult for us. Us? Dire monsters? I kind of felt bad pretending to be one of them, but at the same time, I wasn't human anymore, either, so I felt it was all right. I thought about it and nodded slowly. All dire monsters could transform into humans at the first stage of the Foundation establishment realm, but many could do so earlier. But it was very rare for them to be able to do so at even the first level, much less level 0, where you start when you just start collecting chi. For her to dissipate her cultivation base meant she probably had to spend a fair bit of time as an actual owl. How would that even work? She would have had to bank tons of contribution points for the period of time so she could recultivate in peace and quiet. Perhaps she took a leave of absence from the school and did so somewhere else. As outer sect disciples, we could do so or even disenroll anytime we wanted. That was possible, but it would be very dangerous. From what I could tell, most dire monsters who came to human cities did so because they didn't like the laws of the jungle, after all. Okay, I'll read it first. While you're waiting, take a look at this, I said and fished around my large desk until I found what I was looking for. I handed it to her, along with a small package of homemade mozzarella cheese from my storage space. While I was never a great cook in my past life, I did have a lot of time on my hands, and one of my hobbies for a while was making homemade cheese. What can I say? One day, I reached a weird spot on YouTube and watched a video where the YouTuber called me a curd nerd and spent 20 minutes showing me how to make cheddar cheese at home. I figured I could do this, and so I tried. And it worked. And a hobby was born. I made quite a few different types, some with greater success than others. This mozzarella was my 5th attempt, and the first one to actually taste and feel like mozzarella. The previous attempts weren't bad, but they seemed to be more like a Mexican Oaxaca string cheese instead of mozzarella. I had made some Parmesan as well, despite the fact I was as far away as one could be from the Parma province of Italy as one could be, but all of the batches still needed to age for maybe another 5 months. They looked pretty good, though. Pie TSA? She asked curiously and took a bite of the cheese with a thoughtful expression. Finally, she nodded. This reminds me somewhat of a cheese made by the nomadic horse people, but they used goat's milk, and theirs is a bit drier. Did you make this? Nomadic horse people? Did she mean Mongols, and if so, how the fuck did Mongolia exist here? Or did she mean actual horse people? Like a tribe of horse dire monsters? I paused and finally decided that it didn't matter. I nodded, yes, the directions just for the cheese are on the back. The front is the dish I was wondering if you could try to make. I personally like it more than curry, but I'm not sure how other people will react. She nodded. A kind of flatbread? It should prove no difficulty. I had already opened the leather-bound journal and had been reading, but while cultivation hadn't increased my actual intelligence, it did increase both my thinking speed and multitasking ability, so I could carry on a conversation at the same time. I also meant to ask you, I need to get a précis about the outer sect. Like, short dossiers on all the strong disciples. My gaggle of girls wasn't large enough that I had organically developed an intelligence branch yet, but it occurred to me after today's spar that I should know a lot more about the people who might challenge me. Expecting to steamroll over everyone by divine providence, as I had been doing, was the mistake an entry-level villainess would make, and that was stupid. That's a product that you can buy for spirit stones, she said simply. I believe the standard price is 20 spirit stones, and it will give you a brief dossier on the top 100 disciples, or 1 spirit stone per disciple if you buy them a la carte. This will include their win-loss history, techniques that they're known for, cultivation method, if known, and associates. More in-depth dossiers cost more, of course. I can't remember, maybe 5 per person. There are at least 3 groups of disciples that focus on intelligence gathering that produce a comparable product for comparable prices. I believe they've formed a guild and will not undercut each other. I blinked and then shook my head. Of course. Just today, I said that I wasn't surprised that there would be a generous reward for organizing a social event. So why hadn't I considered that there would also be cliques that formed not so much for protection but for shared interests or similar ways of cultivating? It made me very happy that I spent a day casting arcane lock on every door and window in my villa. The fact was that I was just minding my own business, and aside from briefly meeting with my own clique or getting called out once a week, I stayed in my villa most of the time. Expecting a wizard to not hole up in their tower and conduct research was naive, but perhaps I should be paying a bit more attention to things, too. Let me give you some spirit stones. Get the 100 abbreviated dossiers, as well as the in-depth one on both myself and Chandashin later, I told her. Nalani nodded. Of course, senior sister. I should have recommended this before. Maybe, but I bet that she assumed I had already done so because what incipient gang leader wouldn't have done so? I shook my head. I had to step up my game. The book wasn't long, but it was written by at least a dozen people, with each new author adding notes or revising things here and there. There were characters written in the margin on each page. It was also incredibly detailed and exactly what I needed. Not only did the organizer get 1,000 points, but there was a serious budget of spirit stones, gold, and contribution points, as well to buy everything needed, including names and addresses of vendors and caterers, and a recommended rotating list of possible entertainment options. It was one of the few events where I could, as a disciple, hand out contribution points as I saw fit to those who helped me. Typically, this was strictly limited, and you could only transfer points via spars or via the mission hall, where you couldn't strictly pick who actually completed the mission. It was still possible to game that system in a number of ways, but the deacons would punish you if you did it too often. The school didn't want points to be traded as an actual currency. That would invite hoarding and would create more of an economy around using them. They wanted them to be used almost as soon as a disciple got them, paid directly to the school. I just couldn't understand why Chandashin had actually given it to me. She definitely could have either said she didn't keep notes or created a fake version that was of no help at all. This event still wouldn't be an easy thing, but after reading that book, I was no longer nervous about it. Moreover, I could structure it so that most of my clique got a lot of rewards. I handed it to Nalani with a complicated expression on my face. Chapter name redacted. My dossier was interesting. It was evident that wherever my basic information was kept in the sect, it had been seen and copied, at least some of it. The abbreviated dossier had me listed as merely a non-human, while the in-depth one had the same cat species that the school guest I was. My association with Shaoli was indicated, as was my predilection for using illusion and enchantment spells, although they worded it differently. They remarked on my very wide breadth of individual trained spells, even if they implied that some of them were actually just put down as species-specific abilities, as ghost cats were apparently very beguiling. My predilection for necromancy or demonic techniques was not, however, listed at all. That, clearly, was held at a higher confidentiality level. This was interesting, and it also meant that my servants and Nalani weren't informers, as I hadn't stopped my research into longer-lasting necromantic control spells or methods, and usually had a skeleton wandering around. Even if I covered it in illusions, at least my butler and the little girl Fonger had seen me working on them before the illusions were in effect. It always felt good getting the reassurance that people weren't, in fact, betraying you, especially in this world. Chandashin's dossier was also fascinating. She had a similar fighting style as I did, and usually used illusory or beguiling techniques before striking with overwhelming force. That made me nervous, actually, because despite it being my secondary focus, I was almost as susceptible to illusory techniques as everyone else. I had attempted to gain resistance in a similar way as Shaoli's Grand Monitoring recommended, but there were some spells I just couldn't easily cast on myself, like Phantasmal Force. Anything that enchanted me sufficiently and required concentration was just impossible with my current methods. I'd forget about the necessity of maintaining concentration on the spell, and it would stop, usually less than a second after the spell took effect. I hadn't reached the stage where I could cast such mental spells and illusions as a ritual without maintaining them with my concentration, either. Realistically, it might even be more feasible to make a magical device to do that rather than trying to modify the actual rituals. That meant that the most complicated illusions and enchantments were off the table. The list of her official spars was quite interesting, too. She had a few losses when she first arrived at the sect, but eventually, she began winning a fight on almost a weekly basis. After a while, this changed to only 1 or 2 fights a year. Doing a little mental calculation, I noticed that these later fights were usually shortly after the school accepted a new batch of disciples. I thought. Was she stomping people down? New girls? Was I fated to be the next notch on her 6-shooter? Or did she just target people who seemed to want her position? The fact that she remained in the free dwellings at all meant that she wasn't a pushover. The amount of contribution points needed to pay for one of the high-class villas, which was similar to what the inner sect was provided, was prohibitive. Anyone who could hold one by force of their strong right hand would be foolish not to do so, even if they were maintaining a low profile or could theoretically afford it. I had 8 girls who followed me now, and I would need to use all of their assistance, not only to plan and carry out the meeting but, most importantly, to verify the contents of the guidebook in advance. It would be very simple to insert things in here to trip me up. For example, it could have written that I had a bigger budget than I actually did. Then, I'd be screwed when I went over budget when vendors submitted receipts for payment and the administration denied the invoices. There might be anti-nepotism rules in the school, too, making it an infraction to slide work and benefits to your friends. This I doubted very much, though. The entire outer sect system was sort of designed for the organic growth of leaders and followers, and making it more difficult to reward your followers wasn't in keeping with the present Darwinian social strategy here. At the very worst possibility, the entire guidebook could be a carefully crafted fake, but I would verify some of them today. I'd find a deacon in the administration annex and verify the rules for the meeting. For the rest, I would need to create a work plan for everyone. I'd need to verify that every vendor listed was not only still in business, but also capable of providing the products we needed well before the deadline, too. Another way to screw me would be having a legitimate business suborn to ghost me at the last minute, leaving me in the lurch for vital supplies. I nodded and started writing on sheets of paper, wishing that someone would invent ballpoint pens. I could do this. By the time I left the Navy, I was mostly a leader of other sailors. I knew how to manage time, work, and workers. More importantly, though, I knew the only reliable way to eat an elephant. Project management was something that even dull people could do with some success if they approached it systematically, after all. Although I had called everyone here to assign work tasks, I was trying to pretend I was high class, so it was ostensibly a tea party first. We tried to have one of these meetings at least once a week, and sometimes more often if there were any pressing issues. If you were leading a group of teenage or slightly older girls, there generally were pressing issues. At a bare minimum, I had to show that I understood their individual concerns and was helpful. Often, this was just discussing in a group or individually what problems they were facing each week. A lot of times, it was cultivation related, which I couldn't help too much with, but other times, it was an issue they were having with another disciple, and I could serve as an intermediary, mediator, or, at worst, a threat. I only cracked down when it was pointless or worse. For example, I had come down pretty hard when talk about boys became popular. Not because I had anything against it if they were just playing around, but because they began talking about Dao companions, which were basically a husband or wife depending on one's predilection. I specifically stated that, at minimum, nobody who followed me would have a Dao companion until they were in the Foundation establishment realm. They could fool around if they wanted, but their individual progress as cultivators was more critical. Otherwise, why were they here? I refused to allow my clique to become the cultivator equivalent of a sorority that focused on finding their members a husband. Is there anything we need to talk about first before I get started? I asked, casually glancing around the table. I obviously didn't chair these meetings using Robert's rules, but I did have a style of conducting meetings from my time as a non-commissioned officer, and it included asking for new business at the start. For lack of a secretary, as Nalani had more important things to do, I kept the minutes myself, committing a small summary of the meeting to a half sheet of paper and filing it away after the meeting was concluded. You never knew when a record of a meeting might become useful or important. I continued glancing left and right as Fonger brought out small snacks. I noticed that she had finally incorporated her first wisp of chi into her spiritual body after I helped her awaken her sense of it last week. She was now considered a genius amongst the servant disciples, as most youngsters her age took over 2 years just to develop a sense for the energy of heaven and earth. I was allowing all of the servants in my villa to use the main, large chi concentrating formation in the cultivation room. I didn't cultivate there, anyway, so it was a waste for it not to be used. The formation was strong and close to being useful for even a Foundation establishment cultivator, but it still was less than the chi that I naturally took in from the moon each evening. So it just wasn't that useful to me unless I wanted to cultivate during the day. Since it was the school, and not I, that paid for the spirit stones to operate it, I didn't see a reason not to allow my servants to use it. Senior sister, Disciple Yaki has been asking me lately if it was possible to join. One of my girls said, and I hummed, nodding. I glanced at each of the girls one at a time. Do any of you have any concerns about Disciple Yaki? My group was still too small to allow someone to join if there were personal conflicts between an existing member and them. Plus, it let them feel like I valued their input, which I did, and that they had a little individual power. That wasn't as much true, at least not yet, but it might become so if my group expanded enough where there were tiers of followers, where I had to give them ranks and responsibilities like a real paramilitary organization. I sent a message to Nalani across the table, get some spirit stones from me, and go get an intelligence report on this Yaki. She nodded, but didn't reply. I'll investigate the background of Disciple Yaki. If there are no troubling issues, then you can bring her to the next meeting and introduce her, I said with a nod. Although, let her know that we will be busy for the next 9 weeks or so. So if she joins now, she will also be busy. That got some interest, as until now, only Nalani and I knew what I had agreed to do. I carefully explained my plans, but I kept a lot of the speculation that this was a setup to myself. They didn't need to know, and it would only serve to make them question my decision-making, which I could do well enough on my own. This sounds complicated, one of them said, sounding unsure. I nodded to Nalani. She stood up and took a small sheet off the wall, revealing a chart I had made. It was a simple NAT-style project management timeline, with all individual jobs separated out and a critical path for the project already underlined in red. This was mainly for my own benefit as the project manager, but I said, don't worry. Do you know the way to eat a mammoth tusk? There weren't actually elephants here, but there were its predecessor. She laughed and shook her head, and I nodded with a smile, one bite at a time. I have separated out individual jobs for each of us. Some of them depend on other tasks being finished first, but a critical path exists between now and the disciples' meeting. It sounds intimidating, but that's just because we don't have any experience doing it. I then handed out individual sheets. These are your individual work plans for the next 2 weeks. I have one as well. I waited for them to look at the sheets. I knew my clique wasn't a full-time job, so I didn't structure things that way. At most, there was a couple of hours of work a day if they were staying in the school, or alternatively for some, a full day or a day and a half's work, and then nothing for the rest of the week if I needed them to go to the big city. Why does this say I should go to the mission hall and select this particular school mission? One of them asked. I said, because using the portal to crowdsource city costs contribution points, except if you are on sect business, then it is free. Many small missions are available in the city that do not take much time. They don't pay too much, but they're simple and serve as a way for free transport to and from the city. I selected a school mission that is suited for each of you if you need to leave the city. Several of the girls made an noise and nodded. One of them frowned and said, I don't think this schedule will work for me, senior sister. I glanced at her and asked, what's wrong? I can't go to the city on this day or the day after. The master of the Swordlight Peak has said that he intends to speak on the Dao and the sword on this day, inviting any disciple who cares to listen, she said intently, and I nodded. I had heard about that, but I forgot it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have scheduled her on that day. She was one of the few legitimate sword fanatics in my group, so it wasn't surprising that she wanted to hear what a core formation sword cultivator said. I glanced at the universal chart on the wall briefly, closing my eyes before I nodded. There was enough slack involved in the follow-along tasks that this wasn't an issue. I had designed each task with a large amount of slack. The really time-critical ones, either Nalani or I would handle ourselves, mostly. This wouldn't impact the critical path, so I said, it will be fine if you change that day from the 2nd day to the 4th or even the 5th. Will that work? There were 7 days a week like I was used to, but they were just numbered from 1 to 7, not given fancy names. Literally, the 4th day of the week translated into star period number 4. She smiled, relieved, and nodded. Okay, I want you to review each item right now, and then we'll have a brief one-on-one. And you can ask me anything related to your tasks or just anything else you want to talk about, I said with a smile. While these are the preliminary missions, I can assure you that the follow-on ones will have a significant amount of remuneration, in the form of contribution points attached, so work hard. That got smiles all around. I sat in the room I rented from the sect, awaiting any potential students on the first day. I put on the mission hall. Students could list themselves as tutors for various subjects, and this worked slightly differently than putting up a mission, but it was mostly the same. In my case, I had finally solved most of the issues of using formations to cast a ritual. It was still half and half, though, but I was using a formation for most of the visible aspects and only wizardry on the internal stuff of actually casting the spells. Combining this with illusory spells would make it very difficult to tell that this wasn't just a regular formation. Most of the metamagic areas of the ritual were now a formation, and I had to admit that formations had an advantage for longer-lasting spells when compared to ritual magic, at least at the low levels that I was at. I was advertising Dao Heart and mental spell resistance training. It was just the normal fear-based system that both Xiaoli and I had been using for over a year, although I had refined the system now. Someone walked in. I didn't recognize him, and he had the slightly nicer robes of an inner sect disciple. How interesting. His cultivation was high, but still in the 9th level of my own realm. "Greetings, senior brother," I offered warmly. He nodded and said, "Junior sister May 1, I presume?" I nodded, and he continued, "I'm interested in your training, but only if it seems like it might work." I apologize for seeming doubtful, but I inclined my head and nodded. "I can explain how it works and even offer you a free trial. If you think it will help, you can sign up. If not, you owe me nothing." The first time's free was a long-time winning sales strategy for service-based businesses like this. He looked relieved and nodded. "That sounds great, junior sister." I waved my hand, indicating the mostly empty room. I had sat at a desk at the entryway, but in the center of the room, on the floor, were a series of 7 concentric circles painted carefully into the floor, looking almost like a dartboard or a circular rifle target. I have set up a formation in the center of the room. If you step into it, you'll be affected by a simple mental effect, fear. It starts off moderate, but the further you step into the circles, the more intense the effect becomes. "Ah, I see why you said Dao Heart training, then," the senior disciple said, nodding slightly. "I'm more interested in the resistance to mental effects, but this is a good bonus. Then, if you don't mind?" I inclined my head, and he stepped into the furthest circle, frowning. This was the refinement I had made. I started off with a smaller fear effect rather than the way Xiaoli and I did it, as making us both run out of the circle every time was a time waster. He set his foot in the second circle and paused only a moment before turning around and leaving the entire formation. After he was out, his pale white face and expression shifted back to normal, and he said, "That's remarkable, junior sister." In the outermost circle, the effect was small, and I could slightly feel the foreignness of the emotion. This is definitely worth it, enough that I wish I could use it more than just the 1 hour a week you have on the mission hall schedule. I frowned. I might need to adjust the description if that's what you thought. I will only be manning the room during those hours, but the fee is for a month's-long access. I'll add you to the lock on the room, and you can come and use it whenever you like. He grinned. "Yes, I think you should." The price seemed high for one lesson, which was why I was hesitating, but this is a bargain. I nodded and agreed I would. I think the disciple working the desk at the mission hall had misunderstood me, and it was my fault I didn't verify what was posted myself. I added him to the arcane lock whitelist and sat back at the desk while he stayed mostly in the first circle, with brief periods of time entering the next one. I was aiming for a passive income, after all. This formation was powered by spirit stones, but the core wizardry effect was still more efficient. Still, so long as he didn't spend 12 hours a day in here, it would be worth it. And if he did, then well, I would still take the loss as I was being paid in contribution points. Those were just the risks you had to take if you ran an all-you-can-eat business. 2 more people showed up, both from the outer sect. They were just curious at first, thinking it was overpriced, but when they realized that they could use it all month, they both signed up, being sold more by the senior brother's presence as my first customer than anything else. After the hour was up, I left the room and went to the mission hall to correct the description for my service quickly before a scheduled meeting at the same location with a disciple that I had selected to do business with. The disciples' connection meeting was just a week away. Over the past 2 months, we have made exceptional progress. Most of the things in the guidebook were correct, but I did notice that several items were not, including a couple of recommendations for vendors and entertainment providers. They were items that would have only been needed really close to the event itself, so if I had not done any due diligence, then I could have gotten screwed. But since the first thing I had done was verify the status of all vendors, I chose then it wasn't a big deal at all. I didn't even really know if it was sabotage. I like to think that it wasn't because only an incompetent would have been sabotaged by this effort. For the food, I mostly only bought ingredients from vendors rather than turnkey catering services. Not only was the latter expensive when you considered we were feeding cultivators, but we also had an entire division of immortal chefs who were dying for experience and contribution points. If I was independently wealthy and prioritized contribution points over everything, then I could see why the catering services listed in the guidebook were an option. It would make sense to convert some spirit stones to contribution points in that case. In my case, even if it cost some of the contribution points, hiring some of the trainee immortal chefs of our own sect was a much better value proposition. Stuff like this kind of made me want to rewrite this guidebook to be more precise, but it wasn't worth it, especially since I doubted very much that I would be doing this again. Nalani was leading this part of the plan herself, mainly because she didn't want to share the recipe for pizza, mozzarella cheese, or pizza sauce with the others, so she had to prepare these herself close to the day of the event. Although we rented a specialty spatial pouch for food preservation that would allow her to make most of the pies the day before. She would use this event to display this new dish to a wide audience in the sect, although we had already privately conducted taste tests with a few people. Not surprisingly, pizza was popular, especially amongst both the men and the so-called battle fanatics of the sect. I approved since I would get a share of these profits, too. While pepperoni didn't exist, there were a number of cured meats that were so similar that we used them instead of attempting to reinvent the wheel, especially because I had no idea how pepperoni was made. Cheese, I was a hobbyist. As far as charcuterie went, I only ate it. What would that even be called? A sausage maker?
Salumi ist?
Here, it was just a butcher, I guessed. Cured meats here had a somewhat bad reputation as being low class. It wasn't that surprising, as stopping meat from spoiling was the reason why meat curing was invented, but we managed to find a butcher that made relatively high-end versions, using demonic beast meat, for cultivators that liked the unique salty taste that only curing could provide. I bought a number of kilos of what was very similar to a Genoa salami myself for sandwiches. While she was handling most of the food-related issues, I was handling the alcoholic drinks myself. There would be the normal drinks that everyone would expect, namely beer and baijiu, but I was taking a risk and inventing a number of mixed drinks. I didn't have time to make whiskey, by any stretch, or even gin, but I could make vodka or just pure chi-infused ethanol and create a bunch of flavored mixers. Copper tubing was surprisingly cheap despite there being no real industrial revolution here, so I was running a number of stills in my spare rooms at my villa. This didn't impact my day-to-day living at all. The whole villa was an insane 1,500 square meters or so of space. Even accounting for the servants' rooms, there were 6 additional bedrooms and tons of miscellaneous rooms. Back on Earth, this would be an action film star-style mansion. I hadn't even explored every room because there just was no reason to do so. The chemistry of alcohol here was odd. It seemed to work the same way as I would have thought, but if I was just making regular moonshine, then there was no way most cultivators would get drunk. However, if I made it using a spiritual plant base, like spiritual wheat, rice, or the like, then it would create a sort of spiritual alcohol, even if chemically, I figured it was just regular ethanol. I couldn't distill it any purer than something like 95%, partially due to my equipment, and also due to the fact alcohol and water vapor became an identical azeotrope at that percentage. However, I spent 3 contribution points for a water-based spell in the Dao repository that could leach the rest of the water out and get pure alcohol. This was mostly a useless technique since the speed at which it dehydrated things was too slow to be useful in combat, but for my purposes, it was perfect. Practicing a water-based Taoist technique was a little weird, and I almost used wizardry to solve the problem, but at the same time, it was kind of interesting, and I liked learning these new things. Not only did I have a long history of being a patron in bars, but I also worked as a bartender for a very brief period after leaving the Navy. Being hired to a nuclear power station as an operator had a long hiring process, even if you had military experience, so I briefly worked as a bartender for several months after I left the service. I had a list of about 20 cocktails that I would offer. Some were simple, and others were complicated, including fruity daiquiri-style drinks using my ray of snow cone. I had wanted to add additional entertainment options, including new games of chance, but we had just run out of time. Making cards and the like was simple, but making them cheat-resistant against literal superhumans was less so. It was doable, but not in the short period of time that we had. So I tabled that plan after less than 2 weeks. I finally reached the front of the line for the service desk at the missions hall, and the disciple greeted me. "How can I help you?" "I need to adjust the description of a teaching-style mission I placed," I said simply, not suggesting anyone in particular made any mistake. Even though they had, it wouldn't help to do so. It would be a matter of face, and I had to keep a good reputation with these disciples, as they could screw you over quite subtly. After that was done, I found the conference room that I had reserved for the meeting. When meeting to discuss matters of business, it was often more straightforward to do so here because one could sign a contract and file it with the school at the missions hall rather than having to make a special trip to do so. I was surprised to see the disciple that I was meeting already there. I didn't have a watch, but I suspected I was early. His grin told me he realized what I was thinking, and he just waved a hand. "I work here, so it's not a big deal to be a bit early. I haven't been waiting long either." I nodded and sat down. "So, how did the samples work?" I had provided him with 2 samples of my first-generation talisman that duplicated a legitimate first-level wizardry spell. In this case, it was Disguise Self. Somewhat counterintuitively, Level 1 spells were proving more simple to translate into a talisman than cantrips. "Amazing," he said with real emotion. "These are absolutely amazing illusory talismans. You rarely see a talisman with this much utility." Naturally, cultivators with spirit sense see right through it, but that was expected. These could still be a life-saving utility talisman. I smiled genuinely. "So, let's get down to business then." They didn't use a lot of resources to make, something equivalent to a level 2 talisman, but their utility was easily in the middle or even high range of chi-gathering talismans. That gap between what they cost me to make and their utility was huge profits. That was why I was focusing on utility spells rather than attack ones. I'd have to sell them for spirit stones rather than contribution points, but I needed spirit stones anyway, and I also wanted to make a market for this talisman, so that I could later add its manufacturing method to the Dao repository and rake in the money when other disciples bought the method. I still needed to refine it a little bit before I could do that, though. I pulled out all of the copies of this talisman I had made over the past couple of weeks and sat them down on the table. There were more than 100, so I grinned. "I will offer you a bulk discount." On the day of the Disciples Connection meeting, I had ran around like a chicken with its head cut off, but everything was going well. I had to present myself as a hostess, but I also had to run around behind the scenes, refilling the icebox with ice shavings for the daiquiris, which were proving especially popular with the female disciples, as well as putting out any fires. Finally, the meeting came to an end. One intoxicated disciple cuffed me on the shoulder, ignoring my icy disapproving stare, yelling, "This has been a great party, junior sister." That pie TSA was delicious, as were these new drinks. When he left, Nalani and 3 of my girls approached. Nalani said, "Senior sister, you can go home. All we have to do is clean up, and we can handle that." I frowned. "Are you sure?" She nodded. "You worked harder than anyone today." "Thank you." "I won't be polite then," I sighed appreciatively and glanced around once before leaving and running back to my villa at maximum speed. I went straight to my large bathroom, taking a shower and then soaking in my tub, making a bubble bath. About a half hour, Fonger knocked on the door and said, "Mistress, there is a senior sister Chendashine at the door, and she claims she needs to see you." My face, half submerged in steaming rosewater, soured. Was this how she would challenge me to a duel? When I was already exhausted. It didn't quite seem like her, but I sighed. Although the 2 people I challenged didn't allow me to enter their dwellings, it was because they were trying to talk me out of it, or because they didn't respect me. It was polite to invite someone in, prepare them tea, and do things like that. I wouldn't meet Chendashine at the door like a boor, show her into the tea room, and prepare some of the nice green tea. "I'll be out directly." "Yes, mistress," she called and vanished. I quickly got out of the tub, draining the water and drying my body. A quick prestidigitation and my robes were as clean as they have ever been, and I put them back on. My hair took a little longer, but moving quickly, I had it both dried and brushed out to an adequate degree in only a few minutes. I walked straight to the tea room. Chen Dexin was already seated on a cushion on the guest's side, and I put on an affable smile. "Senior sister, it's nice to see you." She inclined her head. "I'm told that this season's connection meeting has been a huge success. Congratulations." I ground my teeth a little, aiming for a petulant tone. "There were a number of errors or inaccuracies in that guide you gave me, senior sister. They could have ruined everything if I wasn't methodical." She laughed as I slid past her and sat down across from her and kept smiling. "Well, one has to be sure. You understand?" I didn't. I poured us tea and, after a suitably polite period of silence, asked straight out, "So, are you here to challenge me? Put me in my place?" She sat down her half-finished teacup and tilted her head to the side. Yes, well, I could offer you some pointers. And I must admit, putting you in your place does sound appealing." I woke up in my bed, being held in the arms of senior sister Chen Dexin. We were both naked and under the covers. My head was resting in the crook between her breasts and arm, and I had to admit that it was quite comfortable. But how did I end up here again? I reviewed my memories since I fell asleep inside. Was I always this dense? Come to the dark side, we have cookies. I had heard of putting gum in a girl's hair, or yanking her pigtails if you liked her, but this was a bit much. Had this entire rivalry been just for this? When she kissed me suddenly in the tea room, I had to admit that I was surprised, but I wasn't against the idea. After all, she was exactly my type. Beautiful, tall, strong, confident, and take-chargey. Plus, I had been a bit tipsy from the party. Although I minimized it considerably, it was impossible not to drink it all when you were the hostess. However, waking up now, I wondered if I had made a mistake. It didn't feel like it, though. Stirring caused Dexin to stir as well. She stared down at me and said, "Good morning, kitten." I wasn't sure that I liked that particular diminutive since I was supposed to be an actual cat. I mean, I wasn't, but I was trying to pretend I was. So, would a cat object to being called that? After a moment, I decided that it was probably fine. It was basically the same as babe, so I didn't object. Plus, she distracted me with more kisses, and she was very good at it. So that forgave a lot of sins all on its own. A little over an hour and a half later, after wearing me out again, she finally revealed something useful, saying, "Well, I will clean out my office at the Disciples' Union sometime today or tomorrow." From the bed, I looked at her oddly. That might have revealed something, but it wasn't obvious. The president of the Disciples' Union is an inherited position. "Did you not notice my cultivation?" she asked archly. I blinked and opened my senses a little bit more. Her cultivation realm had always been high enough that I couldn't get an entirely accurate read on it. However, now I couldn't sense it at all. "Oh, congratulations on breaking through," I told the Foundation establishment cultivator. "If you reached her level, you couldn't stay in the outer sect as a disciple. You entered the inner sect, or if you didn't qualify, then you left the school or became a deacon and helped run things. Now, though, that caused me to have all sorts of other questions. Don't tell me that you held back your breakthrough?" She nodded. "Yes, I certainly did. For the past 8 months. I didn't expect my second to beat me to the inner sect last year. Although I don't begrudge her for it, I couldn't leave without a replacement." Why not? "The president of the Disciples' Union is not really a big deal," I said, confused. She frowned, narrowing her eyes. "That's just the title. The real position is the leader of the largest faction of female disciples in the outer sect, and I assure you it is important." She stood up and walked gracefully around my bed, my eyes tracking her gorgeous body, almost as if it was an autonomic response. "This school does produce sword prodigies. That's its main purpose, and it does so well. It's an important task, but the cost can be high, and the outer sect system is ripe for abuse. If there is no one here to protect the most vulnerable, then things can get really bad. Not only that, but it's corruptive for the talents we're trying to produce if there are no guardrails at all. For the female disciples, this protector is the president of the Disciples' Union." She flexed her chi in an unusual way, and her body was instantly cleansed. I frowned. It didn't look like a spell, and I thought it might just be a result of the vastly increased affinity for and flexibility with one's own chi that you received when you broke through to her level. It was the same effect that allowed you to control spirit tools farther away from your body. Flying swords, for example. I was a bit jealous. She was clearly showing off here, considering she must have only broken through today. Still, I wasn't about to be steamrolled into something I didn't want to do, so I said calmly, "I don't want to be the Disciples' Union president." She glanced at me sideways and snorted, "It doesn't really matter. You could refuse, I guess, but you'll end up doing the same thing, anyway. As soon as I leave, most of the girls under me will gravitate to you one way or another. Are you suggesting that you'll ignore them all? I don't think so. Otherwise, I wouldn't be choosing you. So, since you're going to do it anyway, you might as well receive the benefits that come with the job, no?" No, I probably wouldn't ignore them. Anyway, I had already made plans for the expansion of my group. What benefits are there that I don't know about? She froze for a moment, then continued picking up her clothes. I forgot that you've only been with the school a few months. That's another point in your favor. There are a number of things, like the seasonal meetings, most of which require minimal supervision after you get used to doing them. But the main benefit is that every president is immediately invited to join Jade Peak after they break through. Even before you break through, you'll be welcome to come up as though you were already a disciple of the peak. I whistled. In some sects, the disciples were separated 3, sometimes 4 ways. There were outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, core disciples, and then personal disciples of elders. Here, the equivalent of core disciples were the ones that were invited to join one of the 9 peaks. Jade Peak was the smallest of these groups, but it had a very outsized reputation. For one, all of the disciples were women, and it was led by the old lady who interviewed me after I passed the school trials. I had stayed in the outer sect at first on a misguided attempt to lay low, but that hadn't really lasted long, like less than a day. I had already made plans to enter the next tournament and join the inner sect the next time we opened the recruiting window in 7 or 8 months. Although I was taking very good advantage of the Dao repository here, in some ways, I was screwing myself over trying to be a fence-sitter. It was true that inner sect disciples were controlled a little bit more, which I had been trying to avoid, but I had discovered that this was mainly only at my present level of cultivation. They were highly protected until they reached the foundation establishment level. After that, though, there were more inner sect disciples randomly adventuring in the world than there were here in the school. I had underestimated how much tempering oneself was a huge factor for sword cultivators and sword schools. Already, Xiaoli had asked me to go on an adventure or 3 with him when we both broke through to the foundation establishment realm. By joining one of the 9 peaks, I would be able to learn pretty much everything in the school and possibly have a more personal relationship with core formation or even the few nascent soul cultivators that the school possessed. It was rumored that even nominal, throwaway disciples of a peak master or mistress were given such discounts at the Dao repository that things might as well be free. This gave me the idea that the only reason techniques cost points at all was to get low-level cultivators to be picky and focus their efforts on absolutely mastering a few abilities rather than being terrible at a lot of them. If I had never joined the school, then I would be scrabbling for any bit of knowledge, techniques, and spells out in the world, especially if most people assumed I wasn't a human cultivator. That had been a factor that I didn't really consider before joining the school. I had figured that many cultivators had odd appearances, so I would be able to fit in, but now, if I was on my own, it would definitely necessitate heavily using illusions to hide my uniqueness. That had been something I did at first, but disguise self only lasted an hour, so it had always been a pain in the ass, and I stopped as soon as I saw a bunch of odd-looking cultivators around. I had been pretty lucky that most of the interactions I had were with cultivators that either didn't have a prejudice or possibly even liked dire monsters. Lu Rushua's offer for me to become her pet was definitely seen in a new light. The life of a loose cultivator was really hard, even though it had a romantic freedom to it. However, just the memory of how the family that ran the airship wanted to charge me so many mid-grade spirit stones for just one book on formations when I got the same book for virtually nothing here in the school made me realistic about the lifestyle that would be. Even Xiaoli wasn't down for living like that, and he had a thick protagonist's aura that would probably make it okay for him if he did. Amongst the outer sect, the Fairy Sisters of Jade Peak had a reputation for being man-haters, but I didn't think I believed that. It reeked of the standard opinion that developed amongst a primarily male population for a group of highly competent women. Still, the way that I was recruited here was a bit evocative. Could it really be some sort of sapphic peak? That was probably my imagination, but I coughed. And I'm supposed to find a successor before I break through? Do I have to recruit her? The same way? I mean, I wasn't 100% against the idea, but she laughed. You have to make sure she's strong enough that only the real freaks of the outer sect can beat her, that she has the organizational abilities to be effective, and that she has the decorum expected of the Jade Peak. She sashayed over to me and gave me another kiss. As for last night, and this morning, well, that was just because you're too cute. So, she was behind all the challenges I had been subjected to. And the honor of being nominated to organize the quarterly meeting/party was just a way to test my administrative abilities. I wasn't sure how she had tested my decorum, but it could be a number of ways. Was I blushing? Why was she laughing at me again? Finally, I said with dignity, I suppose I do not see any downsides in that case. However, I will not mindlessly allow all of your followers into my group. There were a few I didn't particularly like. After all, one, especially. It was unrealistic to expect to stamp out all human supremacist thought amongst cultivators, but I wouldn't accept anyone who couldn't keep a civil tongue in their head or who would be questioning my authority. She waved a hand. Not all of them will want to join you. Many of them will, though, and I think you'll find that they're fine girls. You don't need to lead all or even most of the female disciples, anyway. Just your presence will dissuade the most degenerate activities that could otherwise run rampant. She shook her head, making a tisk sound. I've been told that before this system was established, the Jade Peak disciples would handle things after they got too out of hand, but this caused a lot of breakage. I guess so. As she got dressed again and looked like she was about to leave, I yelled, flexing my wrists which were restrained to the bedposts and silk ties. Wait, are you just going to leave me tied up here? She laughed and left. I pouted. It wasn't like I was really restrained, though. It had just been for funsies. I wiggled my fingers, focusing some chi on the tip of my index finger. While I couldn't do story-like things, such as using my hand like a sword like Shaoli probably could, chi was the definition of malleable. It was basically pure potential. Giving a little bit the concept of sharpness wasn't hard. I asked questioningly while I frowned. The silks I was tied with weren't cut as I was expecting. Frowning, I opened my senses again and then made an indecorous pift noise. That bitch had infused a small amount of chi into the silks, causing them to be unrealistically durable, if only temporarily. If I was able to make sword chi, this wouldn't matter, but all I could make was sort of sharp chi, and this wasn't enough to cut them. I could wait until it dissipated, but that didn't sound appealing at all. Instead, I closed my eyes and created a suction force with my hand, drawing the foreign chi out of the silk ties and into my hand. Then, they cut like normal, and I freed myself. Making a throwing away motion, I tossed the foreign chi away from me so it wouldn't contaminate my cultivation base and repeated the procedure to free my ankles. I freed the cut silks from my bed, and I paused as I was about to throw them into the trash. Senior Sister Chindashin had brought them out of her spatial pouch, herself. After all, instead of throwing them out, I cast the mending cantrip on each of them, folded them carefully and placed them inside the drawer on my nightstand, nodding. I mean, there was no need to be wasteful, was there? Keeping them was an act of conservation, making me basically an environmentalist. XXXXXX. It had been about a week, and things worked pretty much as Chindashin had foreseen, which, for some reason, annoyed me. I suddenly became sect-wide news. Not only did Chindashin break through, but her successor was both a non-human cultivator and had only been with the school for less than half a year. I wasn't the first non-human cultivator in this position, but it was pretty rare. One of the prerequisites was a fairly high aptitude for etiquette. It wasn't that this was impossible for dire monster disciples, but a lot of them only started to learn this skill when they came into human cities. Etiquette for dire monsters was a lot different than etiquette amongst humans. It was more primal and differed by which animal you were, so they were generally at a disadvantage in this respect. The 9 girls who followed me were ecstatic. They almost instantly became the first tier in the most prominent gang of female disciples in the sect. I had to go into the Disciples' Union daily the past week, although Chendishin showed up about every other day this week to give me a rundown of both her duties and the duties expected of the Disciples' Union in general. It really wasn't that much. The main everyday activity was that they handled the distribution of open spaces and buildings. Many of these were free for disciple use. You just had to schedule them, while others like my Fear Classroom cost a small amount of points each lunar month. They also managed the monthly market, where disciples could sell things amongst themselves. It worked almost exactly like a flea market, where the union just rented stalls to anyone who wanted to sell things. I had become a landlord, basically. My grandpa would be incensed, as that was a class of people he hated even more than straw bosses. Well, I was more like a property management company, I supposed. I couldn't keep all of the money I extracted out of my tenants. I had to return most of it to the school after my own expenses, and Chendishin claimed that the money was immediately destroyed as soon as it was paid back to the school. This was a closed economy, and the school used the destruction of money it received and balanced that with creating more currency out of thin air to maintain a sort of balance. It was a wonder that the relative purchasing power of the currency didn't vary widely month to month, but there wasn't really a true market. The party that issued the currency was also the one that sold the vast majority of goods, so it worked as a standard command economy. I had never once, in my entire life, thought that I would be thinking longingly back to Microsoft Excel, but I'd kill for a spreadsheet. Just a few formulas and most of my work would be automated. Yaki walked into my office after announcing herself with a brief knock. I had already told the girls not to bother wasting time and just walk in. Yaki was one of the most enthusiastic of my girls. She had joined at just the right time to inherit a ton of seniority in the new organization. Senior sister, we've finished examining all of the buildings and rooms that are currently not being leased, she said and handed me several sheets of paper, and I nodded. Chendishin did an all-right job here, but I felt that there was a lot of ways to improve. I had no need to minimize my expenses. After all, the school didn't really care how much money they received, and senior sister mainly structured things to reduce her own labor, which I could understand. But the Disciples' Union was an arm of the school, so I could just pay people in contribution points to do things like clean and used buildings and venues on a periodic basis. I had to clean the room I rented thoroughly, and while I had unseen servants, nobody else did. Thank you, Yaki, I told the girl, and reviewed each line item. Most of them would need to be cleaned, as would the units that disciples vacated. I didn't have the authority to charge a security deposit like a traditional landlord would back on Earth, so I would just have to eat the costs of cleaning them after the tenant left. Still, that was fine since I didn't care one whit about the profits. I could pay my own workers and followers to do this, but I didn't think many of them would be too keen with such menial activities, so I would probably end up paying any servant disciples that cared for the extra work. They had surprisingly lenient work weeks, not being worked to the bone at all. They generally worked 10 hours a day for 3 to 4 days a week and had 3 to 4 days off. So long as they saw to their primary duties, they were free to do whatever they wanted on their off time, from cultivating to even performing any of the missions at the mission hall that they would qualify for. Nodding, I made a few scribbles. I'd offer these extra jobs for just under what I think most outer sect disciples would be willing to work for, which was pretty high. Most real disciples wouldn't be willing to clean things for any amount of remuneration. This would make them excellent paying for the servant disciple caste, and make me popular with that group of people that kept the cogs of the school greased and running. I then made a note to lower the price of the stalls at the monthly market. The last time I went, only 5 out of 10 were being utilized. I could lower the price to the point where 9 out of 10 were being utilized, and this would increase the economic output of the outer sect. Disciples who might have wanted to sell some things they made, but thought the price for a booth was too high might take the plunge. I could even vary the prices until I found the point on the price-demand curve where I maximized the utilization of the booths, while at the same time not leaving people wanting a booth and not being able to get one. In this monopoly money economy, that was the only point of the prices I was charging to begin with. A bigger monthly market made it seem like we had a more lively and interesting outer sect, after all, so I thought this was a great idea. Perhaps I could make a rule that the sellers could pay the stall fees in spirit stones, too. You had to rent the stall with contribution points, but you could only sell things at the market for spirit stones. Most people were leery of converting points to stones that way, so I think I had a good argument for this one place being priced in spirit stones. I'd have to talk with the administration about that one, though. I worked for another 30 minutes or so, and as I was about to leave and head back home to continue my studies to master 4th-level spells, someone I didn't recognize came in. She looked to be in her mid-20s and was wearing a standard inner sect disciple's robes, although with a small pin signifying that she was a member of the Jade Peak. The density of her power was strong. I couldn't get a read off of her cultivation at all, but she gave me the feeling of threat that only a few cultivators at the Foundation establishment did. So I guessed that she was mid to high up in that realm. I stood politely and asked, "Senior sister?" "Junior sister May 1. Be at ease." "I am Han Meiying," she said, smiling. I nodded and took my seat. "Would you care for some tea?" I offered, as it was expected, but she shook her head and said, "Thank you, but no. I'm here at the direction of the Jade Peak Mistress. I'm to offer you this. You're allowed to pick 2 items on this list, for now, and I'll deliver the manuals to you." She handed me a jade slate, and I glanced at it, my eyes going a bit wide. It was a list of techniques and cultivation methods, but these obviously were not orthodox methods. Some were methods to devour blood essence, like the one in my blood inheritance. Some were methods to devour the spirit of the dead to gain insights into the experience they had in life. For example, I could become a pretty good carpenter if I used this on a number of carpenters. It didn't destroy the soul, as that was a lot harder than you'd think, but everything told me that it was excruciatingly painful for the soul involved. There were 4 listed methods for turning a lover into a cultivation furnace, and I snorted as I read them. I flipped a few pages until I got to the more overtly necromantic parts. A method to refine a living human into a corpse puppet. While I was interested in what ways this was different from animate dead, I had already sort of focused on the incorporeal undead. Nodding, I looked at one, and it looked like a two-fare. Both are methods for controlling ghosts, as well as refining a living person into a wrathful spirit. It sounded like a two-fare, but really, how useless would the method for refining someone into a malevolent spirit be if you couldn't control them? I assumed the corpse puppet technique before also included a way to control them, too. "I'd like these too, please," I said after I reviewed the whole jade slate. I'd picked the one to devour the experiences of a person, as well as the one to refine and control spirits. The former one was interesting. It didn't transfer memories, exactly, just some sort of ambiguous talent. Han Meiying had a serene smile on her face, not seeming to judge me at all for my choices, and nodded. She made a gesture with her hand, and 2 tomes, each as thick as an encyclopedia volume, appeared in her hands, and she handed them to me. "Do you have every single one of those techniques on you, or did you make some kind of guess?" I asked, curious. I had assumed she would need to leave and bring me back my selections another time. She giggled, but I could tell it was fake. It was just a way to not answer me. Finally, she said, "I hope you understand the rules about practicing these techniques in the school, yes?" I inclined my head. I couldn't very well use anyone as practice materials here. Not only wouldn't it be ethical, but they'd kill me. About that, how would I go about getting materials from which I could practice either of these techniques? I don't want to harm innocent people. Her smile got wider. I'd prefer you didn't too. Although, I'm actually not so sure that the mistress would care. She has a unique view about the world, feeling that it isn't her business if any of her disciples are good or evil, just that they are true to themselves. Before I could digest that philosophy, she said, "I'll send you a letter of introduction. Cloudsource City has more than 100 million people inside of it. There are capital crimes committed every day. Do you have any objection to using condemned prisoners?" Wow, what a left hook to my personal philosophy. Did I? It's not like I could stop capital punishment, even if I was against it. I frowned, so long as the crime they're condemned for is an actual crime, and they're clearly guilty, no. "An actual crime?" she asked, arching her eyebrows curiously. I nodded. "An actual crime, with an actual victim who is or was a person." Not something like, he offended the dignity of the state. So off with his head. Ah, she said, enlightened, before shrugging. You can review the prisoners and select as you wish. We have an agreement with the city to practice such techniques in controlled settings, as I am sure a number of other sects do as well. We keep it discreet. I nodded. Thank you, senior sister. She stood up, and I did so as well out of respect. She said, master both of these techniques to basic competence, and the mistress said you will be able to borrow another. If you manage to get them both to small perfection, you'll be given 2 more. Don't lose those books, or allow a disciple here to see them. Also, obviously, don't teach them to disciples. I'll need them back later. I frowned but remained quiet as she left. I had found something unusual, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it until she left. She did not have me swear any kind of oath not to transfer these techniques to anyone. She just told me not to teach them to disciples. Interesting. Semper Fidelis. Senior sister, I promise to the gods that I will definitely return with the money from these sales. The disciple whom I sold talismans told me. I was giving him a number of talismans, including my newest invisibility ones, on a consignment basis. I was about to say, I'm an atheist, so? But stopped myself because in no way was I an atheist anymore. Instead, I said, I'd rather not bother her with these meager matters, so I'll insist on signing a contract to that effect and filing it with the school instead. I was being absolutely sincere here, too. I wasn't sure what would happen if I tried to accept an oath on behalf of my pet goat, and I frankly didn't want to know. Maybe nothing, but she always wanted to be helpful, and that was really, really scary. It was better just not to bother her with such small matters, as I said. I focused on selling only utility spell talismans, and this next consignment was no different. This was my focus partly because they had an outsized effect compared to the resources they cost to make, and partly because I didn't want to give away too many of my personal advantages. I didn't ever plan to sell talismans, or the secrets of making them, higher than 3rd-level spells, at least not for a long time. And even some 3rd-level spells I wouldn't try to make into talismans, like Hold Person. That spell was still one of my trump cards. Selling that was asking people to make counters to it, and I was sure there were ways to use Qi to do so. The biggest sellers so far have been Detect Magic, Qi, Identify, Disguise Self, and Featherfall. 2 life-saving talismans, arguably, and 2 utility ones. The divination of Identify sometimes produced weird results on items, especially if they were natural treasures, but overall, it was still quite useful. Oh, and I have that other thing you asked me to get. The older disciple shook his head. This guy followed more of the Dao of the merchant than the Dao of the sword, and had already figured out he didn't have a future in the school. He might very well reach the Foundation establishment realm someday, but he mainly traveled all over and used being a disciple of a powerful sect as a type of armor while he traded and made money. He pursed his lips and said, "Let me tell you, it was not easy to get. If anyone but you asked me for this, you would be the one I would come to in order to try to source it." I frowned. It can't be mine. I know. You told me that, and I got you what you wanted. I'm just saying it wasn't easy, the merchant said, spreading his hands but producing a small parcel. I took it from him and gave him the agreed-upon sum, not allowing his whining to increase the price. It was difficult to get, though, so just to be sure, I took it out of the parcel and cast Identify on it. It was always possible he was mistaken, and if so, that would be a problem. Identify only worked reliably on magical items, and this just barely qualified. I nodded when I got a positive return on the spell. As far as the merchant disciple's complaints about how hard it was to get, I ignored them. I had already known it would be a difficult thing to acquire, so I had priced the contract accordingly in advance. I thanked the man and left, returning back to my villa, and walked straight into the large room I used for magical research. Over the past months, I had gotten to the point where I could cast illusory and necromantic 4th-level spells instantly, which was an amazing achievement. However, I still needed to cast most other schools as rituals, or I could not cast them at all, like evocations. There was one spell in particular that I was interested in perfecting, and although it normally didn't involve these types of components at all, I had found it difficult to get polymorph to work on the beast I had selected. And that was, of course, the dire monster that everyone was sure that I was, the celestial ghost cat. They were a kind of rare species, but like most monsters, their strength ran the gamut from weak to terrifying, so finding them wasn't impossible. I pulled out the small parcel I brought home and set aside the contents, a small amount of fur, on the appropriate area that I had modified for this casting. Polymorph was a ridiculous spell. You could turn yourself into a T-Rex, so turning myself into a spiritual cat wasn't even that much of a stretch. You didn't normally need any part of the animal, either, but it just didn't work when I tried it before on any type of dire monster. But I had modified the spell to use a bit of genetic material as a focus. If I was right, then I wouldn't need any more fur once I had experienced polymorphing into it once, and I would need some part of each dire monster in order to transform into them. That was a bit of a letdown, as some species had incredibly broken innate abilities that were way outsized to their cultivation base, even as infants. The strongest of my species was at the celestial immortal level, hence their name, but I didn't think I'd be able to polymorph into that. That would be too OP. I expected, if the spell worked at all, that I would transform into the equivalent cat based on my 6th level of Qi gathering cultivation level. I had made my most recent breakthrough only a few weeks ago, and my speed was considered remarkable, and that was when I was spending more time studying magic and Taoist techniques than actually cultivating. In fact, I spent more than 2/3 of my free time studying wizardry. I was honestly just kind of curious about what innate abilities celestial ghost cats had, as what information I had was a bit vague, and I figured it was something I should know. Disposing of the small bag that the fur came in, I double-checked all parts of the ritual twice before I started casting. 10 minutes later, I experienced the queer sensation of shifting downwards onto all fours, all of my clothing melting into my skin as polymorph successfully shifted me into the shape of a ghost cat. These cats, full-grown, were about the size of a jaguar or cheetah, but they featured an active camouflage system that shifted the color of their coats to blend into their surroundings like a chameleon or the predator. They weren't quite as good as the predator's invisibility, as it took a couple of seconds to shift, so it was only really good while staying still, not moving. They were also much more jaguar-like than cheetah-like, and clearly were designed as close-in ambush predators with stocky muscles and huge paws, rather than designed to run things down as cheetahs were. I didn't shift into a full-grown cat, which I wasn't surprised about, but I wasn't quite kitten-sized either. I suppose I was a teenaged cat in size. I would look similar to a jaguar of 9 or 10 months old, beyond being a cub, but still looking like I had a little bit to grow in to match the size of my giant murder mittens. I glanced at one of my front paws and nodded. I only had 2 active abilities, 3 if you counted the ability to turn off or on my camouflage, but I could briefly become intangible, like a ghost, and even pass through solid matter. I would have to study how it worked, but I think it temporarily shifted you into the ethereal plane. I didn't know what would happen if I ended this ability while inside something solid, like a tree, but my instincts told me that it wasn't a good idea. Lastly, I had some sort of psychic attack that was intended to paralyze the mind of prey so that I could more easily bite them to death on their necks. I didn't think these were all the abilities this species had, not by a long shot, but they were all the abilities that this young example of the species had. I'd leave myself transformed for the entire hour's duration, as that felt like the right thing to do in order to completely lock down my ability to polymorph into this shape again. But first, I glanced around, left and right, before I padded over to something I had prepared before I attempted to cast this spell for the first time. I had to know. I climbed into the box and curled up. It really was very comfortable. It felt natural. The only way it would be better was if the box was just a little bit smaller, but I hadn't known how big I was going to be. I absently licked my paw and figured I could just take a nap in here until the hour was used up. Well, perhaps not a full nap. I might let go of the spell if I fell all the way asleep, but just a cat nap? Not too long after I settled into my comfortable box, Fong Fong stuck her head into the room and called out, "Mistress, Senior Sister Chin." I hadn't actually locked the door or indicated I didn't want to be interrupted. I stuck my head out of the box I was in and stared at her. She screamed and ran away. I frowned, as much as a cat could do so, and stretched before hopping out of the box. I didn't want to release the spell, as I had the feeling I needed to go the whole hour to lock in the ability. I didn't know if that was true, but how would I get more fur from a rare cat species? I was a little surprised I got it the first time, and it had taken the better part of a year. I had standing orders that senior sister Chendishin was to be invited in and seen as a guest, but she didn't have the same unlimited access as Nolani, my adjutant. Fonger had probably been here to tell me that she was waiting for me in one of the other rooms. Now, though, I heard the distinctive and alluring sound of her voice and her chuckle getting closer as she said, "I doubt very much your mistress has been eaten, little one." Then I saw her step into the room, with Fonger hiding behind her skirts, and Chendishin grinned. "In fact, that is your mistress." Now Fong Fong looked really embarrassed. She had known that I was a non-human disciple, but I had obviously never changed my shape in my home, so she probably either forgot about it or just assumed it was something very private for me. She yelled, "I'm sorry." I waved a paw at her, not minding how she freaked out. If anything, it made me feel good. It wasn't surprising to be shocked at the sight of my perfect form. I was watching Fonger leave, so it surprised me when I felt a hand on my head. I swung around and saw Chendishin was rubbing my head. Incensed, I cast message. Normally you needed verbal, somatic, and material components to cast this spell. But for spells where material components weren't used up, which was most of them, components of all types were just a type of mnemonic device to help the caster. It was possible to eliminate the need for some or all of the components needed to cast spells if you studied a particular spell in depth. I could only do this for a few spells, though. Message was a pretty common spell to be so highly studied by all wizards, but especially naughty ones like Merildwen and her parents. The capability to send messages in secret was a huge advantage, and it had been what had allowed them to plot when they had been in the underground ruins so many months ago. As such, being polymorphed was a pretty big disadvantage from the perspective of using most of my spells. I sent, "This majestic cat did not grant you permission to touch." I had the idea to swat at her with one of my giant paws, but merely raised it threateningly instead. She laughed. "Come on, you're already purring." I didn't even know cats as big as you could purr. Was I? I mean, maybe a little. I suppose I was still technically one of the small cats then, not completely analogous to a jaguar. I didn't think jaguars could purr either, but cheetahs could. I definitely knew that. Anyone who hadn't specifically Googled videos of cheetahs purring was just missing out. I had to admit that spot right between my eyes above my nose felt really good to be scratched. I closed my eyes a little bit and said, full of dignity, "I'll allow it." She stopped scratching me, and I opened my eyes, about to complain that I hadn't given her permission to stop. But she walked over to the couch I kept in my workroom and sat down, patting her lap. I narrowed my eyes and said, "This majestic cat is not some lap pet." She just patted her lap again and said, "I'll rub behind your ears." I instantly used my intangible ability and pounced on the couch. Solid objects, when I used this ability, seemed like the consistency of a thick cloud. Paradoxically, I could push through them with only a thought, but at the same time, they could support my weight if I wanted to. I sat on the couch, placed my head in her lap for the time being, and shifted back. My sudden presence startled her, but the human servant chuckled and rubbed me behind the ears as promised. A little of this sounded good, and afterwards, I would go out onto the roof of my villa and eat the 2 pigeons that had made the mistake of living in my den. Their presence in my territory was ugly in my eyes. I only permitted the owl to roost near me, and even then, only temporarily. However, I must have gotten distracted. I wasn't quite asleep, but time flew, and eventually, the hour duration of the polymorph spell elapsed, and I suddenly woke up to full alertness as I shifted back into my natural form in Chendishin's lap. She pouted and said, "Ah, I was hoping you would be naked when you shifted back." I coughed. Now that I was normal, I realized that polymorphing had been affecting my mind to a large degree. That was normal, as you were temporarily only as intelligent as the beast you shifted to. Clearly, this type of dire monster was just as intelligent as humans, but it was just as clear that their instincts colored my time polymorphed. I would have been content to spend the entire hour duration just lying in that box, for example. I also had an outsized opinion of myself, with my arrogance increasing quite a bit while I was transformed. At the time, I didn't think it was weird that Chendishin would come over just to rub my ears, but now I realize she must have had some other motive for showing up. So, what brought you to my place today, senior sister?" I asked, trying to avoid blushing at my behavior while I was cat. I tried sitting up, but she casually pushed my head back into her lap, saying, "I like you like this better." She smirked and then continued, "I've made it my habit to offer you advice whenever you encounter new things. It'll be that time of year in a couple of weeks. The school will open up to new disciples, and I wanted to give you some advice on how to proceed." That was true. I sighed with emotion. I had been here a whole year, almost. It had been a little more than a half year since I took over Chindashin's job, and things were running smoothly. I was training Nalani as my replacement, as she was stronger than she appeared. Perhaps she wasn't in the past, but since she dissipated her former cultivation base and restarted with a much better cultivation method, she had a very dense amount of chi and the experience of over a decade of cultivation and fighting experience. So she was easily the strongest of my clique, even though she liked to be in the background. Shaoli had been visiting me again for the past 6 months, and he was already in the middle part of the 8th level. He extracted a promise of going out on adventures when we both reached the foundation establishment. I wondered how long that would take. Perhaps I would have to speed up, but while cultivation was fun and a good way to pass time, it was in no way more interesting than studying magic. But although I prioritized my own safety, I was actually kind of getting antsy to see other places too. This was a different feeling than I would have expected from either Merildwin or myself. Merildwin had the time sense of an elf, and wouldn't easily get bored here for at least a handful of years, while I personally wouldn't mind staying here nearly as long too. I wondered if the antsy feeling was a universal feeling of cultivators, because the idea of testing myself seemed very appealing now. I kept my head in her lap and said, "What should the Disciple Union president be doing during the examination for new disciples, then?" "Going into the city again, junior sister?" asked the man guarding the portal room. I nodded my head. Being what was basically a student council president had benefits, and one of them was I could use the portal to and from Cloudsource City for free whenever I wanted. "Yes, senior brother. If you don't mind energizing the portal for me?" "Of course. Please don't dawdle, though. I have a regular transit to effect in a half hour or so, and I don't want a headache." He held his hands up in mock supplication. I darted through at my top speed as soon as the portal was opened, and it closed just a half second after I made it through, so I didn't think he would have any complaints. I stepped out of our small outpost in the city and glanced sideways. There was already a line of cultivators waiting, and we wouldn't open up until early tomorrow morning. I had discovered the reason that people lined up in advance was because it was widely believed that our school only recruited enough people to cover last year's attrition through disciples dying, leaving the school, or going on long-term leave or a long-term mission. So they felt being the first was advantageous. This was true, but it wasn't really the case that being first helped you at all. The school had been doing admissions like this for an unknown number of years, but at least 100,000. They had a pretty good idea of both the capabilities of the average person coming to try out every year as well as how many to expect, so they just carefully calibrated the difficulty to result in the correct amount of new admissions. If a little bit more or less were admitted a year, that was fine. Still, I like that they seemed devoted enough to show up early, and I'm sure others did as well, so perhaps it did help with admissions so long as you got through the tests. I met eyes with one of my girls, who was incognito, pretending to be in line. My predecessor recommended this as a way to weed out any talented assholes. If they were incredibly talented, we would admit them even if they were the worst of assholes. But if they were merely good enough, it was possible to blackball them by recommendations from a few disciple organizations, mine especially, and Chindashin recommended that I filter out people who might prove to be excessively problematic. I noticed all of the discussion amongst the people in line stopped immediately after I walked out. While I was only wearing the usual outer disciples' robes, I had 2 prominent pins on my lapel, one for the Jade Peak and one with the emblem of the Disciples Union. Some in line would definitely recognize them, as those who were legacy admissions or who really wanted to come to our school would have learned as much as possible about it in advance, and these were the most likely people to wait a full day in line too. I smiled in an affable way at the line of people before running off at my highest speed, heading towards the train station. An hour train ride down into the lower city and another 20-minute run got me to my location, one of the city's prisons. I specifically chose this prison as it served one of the rowdier sides of the lower city. The guard on duty recognized me and seemed a bit nervous at my presence, but ushered me through to meet with the warden. The warden knew exactly why I was here, and he didn't seem like he liked it. I actually thought better of him for that, although I couldn't tell if his antipathy was for his prisoner's benefit or just because he didn't like this type of cloak and dagger stuff. Still, he was very professional and had a list of prisoners and their crimes awaiting me. Normally, I would ask a few questions about the lucky person I chose, but in this case, one of the names at the top of the list was listed as being a demonic cultivator that killed an entire family. While I still couldn't sense the weight of karmic sin or merit on a person, which was why I had to make sure that the people I selected were guilty, I could definitely feel the type of cultivation method a person used and would easily be able to identify if this person really was a blood cultivator, as they had an especially distasteful taste to my senses. It was unusual for such people to be imprisoned, as they were normally killed immediately. It was kind of hard to keep a cultivator in jail, actually. At a minimum, you'd need guards who were also cultivators and stronger than him. Seeing my selection, the warden let out a sigh of relief, saying, "I was very much hoping you'd show up today and pick this one. Otherwise, we'd have had to keep this asshole until the next execution day next month." I raised an eyebrow. "How are you keeping him contained?" The warden was a cultivator, but most of the guards weren't. He was crippled and handed over to us by some random adventurer. "What a fucking asshole. Why couldn't he have killed him?" groused the warden. I nodded. Just because a cultivator had their spiritual sea crippled and damaged didn't necessarily mean that they weren't dangerous. They just find it difficult to store any chi in their body, so they couldn't use much or any abilities, not even empowering their own strength with chi. However, their true chi remained, so they were still at a baseline level, much stronger than that of a regular person. It was also not necessarily a lifelong injury, as cultivators' bodies were remarkable, with some having downright insane healing capabilities, to the point where I had been told that a core formation cultivator that focused on durability might be able to come back to life from just a single drop of blood, which amazed me. I expected it would take the warden himself, or some of his highest-tier guards to keep this one prisoner in line. "Please give me about an hour before you bring the prisoner in," I requested, and the warden nodded and then showed me to the room I had used each time I came here. I considered what I was going to do. Several months ago, I had already gotten to the point of basic competence on the 2 techniques Han Meiying had given me, and almost as if she could detect this, she once again appeared and allowed me to pick one more. I would get 2 more as well if I raised the first 2 techniques to small perfection also. For now, the 3rd technique I picked was the one to refine someone into a corpse puppet. These weren't the same thing as the undead I was used to, but they weren't that different either. Unfortunately, I couldn't use all of the buffalo here, as if I refined him into a wrathful spirit, then all of his spirit would be used up, and his body would become inert. But I could use the talent devouring technique and one of the others. That was the first technique that surprised me, how useful it was. It didn't transfer knowledge about a particular skill to me, so it was a little bit less than I thought, but it did something that was even more magical. It devoured a person's talent for something, and then added it to myself. There were no truly untalented people. Everyone had some talents, even if they were more or less useless. The first time I got this skill to work, I devoured the talent for malingering, or pretending I was ill to get out of work. What a letdown. The man had been an admitted serial killer who killed 2 entire families for fun, and his biggest talent was getting out of work. You also couldn't use this technique rapidly, as your body and soul took some time to digest the foreign bit of talent. There was a factor of diminishing returns, too. For example, the last time I had been here was 2 weeks ago, and I was just about done digesting a talent for stealth, which had been my luckiest gain so far. However, if I encountered a man who was as equally talented in stealth as this last guy and used the same technique on him to steal it, then I would gain almost nothing. It wasn't additive like that. To achieve something more in the stealth talent, I would need to find someone much more talented in the same thing. I could see how some people got addicted to using these types of techniques, though. I decided that even though I focused on incorporeal undead, it would be a shame if I didn't turn this guy into a corpse puppet. The use of cultivators' bodies was supposed to create a vastly better puppet, according to the manual. Plus, corpse puppets were easier to store than regular undead, as they were just corpses until you used your chi to animate them. They were animated by you, not by endless negative energy like regular undead. That was both a bonus and a negative, but for the moment, I felt that it gave me more advantages than disadvantages. People who focused on this area tended to have one or two corpse puppets that they would upgrade over time or replace if they got better materials. They were more of a piece of equipment rather than an undead. So they weren't necromancers like I was, who might have many undead serving me, but it was still a close thing and definitely something I wanted to study. My type of necromancy tended to be weak on single strong units until I was very strong, having to use a flood of disposable skeletons or zombies instead. If I could combine one or two corpse puppet-style minions, this would shore up a traditional weakness. After I got the room set up, I sat around to wait. Less than 10 minutes later, the warden personally delivered the prisoner, just shoving him through the door and closing it. The man snorted. "Who are you supposed to be? A conjugal visit?" "Thank you for making this easy for me," I replied cheerfully and paralyzed him in place with hold person for a moment before the first ability took effect. Hold person only lasted a minute, but he wouldn't be able to move by the time it wore off. Anyway, now, if I could only find a way to stop his screaming. Could some illusions muffle the sound? I'd experiment with putting them on a major image ritual before I started next time. This man had such a dense aura of blood on him that I was sure that my cat Crow would receive a delicious dinner tonight. The first day of the disciples' examination was almost over, and we'd inducted over 60 new disciples today. Only 3 needed to be blackballed due to things that my secret investigator discovered, but those were 3 people who wouldn't cause unnecessary strife in the outer sect. Strife was a necessary part of the outer sect system, so adding unnecessary strife on top of the already existing necessary strife was bad. I was considering a nice long bath with bubbles and rose-scented water, but Fonger knocked on my office door. "Mistress, there is someone at the door who claims to wish to challenge you to a duel." Oh my. I felt rueful. Was this how poor senior brother Jiaozi Lu felt? "Please show them to the tea room. I'll be in directly." I glanced around and then pulled out the most current copy of the top 100 Outer Sect Disciples Intelligence Report from a drawer and placed it in my dimensional storage. Then, I casually walked into the tea room, a tea service with steaming water already present on the table. My opponent was a new disciple, which wasn't surprising. He was at my same cultivation level and had been in one of the top 3 of new disciples this year. What was his name? Yang something. I knew that for sure. "Welcome, junior brother Yang," I said, gliding over to sit opposite to him and pouring us both a cup of tea. He looked a bit unsure after seeing me, but he was polite. I asked him, "I assume you are here because you don't wish to spend an evening in one of the beginner teepees? Even if you never actually won a fight, you only stayed in the beginner teepees for the first 2 months. It was mainly a way to encourage people to use the sparring system, and it certainly worked for me. The lowest quality dwelling that the outer sect provided to disciples after the first 2 months was the equivalent of a small studio apartment." He nodded rapidly. "Yes, senior sister." "Maywen," I offered. "Senior sister Maywen, I'm afraid I'm going to have to take your house," he said, slightly regretfully. I smiled. "Well, let me tell you a little bit about how this works first." I then told him all of the rules, including that he would only be allowed to challenge someone once a week and that he had to pay both spirit stones and contribution points if he lost. This last part seemed to devastate him, and he sighed, saying, "I'm afraid I am completely broke in terms of spirit stones." Damn. I raised an eyebrow. Even the most parlous of cultivators would have at least a few dozen spirit stones. There must be an interesting story behind his absolute poverty. I held my hand over the table and caused 5 spirit stones to fall out of my dimensional space. This caused him to narrow his eyes, the first sign that he was intelligent so far. You couldn't perform this maneuver with most spatial pouches, as you had to reach inside to get them, and seeing a chi-gathering disciple with a spatial ring or one of the very high-quality spatial pouches where this was possible was unusual. I slid the 5 stones across the table and said, "These are yours without further let or obligation. As for whether or not you want to challenge me in particular, let's talk about that briefly." He seemed unsure at first, but finally nodded, sweeping them up. "Thank you, senior sister." I nodded. "Now, might it be the reason you chose my dwelling because I was the lowest ranked of the high-quality villas?" He blushed and nodded. I smiled. "There could be a couple reasons why you want to fight the weakest of us, but it doesn't matter. I held out my hand and drew out the sheets of paper the latest intelligence report was printed on and handed them to him. This is an intelligence report on the strongest 100 disciples in the outer sect. It normally costs 25 spirit stones to buy this, but feel free to read it. You'll find the disciples ranked in order of precedence, based on this group's opinion on their relative strength. Wait, you're the third most powerful disciple? He asked, suddenly, after only flipping a couple of sheets. But you're only in the 6th level, like me. I smiled but refrained from speaking. I thought I was probably the strongest, actually, especially if I had a bit of time to prepare. He quickly leafed through the rest of the pages and nodded, handing the stack of sheets back to me. Thank you very much, senior sister. Do you happen to know the address of senior brother Huang? I grinned and nodded. He lives, at least for now, in the next villa. This disciple had recently won a fight against the previous owner of this villa, which often changed hands every other week. Thank you. I won't take up any more of your time. Please don't get up. I'll see myself out, he said politely and left. Nodding, I liked polite, smart boys like him. I continued to sip my tea and was surprised not 5 minutes later Fonger found me again, still in the tea room, and said, Mistress, there is someone here to challenge you to duel. Again? I sighed. Maybe I should move houses, but I was quite fond of the servants that worked in this one, so I would keep it. Fonger was proving to be both an intelligent worker and a cultivation prodigy, as far as the servant disciples thought. She was already midway through the 1st level of chi gathering. I definitely thought she would reach the 5th level before her 10th year of service, so I considered her more of a future disciple in truth than the other servant disciples who just wanted to get a nice cultivation level and leave after 20 years. Please get some more tea and hot water, and then show him in, I said. Unlike my last suitor, this gentleman was a battle maniac and could not be deterred, no matter how much I implied he was making a mistake. He was also at the 6th level, and he felt that there was no one who could defeat him at his own level of cultivation, but I didn't feel as though he was that remarkable. I didn't keep trying to convince him. As soon as he seemed intransigent, I led him outside and to the nearest sparring circle. The deacon manning the sparring circle seemed amused at me bringing in someone, but remained quietly professional. I glanced at the rack of weapons, and instead of taking a sword, I paused. The talent I received yesterday and was slowly digesting was one for saber arts, which was really nice as I had just started taking saber lessons. It was probably the 2nd most useful talent I had gotten so far, after stealth. Still, I haven't felt up to actually using a saber in a fight yet. I didn't feel much of a threat from this disciple, so I could try the spear or axe, which I had been training in as well, but finally, I nodded and didn't take any weapon at all, merely walking into the sparring circle and standing ready. There was a crowd around watching, and I could hear some interested murmurs at my choice not to arm myself. My style of fighting wasn't a secret, though, so they probably thought I was just going to beat this new brother about the head with spells after using illusions or enchantments on him. But that wasn't my intention. Begin, said the referee. I instantly cast haste, which doubled my already impressive speed, and leapt straight at the challenger. Haste was another spell that was borderline broken. When you started talking about doubling speed, it was fine when someone's speed was still purely at the human or near-human level, but when you doubled someone's speed when they had already moved so fast that an average person could barely see them, the bonus was huge. My opponent wasn't slow, but the bonus caused me to watch his saber come towards me as though it was slow motion. I used one hand to divert his wrist, then struck out with a palm strike directly on the flexor muscle on his inner arm, causing his hand to open and slack, dropping his weapon. Then I performed a standard throw that wouldn't be out of place in judo, except that I threw him 30 meters over my shoulder and all the way out of the ring. Winner, May 1, the referee declared. I sighed, picked up the saber he was using, and replaced it on the rack. Was I becoming a battle maniac myself? There was little satisfaction in this fight. Things weren't difficult here anymore. It was a shame. I privately decided to focus on cultivation this next year. If I really buckled down, I didn't think I could catch up to Shaoli, and then we could go out and find new and interesting people and kill them. Fuck. I wasn't becoming a battle maniac. No, it was much worse. I was becoming a marine. That old Auld Lang Syne. I sighed and tossed the thin piece of jade, housing the formation I had been working on my workbench. After taking over from Chandashin, I had the incredible idea to reinvent spreadsheet software and formations. I could use illusions to display the spreadsheet as a type of holographic display and implement the various formulas using the various arithmetic formations that I had studied in my formation primer. But, unsurprisingly, reinventing what basically was programmable computing using magic was a lot more difficult than I thought, especially since I didn't have any background in electrical engineering, electronics, or computer science. I had access to how the jade slates that were widely used in the school worked now, and it wasn't quite as remarkable or as useful as I thought. You wrote on them with a special stylus, and then the images could be saved, edited, copied, and even transmitted. The way they encoded an image into memory and saved it was novel and useful for my ambitions. It was what I thought was just a bitmap, encoded in blocks of binary numbers, probably not too different from what a computer from my past life. I couldn't implement spreadsheets that way, though. There would be no way to recognize the formulas you put in. That meant I had to reinvent character encoding. In Magicland Chinese, which had over 200,000 unique characters, according to the massive dictionary I had consulted, it would be one thing to reinvent phonetic characters using Latin letters. That would be pretty simple. I didn't think the written language here was exactly the same as Chinese back on Earth, though, for one. There were more characters, and there was also a phonetic alphabet as well, but the language was complicated enough that attempting to use only phonetics would be kind of useless. Nobody would want to use it. I didn't think Mandarin back on Earth had phonetic-only characters, either. I remembered that they used Roman letters called pinyin to create phonemes, just as we did. If they had already invented a phonetic alphabet, then there would be no need to use this foreign system ergo. I felt it didn't exist back there. So, in addition to having to basically reinvent Unicode characters, and I had no idea how to do so, I would have to reinvent some manner to input them, like a keyboard. And that sounded quite hard, too. Obviously, a keyboard with one key for each character wouldn't work, so there would need to be a method for using a limited number of keys to input an almost unlimited amount of characters. This sounded more like a computer science problem. I could see how it might work, as the keyboard could use the phoneme characters, but it would need some sort of database of all characters and how they were pronounced so it could infer what you were typing, or you could select from a list if the inference were incorrect. There were a lot of homonyms in this language, and sometimes the only way to understand what was being said was through context. That sounded like an issue complex enough that it would be a graduate or postgraduate level computer science problem, and I barely knew anything more complicated than simple scripts. Plus, I wouldn't have a programming language to develop it in the first place. Basically, I had decided to take baby steps instead of conquering the world with Excel for the moment. What baby steps? Well, a regular calculator. There were no Arabic numerals here, so calculation, including basic arithmetic, was more complicated than it needed to be, using counting rods, counting boards, and abacuses. It somewhat reminded me of how arithmetic must have been in ancient Rome with its clunky numeral system. Surely, I could make at least a scientific calculator. Math wasn't unknown here. There was algebra and even trigonometry. I could theoretically implement some of these functions, along with regular mathematic operations, on a calculator. It was just proving more difficult than I thought. The math formations I had studied were designed to teach someone how to delicately create a formation with minimal risk. They weren't designed as functional formation blocks to take in arbitrary inputs and spit out an output, but I knew it was possible. It would just take a little more research. I stopped thinking about it, and instead considered my progress over the last week. I didn't participate in the Intersect tournament, but I watched it as I was expected to do so. Shally lost, but he did get second place this time in the entire tournament, which was pretty startling for someone who still hadn't broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. It had been my intention to fight in it this year, but that was before I took over Chandashin's job. As it stood now, although I was still in the outer sect technically, I got most of the resources and benefits of being a core disciple of Jade Peak, including increased cultivation resources, access to most of the floors in the Dao repository, as well as a half-off discount there. The cultivation resources were in the form of 60 chi and blood pills per month, which, when combined with the high-quality chi concentrating formation in my villa, would allow a regular person to cultivate most of the time. These were still useful to me, as circulating your true chi in whatever cultivation method you used tended to agitate the chi in your body. You temporarily lost a little bit each time, as if you had performed a spell or technique, even as you gained a little bit of true chi each time at the same time. This was an exhausting feeling, so it limited how much time people cultivated unless they were total masochists, and even then, exhaustion was a lot worse a feeling than pain. Since I had decided to buckle down and focus mostly on cultivation this year, I was using my supply of these pills myself. In the past half year, I had given most of them away as bonuses to my clique or even to my servants, as they were so universally beneficial to most cultivators that their value was always pretty standard. If I only did 3 to 5 cycles of my cultivation method in the middle of the night, dancing in the moonlight, then I wouldn't need them. That only took an hour or two, though. If I planned on doubling or tripling my time cultivating, or more, they wouldn't have become necessary. I might even start using my chi concentrating formation during the day. I got better results in the moonlight when compared to being inside the formation, but only a little better. Perhaps, eventually, I might be able to devise a chi concentrating formation that either converts regular chi into lunar chi, or perhaps uses a large collecting surface to store it for future use, like solar panels charging a battery. I stood up and stretched, and walked over to the polymorph ritual I had ready, and got ready to cast it. I hadn't intended Fonger and Chen Dexin to notice me in cat form a few days ago because I had intended to show up to one of my clique meetings in this form, the meeting I had today. I liked reinforcing what people thought they knew about me because it made them feel clever for figuring it out and would stop any further investigation. So they thought I was a cat, so I would be this cat. It wasn't really that big of a deal anymore, as I didn't think I was actually in danger of being dissected anymore. But I was already so far in the non-human camp that I had been hearing rumors about why I had never shown anyone my true form. Most dire monster disciples spent time in the sect as humans, of course, but they didn't hide who they were, either. For example, Nalani would fly around the sect in her owl form since she was a very, very fast and silent flyer. I didn't want anyone to make assumptions about why I was so much more private than everyone else, so my intention was to polymorph myself occasionally. The first reveal had been an accident, but it had worked out in my favor, I thought. But neither Chen Dexin nor Fonger was a gossip, so it hadn't actually spread as much as I hoped. Plus, I had to admit that it was quite comfortable to be a cat and just lay around. I could see why my cat, Miss Militia, liked sleeping so much. Speaking of, Merildwin better be treating that cat appropriately, or I would find some way to transcend the multiverse to take her back. My ex-girlfriend had been cat-sitting while I was in Colorado, but that wasn't a long-term solution. Miss Militia tolerated her but loved me. After I finished the ritual and polymorphed, I padded over into the room where I had meetings with my group and laid down on a large pillow I had placed in front of the table in advance. It really was quite comfortable. I had the almost overwhelming urge to make biscuits by flexing my claws in and out of the soft pillow material, but that would totally destroy it. One of my human servants popped his head in and said, "Ma'am, Miss Nalani and a guest are here early. She says she needs to speak with you before the meeting begins." Frowning, I opened my mouth and meowed in agreement. At least, he seemed to take that for an affirmative as he nodded and departed. Little Fong Fong must be off duty, as she generally liked ferrying messages to me like that. As I looked at the nice wooden table, my claws flexed in and out. Maybe I could just sharpen my claws on?
No.
I didn't even own this furniture. Instead, I laid my head on the table and waited. The owl walked in, seemingly froze a moment when she saw me, but then continued. Following her was another girl. This one was. I chuffed a little, sniffing and tasting the air. A rabbit? That was unusual. Prey animals rarely became dire monsters, and herbivores almost never. The herbivores that did turn into dire monsters were universally super dangerous, though, so I stilled until I sniffed again. Not a regular rabbit. She was some kind of omnivorous rabbit. Perhaps not even actually a rabbit species, but that's what my instincts told me. She wasn't an obligate carnivore like the owl or I were, but she wasn't an herbivore either. The girl froze much longer when she saw me, and I got the feeling she was considering bolting. That would be very rude if she did. Finally, she swallowed and walked into the room. I pulled a paw out from under the table and indicated that they should take a seat. Apex predators like me could get lazy. Anyone who lived in between, both prey and predator, could be incredibly canny and dangerous. I'd keep an eye on this one. Thank you, senior sister, the owl said politely, paused and said, I have a favor to ask. I meowed curiously, wondering if I would have to use message or if the owl and this new girl would understand me. This is one of the new disciples, the owl said, and I nodded, recognizing her now. She had fought in the tournament, but hadn't done too well. She was actually really good with the sword, but her strength and chi density were just subpar. She did well in the first few fights as she was able to use her superior skill to win fights in a flash, but that only worked for a while. She was probably almost eliminated from consideration on the first filtering of new disciples just on that basis, before even the staircase. I think she must have barely made the cut. She's in a very similar situation as I was in, so I would very much like to help her. She came with a fairly poor cultivation method but managed to find an almost ideal one in the Dao repository, the owl explained. It was so cheap because it's very limited in who can cultivate in it, so it was mainly in there only to give one insight, not to practice it. But she can. I meowed in understanding. The owl had to dissipate her entire cultivation base while here at the school, and it had been a real ordeal for her, apparently, having to spend months as an actual owl while recultivating. Wait, was that what she was asking? I meowed again, questioningly. Yes, that's what I was asking. If she could stay at your villa for the next 4 to 6 months while she recultivates, the owl asked. I chuffed in annoyance. Not because I was rejecting her, but because she was strong enough to get her own villa these days. And I expected her to do so soon. If she already lived in a villa, she wouldn't need to make this request of me in the first place. She was basically my exo, so she needed to live in comparable conditions. The owl was living in a medium-quality dwelling, barely bigger than a studio apartment. It was beginning to be a problem. People had already commented on it in my hearing at least once, so I meowed demandingly. The owl rubbed the back of her neck and said, I will. Within the next 3 months, I will take a villa, I promise. But I'd rather this time not be wasted for this junior sister, which is why I am asking your help. I glanced over at this new rabbit-like thing and nodded. She could stay here, in one of the guest rooms, especially if she was going to be one of my new followers. I would always do what I could to help them. She could even use the chi concentrating formation at night when I didn't need it. I meowed several times at her, and she bowed her head almost to the floor and said, Thank you very much. I waved a paw at her to stop her from actually kowtowing. This cat was magnanimous, but I also didn't like this type of embarrassing display. I stood up, intending to leave so I could go kill the bird family that lived on top of my villa. They must have had eggs the last time I thought about them last week because they had hatchlings now, but that was no matter. I was going to make a KFC family bucket out of them. I would leave nobody out. But then I froze, remembering why I came here in the first place. Yes, the meeting. I glared balefully at the ceiling. Just wait. Pigeons. I flounced back onto the cushion and waited. The old human servant arrived, set some snacks and tea for the meeting, and departed. After a brief wait, about a dozen girls filed in. This meeting was just for my Tier 1 followers, the new rabbit thing being an exception, but she could stay since she was already here. They seemed surprised to see me, and after they took their seats, I let the concentration on the spell go and shape-shifted back to my true form. All right, ladies, let's begin. First, Nalani, give us a briefing about the new disciples our school has invited this year, I said, and brought the meeting to order. Although the main reason for this meeting was just to show them my polymorphed form so they could gossip, I did have some actual business to go over, too. There had been a fairly large percentage of new female disciples this year, including one that a lot of others were coalescing around. A princess from some dynasty, or something along those lines, was what the spies told me. I wanted to encourage this behavior. Nalani liked being more of a follower than a leader, but I was sure she was capable of this job, but I had to cultivate, pun intended, alternatives, too. I didn't want to end up like Chindashin and have to sit on my hands for the better part of a year, or more. My eyes glanced over at the new girl. Now that I was back in my real body, my mind quickly made the connection, and I remembered the name of the new disciple who would be using my guest room. I suppose cats didn't have a very good memory for names, or, rather, didn't seem to care too much. What did carnivorous rabbits eat? Well, I'd leave that to my butler. I was sure he could figure it out. I awoke in my luxurious bed and stretched out, wondering if I should get up or stay another 5 minutes. Or maybe 5 hours. I really loved sleeping, even if I did it a little bit less than I used to. For a good month or two after I arrived in this world, I struggled with crippling nightmares every single night, to the point where I tried to stay up as much as I could to avoid them. It wasn't that I didn't still dream of the woods that wind. I often did, at least once or twice a week. It was just that I didn't find these dreams scary anymore. If anything, they were kind of comforting now. It was said that by the time a cultivator reached the golden core stage, they didn't sleep at all, with some making that feat even before that realm. A lot of cultivators looked forward to this because who wanted to spend so much time asleep? But I thought it would be a shame when it happened. Perhaps I could still sleep and dream even then. Every now and then, shaking my head, I got out of bed. It would be night soon, and I needed to cultivate. I felt as though I was close to breaking through, and that would put a cap on a wonderful month. Even though I spent the majority of my time cultivating these days, I had made strides in both my talisman artistry and formation experiments as well. I got up and took a quick shower, forgoing my usual steaming hot soak afterwards, and walked out into my private back courtyard wearing a thin, loose robe. I had a private spot in the back, up against the wall, which looked from the outside like a cloudy cube of about 20 meters in each dimension. It was Private Sanctum, a spell I recast each day, generally after I had finished cultivating for the day. I got my best results cultivating if I did it in the buff, dancing in the moonlight like I was Ilistery. I didn't always dance naked in the moonlight, but when I did, I was pretty careful of my privacy. Before I had been able to cast this spell, I used complicated illusions to guard my privacy, but some people could see through illusions even at our level. I was one of, if not the belle of the outer sect, and there were a number of what I would comfortably call ninjas here. Everyone thought that there were 3 to 4 groups of disciples who specialized in intelligence gathering, but I personally felt that was a fake-out, and there was really only one. I counter-investigated them and found that not only was there way too much cross-mobility between groups, but the work product that each group sold was identical in all essential aspects, even if it was rewritten as though someone was copying homework and trying not to get caught. In any case, they could easily be invisible on my roof, observing me. There wasn't anything like cameras in this world that operated on physical principles, but it was possible to share memories, similar to the encode thoughts cantrip, and that could be used to create hyper-realistic paintings. It would be a real shame if I had to beat to death a fellow disciple because they were a peeping Tom. From the outside, the sanctum looked like a glassy, cloudy, dark gray cube, but as soon as I stepped inside, it was like it wasn't there at all. It was polarized, so only people could not see, hear, or use any spiritual sense to observe the inside. I got Chen Dasheen to test that latter part using her spiritual sense, and she was pretty impressed. Enough that she tumbled me in the grass inside the cube during the middle of the day, while one of the servants was pruning a hedge on the other side of the courtyard. For a last bit of protection, I cast Faithful Hound. Bah! The hound bleated at me, greeting me. Of course, my hound was in the shape of a dark black goat. It wasn't really alive either, but it still greeted me each time I summoned it as though it was, and it would alert me if any stealthy people stepped into my cube. I patted its head, pleased that only I could see it. Then, I placed my clothes inside my dimensional space and began the first circulation cycle of my cultivation method, moving about the confines of the cube in dance as though only I was hearing music. I didn't have a set routine that I went through every night. I already tried that, and the results were suboptimal. I had to be a bit spontaneous and do whatever I felt like for the best effects. The cultivation method detailed over 108 distinct dance moves, but they were similar to what I thought of as ballet for the most part. I could pirouette and fouette with the best of them now, to say nothing about some moves that I didn't even know if there were English words for. Honestly, I only knew those 2 words because I went to Sea Swan Lake once with a past girlfriend. I danced like that for hours, which was unusual. Usually, I do a little dance and then perform a cycle with just meditation and then maybe dance a bit afterwards. I didn't have to dance to cultivate. It just made it a bit more efficient and fun. But I felt on fire tonight like I was hitting each leap and spin. Finally, I leapt into the air like a figure skater. The best female figure skaters back on Earth could maybe perform a triple axel, but I could bench press a car and leap over a building in a single bound. I spun in place so fast, doing at least 12 full rotations before I landed solidly on the soft ground, digging my toes into the grass with my arms reaching up to the moon, laughing in exultation. My cultivation shifted like a reservoir of water destroying a dam. It happened quickly. Before I knew it, I was comfortably in the 8th rank, as easy as breathing. It had taken me almost half a year, but I caught up with Xiaoli. Or, I would have if he hadn't already made the breakthrough to the peak of the Qi gathering stage last month. I quieted and collapsed on the ground, feeling like my bones were liquid. The closest way I could describe the feeling of breaking through while cultivating was a spiritual orgasm, and it was more intense with this lunar cultivation method compared to the bland 5-phase methods that I had started with. It wasn't a physical thing like making love. It didn't act on my neural reward pathway and didn't release dopamine, as far as I could tell. If anything, it was more like a brief moment where you stopped being bound by your body's physical constraints, but I couldn't find a better way to describe it, so spiritual orgasm was as good as I could get right now. It wasn't surprising that simply beyond the feeling of getting stronger, one could become addicted to it just for its own sake, though. But it was one of the very rare addictions that generally was beneficial to you. Even just cultivating was quite addictive, even when I didn't make it a dance, and for a similar but lesser reason. It made you feel you, but more you. I decided I wouldn't recast Private Sanctum right now. I usually did it after I finished cultivating for the evening, but I didn't usually break through every evening either, so I just wanted to go back inside and take that long soak that I had skipped when I got up. It wasn't a big deal if the duration ran out and it disappeared. Anyway, I just liked doing it that way so I wouldn't have to cast it before I started cultivating. As I lay there recovering, I mentally stretched my senses to the corpse puppet I refined months ago. It was the only one I kept. All the others that I practiced with I disposed of, but this corpse of a strong cultivator was a useful tool and weapon. When I left home, I generally kept it in my spatial pouch, but otherwise, it stayed in my workroom as I often made upgrades or modifications to it. I didn't need to be near it to control it after I attuned to it. I just needed to expend energy. I had it stand up, activate the illusory formations on its body, and then go into my bathroom and start setting up a very hot bath. Once my legs worked again, I put on my robe again and left my cube, walking straight back into the private area of my villa, straight into my rooms and into the bathroom. I disrobed and got into the shower to wash off again. As I stepped out of the shower, I screamed like a little girl, jumping and using chi to cling to the ceiling like Spider-Man. Sighing, I dropped back down to the ground. Rubbing my head, which I hit on the ceiling, I narrowed my eyes at what startled me. It was my faithful goat. Once cast, Faithful Hound was supposed to be stationary. It was also supposed to dissipate if you left a 30-meter radius of it. Most of the time, that was how mine worked. However, about every 3rd or 4th casting, something like this happened, and it followed me around as I went about my day. It didn't move, not really. It was much more creepy than that. It was like one of those weeping angels, where it would only move if you weren't observing it. Also, I had the feeling that it was intentionally picking the places to show up to startle me the most. That might even be the reason why it didn't become mobile every time I cast the spell, because I would get used to it if it did that. If I could find some way to control it, it would become very handy. Only I could hear its bleats of warning when someone approached it. But I didn't know why it happened, as the spell form, even as I cast it, was identical to what I expected from a normal casting of Faithful Hound. It might be something akin to divine magic now, and if so, I would never understand exactly how it worked before I reached the nascent soul stage. Ignoring the goat that stood motionless directly in front of my shower, I slipped around it and got into the steaming hot bath. I think I cultivated for about 6, maybe 7 hours, so there were still several hours before dawn. I soaked for a good hour, just relaxing in the afterglow of my breakthrough, before I received a sending from Meraldwin's dad.
Y princess.
Exciting news. We just spent the last several hours fighting a native lich. What? I didn't have much time to reply, so I just sent what? Are you okay? Is Mom okay? What happened? Get ready to tell me everything. I'm in the bath. Expect another message in a minute or two. We had a standard practice when either of us needed to send a lot of information. One of us would send the first sending, and then after that, I would send one every 10 minutes, repeatedly casting the spell as a ritual. My parents, Merildwin's parents, rather, were not in the league of fighting a lich, especially not inside a lich's strong place. And since they had been investigating ruins both above and below ground which had novel types of undead in them, that sounded like a lich's strong place. They had talked about how interesting these new undead they found were, despite them being mostly the same as zombies and skeletons. They were the same threat as traditional undead, but magically they were wildly different. They weren't animated by the infinite negative energy from the negative energy plane, like traditional undead. They seemed to gain some amount of life energy every day cycle, so long as they were close to or inside their crypts. It was obviously necromantic magic, but of a type that they had never seen before, so they were incredibly enthusiastic and had been conducting research, often to destruction, on these new undead while still exploring. I was about to get out of the tub, so I could go to my workroom and start chain-casting sending, but just then someone knocked at the door. It was Fong Fong, and she called out, "Mistress, can I come in?" "Come in," I agreed, slinking back under the water so that only my nose and eyes were not submerged. When I first arrived in the school, the little girl Fong had assumed that I would want a much more personal female servant. I didn't know if it was common to have actual bath attendants here. I supposed it must be for the very, very wealthy, but I definitely didn't want any. I think we were both relieved when I set suitable boundaries. She opened the door and said excitedly, "There is a messenger. The Jade Peak Mistress would like you to come by at your convenience to discuss an important matter. Should I tell the messenger you'll be along?" I gaped underwater. The Jade Peak Mistress was only one of 4 nascent soul cultivators in the school, one of which was the headmaster and another of which was the previous headmaster, who was allegedly in seclusion in an attempt to break through to become a spirit venerable before his lifespan expired. Someone like her asking me to come to see her at my convenience was no different from the bosun or even skipper asking a sailor to come to see them under the same terms. It was a politely worded order. Fuck. I thought quickly and finally came to the conclusion that family was more important. They weren't technically my family, but I felt like they were, and moreover, I owed it to Merildwin to treat them like they were. I pushed my face out of the water and said, "Please tell the messenger to relay to the Jade Peak Mistress that I just broke through and need to settle my cultivation before I come to see her. It may take an hour or 2. That was a good excuse. The truth was that I didn't need to do anything like that. My new cultivation felt as stable as an oak, but it was common amongst cultivators to stabilize themselves after breaking through. Sometimes it might take days even, so a small delay would not be questioned. She brightened. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, mistress." "You too," I reciprocated. She was already in the 2nd level now, having broken through just a few days ago, and I hadn't seen her since then to have a chance to congratulate her. She was making pretty fast progress for someone who worked what was sort of a full-time job, especially for someone who was only 12 years old. She was the daughter of a fairly wealthy mortal merchant from a nearby kingdom, but neither wealthy nor talented enough to secure herself a position in the Silver Serenity's elevator school for promising young brats. This small school based in Cloudsource City started teaching children as young as 5 or 6 and continued until they met the admittance standards on their own or until their parents ran out of money. Teaching in this school was one of the missions available perennially in the mission hall, and even I did so occasionally, perhaps once a month or less, just to break up my boredom and to see the quality of the brats they were teaching. They were pretty good, I thought. I was considered an excellent teacher there because I didn't really practice sword arts or any other weapon arts. For example, I still practiced the basic 13 sword moves that Shaoli taught me, and I followed this practice with each weapon that I learned, which was a good basis for teaching children. I definitely wouldn't want to do it very often, but it was kind of fun to go and teach what I ended up calling Big Sister's Basic 13 to them now and then. The kids seemed to like me, too. Fonger seemed to preen a bit at my praise, and then quickly left. I gave her a bit of time to leave my bedchambers before getting out and drying off. Then it was off to my boudoir and getting changed into my disciple robes. I had several sets of ritual tools by now, and I started casting sending immediately. I could shave some time off casting the same ritual in sequence, so it really only took me about 5 minutes per casting after the first time. Still, it took over 12 castings to get the full story, and it was interesting. It wasn't a lich, at least it wasn't what we would consider a lich. It didn't have a phylactery, and it seemed to be in torpor in a sarcophagus until it was disturbed. It was a sapient, spell-casting undead, though so he didn't have much better word to call it. It was tended to by the strange, novel, Viking-looking undead in the underground ruins that they had been studying. This lesser undead would seem almost to worship the Lich's sarcophagus, transferring a little life energy to it every day. My parents had apparently disturbed the false Lich while attempting to learn more about the strange ecosystem, acting almost like an undead sociologist examining the culture of an uncontacted tribe in the rainforest. Transferring energy from other undead? That wasn't how Liches were powered. Real Liches ate the souls of those stupid enough to disturb them, and instead of sleeping like a lunk, they just expanded the defenses of their lairs and created diabolically complicated schemes. It was only Demolix who had just assumed they had learned everything that might sleep in torpor for long periods of time, and I knew it wasn't one of them on account that my parents lived through the encounter. Also, a Lich without a demiplane full of explosive glyphs to hide their phylactery? No Lich at all, so it wasn't surprising they had bested it. Not every Lich had their own tomb of annihilation, but every Lich aspired to have one. They were amazed, though, that the Lich fought back with completely new types of magic that they couldn't recognize. They were so excited that they went to considerable risks to subdue it instead of simply destroying it, so that they could study his novel magical system and interrogate him about it. My mom could rip the memories out of a soul if it was helpless, so it would be interesting to see what they learned. It looked like I wasn't the only one that was sent far away. Something about what they described sounded familiar, especially the embossings of dragons that covered the sarcophagus, but I couldn't quite place it. Dragons weren't exactly a unique iconography, after all. I decided to think about it later, and instead left my villa and ran full speed to the Jade Peak. I was expected and was led into a private area of the peak and admitted into what could be described as a luxurious conference room. I recognized Jade Mistress Xiaoqian, as I made it a habit to come to the Jade Peak every time she decided to speak on the Dao. She even gave me some personal instruction on several occasions. Grand Elder Xiaoqian, I apologize for the delay. I told her politely. I was very glad that cultivators of her level had such high-level senses that my faithful goat couldn't weeping angel next to us. It was supposed to be invisible, except to me, but I bet she would be able to see it. She waved a hand and said, "Congratulations on your breakthrough. Your foundations seem very stable. Good. You can call me Mistress, Little Maywan." Internally, I raised an eyebrow, but in truth, I kept a still face. That was surprising. Most people in the Jade Peak could be considered nominal disciples of the Peak Mistress, but not everyone could actually claim that she was their teacher, as she was implying I should do. It didn't make me a direct personal disciple of hers, but it meant I was more than just a member of the Peak like I had been before. It would be incredibly rude and stupid to decline such an offer, so I saluted her and said, "Disciple greets mistress." She inclined her head once and said, "Take a seat. I'll make some tea as I explain. I've brought you here today for a couple of reasons, but really primarily only one." I took a seat at the table across from her. I was pretty sure I knew why I was here, but it would be only the one reason. She made the tea so fast that my eyes couldn't actually follow her doing so, but even still, the tea was delicious. Bitter, though, as always. She pulled out a talisman, and I recognized it. It was one of my first-generation sending talismans. I had sold a batch of 50 to the normal merchant disciple that I did business with. I expected that they would get noticed by the powers in the school, since he tried to sell things first in the school before taking them out into the world. About half of my talismans usually never left the school grounds. I bought the entire stock of these after I noticed them. The student selling them told me you were the artist who created them. "Is that true?" she asked. I inclined my head. This woman was in the nascent soul, and not in the beginning of it either. I had no doubt that she could do something like match the chi I used to create it, or use some sort of psychometry to know who had touched it. There was just no way to hide it, and I didn't want to do so anyway. "Yes, mistress?" She nodded. At first, I thought the merchant was lying about the capabilities of this, but I have tested them in depth by now. They are quite remarkable. The range wasn't realm-wide like the merchant claimed, but I could send a message to someone that I know to be over 3 million li away. Not 4 million li, though. The talisman failed when I tried that. Just how the fuck large was the Winding River's realm in the fucking first place? My pet goat, that was ridiculously large. Still, it was unexpected that it had a range at all. So I frowned. The way I understand it, it shouldn't have a limit like that. It should be able to send messages to other realms, even. Other planes and universes, even. Was this a limitation of the spell itself, or just the translation of the spell I had created in the form of the talisman? She nodded. I tested that too, and that's even more remarkable. We have a large number of elders in another realm, and I was able to send them a message. I've spent some time studying the remaining talismans, and if it works the way I think it does, then the range would only be limited inside the realm it is sent from. That didn't make any sense, or did it? Perhaps it punched out of the present realm, and therefore, since it was outside the destination realm, it could choose the closest part to punch back in. So the actual distance it traveled was less than if it had to go entirely through normal space. I didn't know enough about space-time, or the void to answer that question, but I felt that if I understood why the talisman performed like this, I would learn something very valuable. Also, why did we have a large amount of elders in other realms? Traveling to other realms was difficult. Nascent soul cultivators could do so, but it wasn't without risk. The unofficial name of the spirit venerable realm was void separating because this was the first stage at which travel through the realms was something one could do with complete to relative safety. I decided to ask, why do we have a lot of people in other realms? And how? She smiled as if pleased I had noticed and said, you presently don't need to know. But it is one of the reasons we focus on training sword prodigies. She paused for a moment, as if considering, and then finally shrugged. We're responsible for sending cultivators periodically to a perilous realm to keep very dangerous people and things in check. We're only one of the minor partners in this alliance, though. Nobody is asked to go until they reach at least core formation, either, and even then, it is optional. Generally, the benefits outweigh the risks, but even still, this accounts for the majority of the deaths of core formation elders of the school and always has. I didn't know the school was part of any type of alliance, so they really must keep that to themselves. I considered what she was saying and finally asked, is communication between realms rare or difficult to achieve? She grinned and nodded. It is. I'm glad you're smart. It isn't impossible, but it is rare and expensive. A lot rarer and more expensive than this talisman. She looked at me in the eyes and said, I'll be straight with you. We were hoping you could contribute the method to making these talismans to the school. Not all of the dangers our people face in that place are from the enemies. And if everyone that goes had a way to send a message back to the school at an instant's notice, I believe casualties would drop by a quarter. I was expecting that, but I hadn't expected that the talisman would be that important to the school. I actually thought that the long-range distance communication inside this realm would be the most useful, because it was rare for there to be any inter-realm travel at the stage our school was at. I'm not against the idea, however. I have some conditions, I said boldly. She grinned. Speak. The way the school rewards contributors to the Dao repository is nice, but theoretically, if only a few people bought this talisman. Since I assume it will be kept somewhat secret, my profits would be small since I only earn a portion of what the technique costs, and only the one time. When you consider that the people that will be buying this will be highly placed, they will likely have considerable discounts at the Dao repository already, too, I said, explaining my hesitancy. She nodded. I understand what you're saying. I'm willing to add the additional caveat that you will be compensated on a per talisman produced basis, but only for those talismans that the school produces or buys for our own business. Although I expect this to be the majority of talismans for the next quarter century. I thought about what she said. So, if the school directed students to produce the talisman, then I would get a fee. Or if the school bought the talismans, I would get a fee. I would only not get a fee if a student produced and sold the talismans to someone that wasn't the school, but it sounded like they intended to monopolize the production and use of them for as long as possible. I nodded. That sounds fair. I take it the school wants to have exclusivity on these talismans, so it would prefer that I don't teach others how to make them. She nodded. I said, in that case, if another sect strong-arms us into sharing the production method, then I want a share of the benefits they give us in exchange, and if someone does do this, then I no longer need to keep the method secret and could teach others again. That caused the older woman to raise her eyebrow, but she nodded. acceptable, almost. If anyone but one of our alliance members learns the method, then your confidentiality will no longer apply. We will try very hard to prevent this from happening, but it is a distinct possibility. In fact, our own alliance members are the ones most likely to coerce us. Even if that unfortunate thing happens, we'd still like to keep the method confidential amongst us alliance members. I can't speak to exact percentages, but I promise you we won't treat you shabbily. I'd feel better if I knew exact percentages, but I thought I was pushing as far as I could get away with. Lastly, I'd like some of the benefits paid in advance. I want a personal flying treasure and a medium-sized spatial ring. Planning to go out adventuring after you break through? She asked wryly. Was it that obvious? I guess it was. The two things a new Foundation establishment cultivator wanted the most was a fast-flying treasure and a spatial ring to hold loot that they planned to acquire in their adventures. I nodded, and she waved a hand. I will gift you a flying treasure myself when you break through. This is something I do for every one of my disciples, and we can give you a spatial ring in advance against your future earnings. That's all I needed, then, I said with a smile. The older woman nodded. Happy cooperation, then. Happy cooperation, I agreed. We both stood up to leave, and she said, Come to the peak to see me at least once every third day. You seem closest to the Soul Dao, which is pretty far from the Dao of Water that I specialize in, but I still should be able to offer you a considerable amount of pointers. As your mistress, this is something I am responsible for now. It's time to make like a tree in GTFO. Li Hua was the fifth princess of a nation that was about the same distance away from the Qin dynasty of the young master I used to play chess with, but it was in a perpendicular, 90-degree offset direction to the south. It was a nation of small islands, although I would call them continent-sized, that peppered one of the large freshwater lakes that fed into the many, many rivers in this world. She looked like a princess, too. She even had a little silver-gold coronet on her head, which I thought was both pretentious and fetching. It matched her eyes, too. I considered, wistfully, for a moment, to see if I could coax her under my desk in my office, but then I shook my head. If I tried to bed every pretty girl I saw, then I wouldn't get anything else done at all, especially since all female cultivators were generally pretty. It was like supermodel central over here. Besides, I wasn't following the Qin Dasheen model here exactly. I had no need to antagonize this woman because she had already gotten into a disagreement with one of the other outer sect gangs, and she had already worked her way through that group like a diesel-powered threshing machine. Li Hua didn't have the same fighting style as Qin Dasheen and me, but that didn't mean she wasn't strong. If anything, she was more traditionally strong than either of us was. She used overwhelming force in an above-board, straightforward manner. She used water techniques, just like my mistress, and sought to be as unstoppable as a flood dragon, but I didn't feel like she was that big of a threat, personally. I already knew a few ways to handle this type of cultivator from spars with mistress who would hold herself back. I thought she seemed a bit nervous to be meeting me today, but that could have been my imagination. Nalani had led her into the tea room and then departed, and after seating herself in front of me, Li Hua said, Senior Sister Mei 1, thank you for inviting me for tea today. Once again, I felt that seeking training about etiquette and the various things a young miss of means would know was one of my better decisions. I made us both cups of tea, pausing to put a fairly large amount of honey in mine, which caused the woman across from me to relax a little bit. I suppose it was a signal that the meeting wasn't that serious, but the truth was that I just preferred sweet things. I replied, Of course, junior sister. We haven't had a lot of time to speak privately. That had been intentional on my part. I continued, How have you found your life in the outer sect? You've made pretty good progress since arriving here. She had been in the 5th level when arriving at the school and now was midway through the 6th. Her combat abilities were better now, too. More refined and more efficient from a chi used to advantage gain perspective. We talked congenially for almost an hour, and this time, getting to know her better in person firmed my decision. Nalani did not want to succeed me. Specifically, she said that while she was cultivating much faster, it would still be 7 to 10 years before she broke through. So she had asked me to approach Li Hua. But I had more loyalty to Nalani herself, and would force her to do it if I didn't think the woman across from me would treat her properly. I had already investigated a dozen girls that followed Li Hua, and she didn't have anything like a second-in-command like I had. so I was hoping that this could be a win-win. The reason I asked you over here today is the Disciples Union president is an inherited position, and I won't be in the outer sect much longer. I told her this straight. She widened her eyes a bit, seeming a bit surprised, and said, I have to admit,
I'm surprised.
I have done a little research about your position, and I had expected you to nominate Senior Sister Nalani. She then shook her head and said, First of all, congratulations on your pending breakthrough. I acknowledged her thanks and inclined my head. Honestly, she was my first choice, but she recommended you. I believe she could do the job, but she says she might remain in the outer sect for another 10 years. Her goal is to focus on her cultivation now so that she can break through before the time limit imposed and still be eligible for the inner sect. She has already been in the school for 10 years. Li Hua's eyes shone with comprehension, immediately understanding the situation. That was one way that dire monsters were at a disadvantage at the school. They generally cultivated slower, but the time limit of 25 years was the same for all disciples in the outer sect. Before she could reply, I asked, Tell me, what do you know about the Disciples Union president? She raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. The Disciples Union president is a dire monster that calls herself May 1. She is reputed to be a species of highly in-aspect predatory jungle cat, allegedly a celestial ghost cat. She is considered a cultivation genius and would consider that even if she were human. Her non-combat talents include being a registered talisman artist and formations mistress. She allegedly fights using illusory and beguiling techniques, as befitting her status as an ambush predator. Not much is known about her before she came to the school, and I speculate that she came to the human lands because she had a poor affinity for her ancestral cultivation techniques, which may explain why she uses a human one. One of her known weaknesses is her insatiable hunger for beautiful human women. I was amused but finally held up a hand and said, Thank you for that, but I meant more along the lines of the position itself. I was pretty sure she knew exactly what I meant in the first place, but wouldn't miss an opportunity to butter me up. Perhaps it also meant that she was open to the idea of being devoured. But no, that would be inappropriate. Despite Qindashin doing the same thing, our relationship differed wildly from the one Qindashin and I had. Antagonism could be only a half step away from lust, but Li Hua was more like a junior to me rather than a rival, and a romantic or sexual relationship with my juniors didn't seem appropriate. It was why I had never pursued any of the girls in my clique despite occasionally fantasizing about some of them, especially considering that I was performing what was essentially a job interview. Qindashin hadn't seduced me until after she already offered me the job. Yes, it would be widely inappropriate. I sighed. Perhaps in the future, when we were both peers, or closer to peers, as I didn't intend to give her a chance to catch up. There would always be power dynamics in any relationship, I supposed. That was one of the factors that attracted me to both Lu Rushue and Qindashin after all. When she started speaking again, her opinion about the Disciples Union was similar to what I had before Qindashin talked to me, that it was set up as an intentional way to provide resources to disciples that were powerful socially, as one of the ways the school kept many different ways to advance, not solely swinging a sword. She didn't know that the Disciples Union was basically the outer sect outpost of the Jade Peak, either. I didn't hide the pin that declared my membership to it, so this was a bit of a blind spot for her. Still, she hadn't been around too long, and while she might have easily found out who the last president was, the only place that recorded all previous presidents was our offices. You'd have to be a member and then look at the files for all previous presidents before realizing that they all joined the Jade Peak. I said almost the same thing when I was asked this question, but the position is more important than that. Let me explain. I told her, and explained I did. She already understood the concept of protecting her own group of close to a dozen followers, so it wasn't that big of a leap. She frowned and said, So, the main job is to be a role model then? I blinked, and I hadn't thought of it that way, but that was pretty accurate when everything was going correctly. There were anywhere from 1,200 to 1,300 outer sect disciples, and 20% were female. The number of girls in my group was only about 20% of the total female disciples. We were the largest group, but there were about 5 other groups of female disciple gangs. I just didn't think any of their leaders was appropriate to replace me. They were either not strong enough, or alternatively, they were dangerously uncouth. Being a role model to show the rest of the girls how to protect themselves was one of the parts of the job. Finally, I replied, if everything is going well, that is accurate. But you also have to be seen as a potential hammer for egregious cases. This is why personal strength is important. I've only had to nip something in the bud once this year. There had been reports that one of the new gang leaders had offered to provide protection for one of the weaker female disciples if she became his girlfriend. Every disciples' union president had their own bottom line. Chen Dexin had explained hers to me, and this might have been acceptable to her. However, for me, that was an inch too far over the line. I then went on to explain the benefits she would receive for all the trouble she would go through, and I could see her start to breathe heavily, clearly very excited and nervous. You're saying every president is guaranteed entry into the Jade Peak? I inclined my head. More than that. You'd be a member as soon as you took the position. We don't want to encourage a junior sister to rush through her cultivation and create a poor foundation just to receive the benefits. You'll receive all the benefits of membership in the Peak, even as an outer sect disciple. In effect, you'd be a member of the outer sect only by a technicality. We just ask that you keep that part discreet. So, what do you say? Are you willing to do the job? I'm willing, she said rapidly. I hummed and nodded. All right. I have some conditions. She looked a little more wary but said, of course. Firstly, you'll have to complete a task that demonstrates you're capable of running the place on a day-to-day basis, I said. She nodded rapidly, clearly confident in her management abilities, so I added, also, I have a list of girls who follow me who I need you to see to, I told her. She frowned. I'm not willing to blanketly allow all of your followers into my group. Internally, I grinned. I had said the same thing to senior sister. I waved a hand. You won't need to. Most understood I cultivated fast enough that I wouldn't be in the outer sect too long. However, I have a list of about 5 that I consider at risk and in need of special protection. You don't necessarily need to allow them into your group, but you'll have to protect them somehow when I am gone. Otherwise, I will force this job on Nalani, who I know will do so. Li Hua nodded, relieved. I can definitely do that. Lastly, Nalani. I know you do not have what I'd consider a competent second-in-command. I cannot and will not order you to choose someone specifically as your successor when it is your time to leave, but I can force you to take her on as your second, at least for now. If you two don't click, then that's fine, but I'm going to need a commitment from you that you'll at least try. I owe her for all the help she's been to me this year, I said, a little emotion leaking through my voice. The young woman across from me blinked and then was silent for a moment before nodding. You're correct. I'm willing to give her a chance. How about she assist me with whatever task you have set for me, and we'll see how we work together. I pursed my lips. I'm 100% confident that she could perform the task herself, so her assisting you wouldn't make it much of a test for you. I then paused and said, this is the same task that senior sister Chen Dexin set for me. I'll tell Nalani that she is only able to offer the same assistance she provided me the first time around. Is that all right? She chuckled. That's fine. And you being so confident in her makes me feel better about her already. Your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to organize the next seasonally Disciples Connection meeting in 10 weeks. This is the most important meeting of the year, as it coincides with opening the sect for new disciples, I told her, and I produced a well-worn leather journal. I did rewrite the guidebook, but it was the same one that Chen Dexin gave me. If she used my guide, then it would be too easy. This meant that I would be losing Nalani early. Although she could do this all herself, it would be a full-time job for several weeks pretending to learn everything from scratch again. The process for forming your foundation was pretty straightforward. You filled your consciousness with true qi until the pressure became so strong that the vaporous, mist-like qi condensed into a liquid, and from then was birthed a spiritual sea of liquid qi. The goal was to create as still and as perfect a spiritual sea as possible, and a big part of qi gathering was the spiritual equivalent to earth moving. It was the mental image of turning your spiritual body into terrain. Most people's spiritual terrain was hilly or even mountainous, not conducive for the construction of buildings. Circulating qi throughout the qi gathering stage was like moving earth around, using equipment and effort to smooth out the tall spots and fill in the depressions. Lastly, You had to create a singular depression big enough to hold your entire cultivation base as a lake or sea. The process of working through the foundation establishment realm to make the breakthrough to the golden core realm was turning this liquid sea into a solid, with the creation of pillars to hold your Jindan, or golden core onto, but that was for another day. I was sure that there were likely other ways a cultivator could do it, but I thought changing the mental images would be more dangerous than not. It might be different if I had a hard time cultivating with this method. If everyone thought I was trash, then it would make sense to take a risk and choose a different mental framework and image for your spiritual sea. The risk would be high, but so would the corresponding rewards. I was a firm believer that there was no such thing as an untalented person. The people we considered untalented in cultivation, I just assumed, were untalented in the current style of cultivation that was so popular. 18 months of repeatedly devouring the talents of people condemned to death for crimes made me very understanding that everyone was talented in something, and that our current understanding of magic and cultivation was just one narrow path that could be traveled. There was no way that it was the only one. Just hearing about how Merildwin's parents were discussing the magic of their new world demonstrated that. There were 3 types of magic at least. Perhaps there were infinite types for infinite worlds. But I wasn't a protagonist. I wasn't about to create an entirely novel cultivation system on the off chance it would be superior to the one that had been refined for millions upon millions of years by trillions of people. I wasn't that arrogant. Stillness while under pressure was a very important part of this final process. It was called the foundation realm, and a cement foundation was exactly the correct way to think about it. The smoother, denser, and more level, the better. Plus, ever since I had found myself in this body, I made it a habit to perform periodic self-examinations of my spirit and soul. When you found a literal devilish contract surrounding your soul, this became a pretty rational thing to do, and I had continued it even after that contract vanished, just in case. This turned out to be a huge advantage that I had over most cultivators at my level. You didn't awaken your spiritual sense until you reached the foundation establishment, so most people's methods for examining their own spirit, soul, and consciousness were very limited. As for me, I had been watching this spiritual earth-moving process from the beginning. It allowed me to identify spots that still appeared rough and contribute more actively to their smoothing while cultivating, rather than just relying on my cultivation method to do so passively. It was one of the reasons I cultivated so quickly at my stage, and why I never needed to stabilize myself after a breakthrough. I simply wouldn't try to break through if I thought there was still work to be done. It wasn't impossible for other cultivators to do the same. There was a formation I had been reading about called a cognizance formation that provided a huge benefit for spiritual introspection, a lot better than even my methods that used wizardry. However, it was rare enough that not only did the books not talk about how to make one, but as far as I knew, we didn't have any at all in the school. If we did, then they were definitely not available for chi-gathering disciples at all, given how important spiritual self-knowledge was to survive the nascent soul tribulation. If they existed here, then they were all being monopolized by all of the Golden Core elders, for sure. But theoretically, someone rich enough, the child of an immortal perhaps, could have the same advantages that I had. The Foundation Establishment breakthrough was the safest of all realm breakthroughs, being the first, but still, over 30 to 40% of people attempting it failed, and failure had a chance to cause serious internal injuries or death. You were intentionally putting yourself under incredibly high spiritual pressure, so it wasn't that unusual for some people to explode. Thinking about that, there seemed to be a lot of ways to randomly explode while cultivating immortality, didn't there? It was a wonder that I had never seen it happen yet. Sitting lotus-style in my private sanctum, I slowly increased the spiritual pressure by pushing all of my true chi through my meridians. Normally, you cycled it back through the meridians, but I was terminating the cycle. I was trying to empty all of my meridians into my core, just under my rib cage. This was why even if you didn't suffer any injuries in a failed breakthrough, you almost always lost a significant amount of cultivation, usually at least 2 to 3 levels. This was your Violet Palace, or Zifu, although some called it your Dantian, or Sea of Chi. I preferred thinking of it as the Violet Palace, myself, because once you changed your chi into a solid when you formed a golden core, that's what it would be. The mental image of a palace worked best for me to create a very still, very level chi sea as if it were the literal cement foundation I was pouring while building a house. If I thought of it as a sea, then invariably, I would think of the roiling waves in a sea. I was a sailor long enough to know that no sea was ever totally becalmed, but waves or disturbances in your sea of qi were totally contraindicated when breaking through. Amusingly, one of the better mental images that had worked for me in the last phases of my qi gathering was from a cartoon. I remembered when Rick showed Morty True Level in one episode, and I used that as a mental device to help me give some true level to the terrain around and in my qi sea. I wasn't entirely sure it worked, but it seemed to. I dabbled in precision too. After all, already, my sea of consciousness was an endless fogbank of true qi in its vapor state, but the pressure was slowly increasing to the point where every now and then, a drop would form, condense and fall into the area I had prepared for it. I was going slowly. I had already tried condensing the qi a little faster, but it caused pain. This was a new experience for me in cultivation, and I was not too fond of it. Going slowly, it was just a comfortable pressure building up. This did mean that the process of my breakthrough was much longer than average, though. If I had a weaker mentality or the inability to focus or be patient, this would be a significant risk. But I had always been very patient. Spending time in the woods that went heightened that to dizzying heights too. Both Merildwin and I had spent both an instant and forever in that place, and it had been the main reason I had been such a screaming, blubbering mess when I got control of myself in the frozen place. However, not all changes were bad, and it was the reason I could easily spend as much time as I did in that place learning to read by shoving my disembodied soul into books. Drip, drip, drip. At this rate, this would only take me almost a full 24 hours of concentration. I could do that sitting on my head if I had to, though. The only downside was I couldn't allow my mind to wander anymore, as it was wont to do. Not even for a moment. I'd just focus on the drips now like I was brewing a coffee. Drip, drip, drip. I wasn't quite in a trance, but it wasn't that far off from one, either. I never increased the pace further than the continuous drips of large qi droplets. My first realization that I was finishing was that the vapor clouds in my sea of consciousness thinned and then seemed to disappear. If these clouds of qi were analogous to clouds of water vapor, then there was still some qi in the air, though. It was just saturated now, so I didn't release the pressure. I felt that I could break through now, but that I would lose something if I did, so I just continued. The drops came slower until, eventually, they stopped completely. At that point, my breakthrough proceeded all on its own without me even starting it. My meridians were so empty that they created a sort of vacuum suction force and swirled like a silver luminescent qi vortex centered on my body. For a few seconds, the drips changed to a flood. It was so surprising that it wasn't painful, but I had to concentrate to keep my head from exploding. Then, as fast as it started, it stopped. I tilted over and fall onto my face, sighing in contentment. I almost doubled my total true qi capacity at once there at the end, judging from how big my qi sea was now. The qi suction phenomenon was widely reported, but few people reached the stage of a physical qi vortex forming around their body. My intuition told me that it was a combination of my excellent preparation and not giving up, even when it took minutes and minutes for each last qi drop. If I had let some qi remain, then it would have backfilled into my meridians, and the amount of vacuum force created would have been significantly less, even if there had been only a few drops left. This made what my mistress told me about breaking through make more sense, which was that if I felt like I could break through, then I shouldn't. The breakthrough happened on its own for me, so maybe that was normal for someone with a superior performance like this. My soul felt larger, stronger, and looser in my body. And my body, it was disgusting. I had been ready for this, but the black gunk that covered every inch of my body was absolutely disgusting. I stood up on wobbly legs, ripped off the throwaway gown I had prepared for this event, and squinted. I could sense through the walls now, with my spiritual sense unlocked, but I didn't need to actually see where I wanted to go. I cast Dimension Door and teleported directly into my bathroom, and turned on the shower to the hottest it could go and stepped inside. The hottest setting was just close to being boiling water, and would have caused significant scalding injuries on a normal human. I was a little bit weak against heat attacks, but even still, I could withstand regular hot water. Li Hua had an attack using a water whip of superheated water that would be dangerous to me, but I think she must have used some special method to keep it under pressure even while using it as a whip, as it instantly turned to steam and could even set things on fire when it touched them. Seeing water set something on fire was pretty wicked cool. That wasn't an ability she was permitted to use in spars, but she had shown it to me after I had pretty much acquiesced to the fact that she would be my successor. The disciples' meeting was this week, followed by the sect opening again the following week, but her organization skills and administration ability were far in excess of mine. So I didn't expect anything to go wrong, so I was going to step down early. That way, she could have the better position of being the disciple union president at the time the new disciples arrived. This would increase her position with them, compared to taking over afterwards. But first, I was going to take a nap. After a few hours of rest, I got up and put on my disciples' robes. Specifically, I put on the ones for inner sect disciples that I had bought in advance, and casually clipped the jade peak pin from my old robes onto my lapel. Things had been going so great with my successor that I had basically given her my office in the Disciples Union for the past couple of weeks. Everyone knew that she was my replacement, so I decided to go make things official. I pulled out the pin for the Disciples Union president, tossed it in my hand a few times, and then put it away in my dimensional space. The flying treasure that my mistress acquired for me was suited for me, but I didn't exactly like the way it looked. It was a flying cloud like the flying nimbus that Goku used, not as pretty as the lotus-type treasure the girl that Xiaoli had a crush on had. However, this sort of nebulous and formless treasure was very suited for cultivators who specialized in illusions, as I might be able to make it and me invisible while traveling. That would be something I had to work on. Right now, many of my illusory spells were rendered useless unless I punched down and fought against people below my realm. Spiritual sense could see through the majority of illusory spells I cast, including invisibility. That was bad. Magic aura could defeat spiritual sense, but it would be a lot of work to rejigger most of my illusory spells to include this spell form. It was possible, and it wasn't as hard as creating a totally new spell, but it would definitely shift invisibility from a level 2 spell to a level 3, at least. 4. If I proceeded with the combination in a half-assed way. That was the bad news. The good news was that since breaking through, my magic felt inexhaustible. It wasn't, but comparatively, it was an amazing feeling. I definitely had at least twice the number of spell slots now, possibly treble for the first and second levels. This wouldn't let me cast 5th level spells any sooner, but it would make it so that I could cast my existing spells longer. I couldn't wait to tell Meraldwin's parents. They would be so jealous. I probably had more second-level spell castings per day than they did. Also, the distance I had traveled with Dimension Door was much further than it was supposed to be, with no change to the difficulty of casting it. That was a huge benefit, as combat at my level was now reaching the point of being much longer ranged, and some of my spells just couldn't be used if they stayed within the standard range for wizardry spells. In the Foundation Establishment realm, I was reaching the point where many of the Taoist techniques were as useful or even more useful than wizardry spells. At least spells of the levels I had access to, but if my magic scaled with the increased size and density of my soul, then that would allow me still to use spells, perhaps even lower-leveled ones, as trump cards. I pulled the flying treasure my mistress had given me in advance out of my spatial ring and inspected it. This wasn't a type of treasure that required what I considered attunement. I could use it right away, and there wasn't a limit to how many of these types of treasures I could have. That said, I'd never used it before, so I sent my spiritual sense deep into it to figure out its user interface. After some brief tests close to the ground, I figured it out. It was quite simple. One nice part about a semi-solid cloud was it was very comfortable, more so than the softest lazyboy recliner. I settled into it and then shot out into the air, moving at double the speed of sound. No sonic booms were created, though, as they used some sort of magic to prevent the formation and propagation of shockwaves. It was like it slipped through the air and was completely silent. There wasn't even the relative wind blowing against my face, it having been diverted somehow. I arrived at the Disciple Union offices in a flash. I put away the treasure several hundred meters up and had intended to use Featherfall to make an entrance, but I realized it wasn't really necessary anymore. Not only was I durable enough to survive terminal velocity now, but now that I could easily extend my chi outside my body without putting it in a spell form or technique, I could make something equivalent to a parachute. It felt like I had 4 or 5 new invisible limbs, kind of like those Diclonius girls from the anime Elfenlied that I had seen 10 or more years ago. I wonder if I could rip someone's head off with this sort of telekinetic ability like they could in that show. It would need to be practiced. I walked in and was greeted warmly. Half of my girls still worked here, but I had allowed Li Hua to hire on all of her girls. My followers who weren't joining her group weren't disgruntled. They all knew I wouldn't be in this position for long, and they privately felt that I could still help them a lot just by them having a friend in an important part of the school. Is junior sister Li Hua in? I asked Nalani, who greeted me warmly. She even gave me a hug. She smiled. She is. You can go on in. Congratulations, senior sister, on breaking through. Nalani and Li Hua hit it off pretty well, which I wasn't surprised at. Nalani was a natural follower personality, but she was competent and intelligent enough to be someone's highly trusted lieutenant or adjutant. If you gave her a goal, she could accomplish it even if it meant managing and leading subordinates, but she seemed to dislike the forming of goals herself. She was worth her weight in spirit stones to someone like me and Li Hua. In other words, I stepped into what was still, technically, my office. Li Hua was behind my desk, peering at the illusory holograph of the display interface I and one of my senior sisters at Jade Peak created. It was a moment of cognitive dissonance for me because it so much resembled someone working on a computer that I almost tripped. I had seen my spreadsheet system be used before, but I had never walked in on someone using it. Creating a scientific calculator ended up not being too difficult, and I used that invention to get the attention of one of the Golden Core senior sisters, Elder Qianhui, at Jade Peak. She was the one on the peak who was the most knowledgeable about formations, and I begged her to assist me with my Excel project. She was intrigued by the calculator, but perplexed at what I was trying to do. She thought my idea to copy over every character in the language was a good one if I was planning to create a word processor, although she called it something else, but that it was insane if what I was making was merely a visual calculator. She instantly understood what I was trying to create, too. Cultivation increased your intelligence the further you went, same as your physical strength, although it didn't do anything for your common sense at all. If anything, sometimes that was reduced. But she thought it was a great idea, but that I didn't need some complicated, arbitrary input method. Instead, I should separate cells into 3 types: labels, formulas, and inputs. Instead of inventing a keyboard and input system for any character, I should just copy the Jade Slate method of drawing any series of characters for each label type. Then, I would only need enough inputs to enter numbers and dates, and a way to input formulas. Rather than type them, she suggested what, in effect, was a drop-down list. You would select the formula from a list and then input the formula parameters. You could do this repeatedly, making one formula the parameter to another as one would expect in a spreadsheet. It was a clunky way to input a series of formulas, especially when you were used to Excel, but it had the decided advantage of being possible with what we had available to us. It was only with her help over the past months that the prototype was created. In fact, she did close to half the work, including the entirety of the mechanisms for dates and time, as well as the drop-down list for selecting each formula. After that, together, we added quite a lot of formula functions and called it a day. The school administration was so amazed by the invention that they said they would buy each device for 10,000 contribution points. I made them 3, rebuilding the various prototypes that I had tried and failed to build in the past, but I didn't have the heart to make any more, besides one more for my office here as well. The compensation for both selling them, as well as what both me and Elder Qianhui would make from putting the guide to their construction in the Dao repository, meant that I would probably be wealthy beyond avarice by the time I came back from my adventures, on top of the already huge compensation I was getting from the sending talismans. My mistress told me that the members of the Alliance had already remarked on them, as thousands had been shipped to the battle realm with the latest rotation of participants. It was nice to have a lot of money, but there were so many things in this world that just couldn't be bought with money, so it wasn't as though I would have nothing to worry about. But it made me want to convert a lot of points into spirit stones, go to an auction, and buy random things like a big shot. The input method on the visual calculator was a two-handed affair, and kind of resembled a numpad on steroids, and to me, it was incredibly clunky, but seeing how fastly Hua was traversing the spreadsheet made me wonder if it would be difficult to transition to a normal keyboard and mouse-style input later. She glanced up at me and smiled, and then her eyes widened as she noticed the robes I was wearing. There was no doubt that she noticed that she couldn't detect my cultivation, too. She stood up, saying warmly, "Congratulations, senior sister." I motioned her down and sat across from her. She looked quizzical and said, "I thought you would wait until the connection meeting was over." I snorted, "Your administration abilities far outstrip mine. There is no way it's going to be anything but a success. What do they teach princesses in your country?" "Oh, you know, the usual. Zither, painting, administration," she admitted with a wry smile. Then she motioned to the visual calculator. "This device is amazing. I'm not sure if I told you before, but it took me a little while to figure out how useful it is." She sighed and said, "I wish I could make copies of the display on paper. I hadn't invented a printer, but—" I nodded. "There is a technique in the utility section of the Dao repository on the second floor. It's called the waterpress spell. It's used to make copies of pretty much anything you can see or remember on paper as if it were a printing press. I think it's only 5 points. That's how I usually make copies of things from jade slates." She widened her eyes for a second time today and slowly nodded. "I can see how that might work. I assume the water used in the spell is actually ink? Can it make copies of cultivation manuals, I wonder?" It wasn't surprising that a water cultivator instantly understood the mechanics. "If your understanding of the manual is really high, yes," I admitted with a nod. I had 7 demonic spells given to me and practiced so far at the school at this point, and I had watched senior sister Han Maying make me copies of each demonic spell or technique with this spell when she gave me new ones after the first 2 that she had just handed me. I had wondered why she had the 2 books ready to hand me at first, but I had known at the time that her handing me that list filled with demonic techniques was partly a test. Some of the techniques were only ones that could be used on other cultivators, like the methods for turning someone into a cultivation furnace while dual cultivating. How would I ever practice that except here in the school? I still wanted those techniques, just to see how they worked, but they were definitely a trap because she said she would only give me further techniques if I mastered the first 2. Also, there had been a number of techniques that were just too evil. It could be argued that the technique I had that refined humans into spirits was pretty bad because it was, without a doubt, an excruciatingly painful torture, but there were others in that list that made it seem mild. I didn't think I would have had a good end if I had picked a couple of those. I could see the school quietly assassinating me if they thought I really had no bottom line. As such, I came to the conclusion that she really did guess which techniques I would choose. Maybe not entirely, as I bet she had maybe 5 or 6 books with her, but the ones I chose really were the best for me at the time. Han Maying could copy an entire book of evil magic the size of a JK rolling novel in just a few seconds with the waterpress spell, which told me that she deeply understood the contents of all of the spells she had copied for me. She presented herself as a foundation establishment cultivator, but I didn't buy it for a minute. I think she must be part of the school's equivalent to Black Ops, or something along those lines. To give an idea of how well she understood the material, I had tried making a copy of the blood tracking spell that I practiced the same way, and each page had errors. Even then, it took me minutes to do so, and that technique was barely 30 pages long. I stood her up and pinned the president's pin to her lapel, and followed it up by handing her the jade peak pin. "If you don't mind, poke yourself with that pin. You need to drop a drop of blood on the jade peak pin to bind it to you, so nobody else can use it." She seemed intrigued and did so, the drop of blood disappearing into the brooch mysteriously. I nodded. "All right, you're bona fide now. I'll let the senior sisters at the peak know. You are welcome to come up anytime you want. As far as we are all concerned, you are a member of the peak right now. The standard allotment of chi and blood pills is 60 a month, but they probably won't arrive till next month. It will probably be double or even triple to make up for it, though, so that is nice. Sometimes, the administration moves slowly." She looked very proud of herself right now, and she let out a contented sigh. "I have been saving my contribution points when you told me that I would receive a discount at the Dao repository. Do I have it now? And how much of a discount?" I nodded towards the jade peak pin on her robes and said, "You should have it now, and it is half off." "Half off?" She grinned like a kid at a candy store. She smiled at me. What are your plans now, senior sister? Adventure, I said simply. I've been in this place for almost 2 years now. That's way too long. I'm going to see if a friend or two wants to go wandering around. Get into trouble. Get ourselves out of it. The usual. She blinked. You're leaving now? You're not even going to stay until the new disciples come or enter into the tournament now that you've broken through? I shook my head. I didn't think I could beat Xiao Li's love interest unless I attacked her from ambush, and that wasn't possible in the tournament. That bitch was like Lena from Dota 2, and I couldn't move fast enough to dodge her ultimate. Even going invisible wouldn't save me, as she could use indiscriminate flame attacks to find me and then lock on like a JDM. I'd seen her do it. She won every year, so I didn't see a reason to stay around. I would have Xiao Li wanted to come with me, and yet still wanted to compete, but I had a feeling he might want to head out too. Perhaps we could convince Ximing to come with us. She was like self-propelled artillery, so it would be a good matchup. There's no way I can beat senior sister Ximing, and I don't care too much about second place, I said honestly. Li Hua chuckled and absently rubbed the back of her neck, looking embarrassed. Yeah, that would be hard, wouldn't it? But first, I had to go visit my mistress. She already told me she'd let me run amok if I broke through, but I had to officially ask her permission to leave the school now. Secondly, I had to find Xiao Li. He had joined the Swordlight Peak 4 months ago when he had broken through and had been receiving personal instruction from the other nascent soul cultivator, who looked like a clone of Pai Mei from Kill Bill. He'd already told me he was hankering for some adventure. Fuck. What was his name? Grand Elder Jingwei? I think. Every time I saw him, I just thought of Pai Mei, though. I pulled out my flying nimbus and hopped on. I just needed my own Chi-Chi to sit on my lap, and I'd be set. A new hand touches the beacon. Asking permission to leave the school was even more straightforward than I thought. Mistress just shrugged and said, "You're talented, so try not to die." That was it. However, Han Meiying drew me into her room before I left the peak and asked, "I'm told you're going out to temper yourself?" I didn't really like that expression, temper oneself. I wasn't a piece of steel that needed to be tempered or annealed, so I just shrugged and said, "I'm thinking of it more as a vacation, but I'm sure there will be significant violence and risk. I mean, there always was in this world." She nodded and asked, "You've never taken one of the cultivation methods I offered you." "Why?" I snorted. "I already have a very high-quality cultivation method, and I cultivate quickly. Most demonic cultivation methods have serious drawbacks that I'm not interested in incorporating into my cultivation base. Also, my cultivation method requires my cultivation base to be very pure, so if I tried most of them, I'd probably explode. It wasn't that I couldn't use any other methods. Otherwise, I would have been a lot more leery of accepting the method from Grandma Mei. But although some would be compatible, most would not be. There was one cultivation method in the list that intrigued me, though. It involved keeping a number of souls imprisoned inside my own soul, which I thought might be compatible. It was mainly an auxiliary cultivation method, meant to increase the density of your true chi that you have gathered using a different, primary method. You could use it on regular people, snatching their souls out of their bodies, but it worked much better if the souls were from ghosts that had formed naturally. Still, it wouldn't increase my cultivation speed that much. Plus, it was intimate. Not sexually, but keeping multiple people prisoner inside your own soul sounded intimate no matter what way you phrased it, especially when part of the method involved agitating them so that they were active and not in a torpor. The more they reacted to stimulus, the more they assisted your cultivation. Still, I was interested in it, even if I was unsure if I would practice it. Just the way to imprison souls, and not just spirits, was incredibly valuable to me. Still, there had been a lot more useful things that I had picked first. The last technique that I picked was a way to remove real memories and insert fake memories into a person's mind, kind of like a permanent version of a number of enchantment spells that temporarily brainwash someone. The one before that involved searching a person's memories. Both of those spells could only be used on people at least one greater realm weaker than I was, but I still thought they had a lot of promise. I was off the hook with the devilish contract that I had inherited from Meraldwin. Its hooks were no longer in my soul, but Judge Wu's situation was much more nebulous. He signed me up for his Netherworld Amway scheme without my consent. As far as I could tell, There was no magically enforceable contract on my soul that would render it to him if I didn't pay the rest of what he claimed I owed him before I died. However, he was literally part of this world's afterlife system, and it might be that my soul would go to his court to be judged in any case. One would think that the Netherworld Kingdom would be set up to exclude souls that had a pre-existing relationship from seeing a particular judge. But if there was one thing I had noticed in my years living here, it was that nepotism and the like were the rule, not the exception. I could see whoever was responsible for setting dockets at court to see me and give face to Judge Wu by shuffling my soul to his courtroom. If so, then it didn't really matter if he didn't have my consent because he could fuck me over regardless. It might be a sin to be overly harsh to a soul if you were a judge, but there had to be a reason these guys wanted to accumulate so much merit from virtuous deeds. Perhaps it was just so they could do whatever they wanted some of the time. And if so, he might send me to debtor's hell for owing him money. So, having a positive relationship with the bully was in my best interest, even if it annoyed me. That meant that my soul Jarathame was vital. If I lost it, it would be a big deal. So learning how to restrain a soul on my own was useful. This auxiliary cultivation method was probably the next item on the list I would pick. She nodded and said, "Since you don't have any specific plans while you're out vacationing, would you be interested in the occasional job? You're a good match for us." "What is us?" I asked suspiciously. I thought she must be some kind of officially sanctioned demonic cultivator. It wasn't really that surprising that we had such things, as a lot of demonic spells were super dangerous and super dangerous things equated to being super useful. She waved a hand and said, "We don't have a name. Once a group has a name, it will leak and then you're halfway to having files started on you by rival sections. We're officially recognized though, and we just keep an eye out, occasionally do other things. I cannot say any more unless you agree to join." "Join now? Huh?" I narrowed my eyes. "And what if I say no? Are you going to silence me to keep this unnamed group a secret?" She looked at me like I was stupid. "Of course not, junior sister. Protecting the school and its disciples is our primary job." She coughed. "You just won't remember this meeting the exact same way as I did if you do decline." "Oh, yeah. I mean, she had been the one to use the waterpress spell to make me copies of the memory search and modification techniques. Right in front of me, in seconds, too. She obviously was a master at them, and I had suspected that she was a golden core cultivator, too. I guess that was basically an admission of that fact. "Give me a moment to consider," I said and frowned. I tried to decide whether or not I should feel upset at the implicit threat to put me under a brain whammy and mess around with my memories, but it would be pretty hypocritical. The capability of doing this exact thing for potential subordinates later on was one of the main reasons I had picked the memory modification technique in the first place. The slightly smug look on the senior sister's face told me she was following my failed attempt to get righteously indignant at her. Still, I had more secrets than the average person. I didn't want anyone to know where I came from or what I could do. Fortunately, just going rummaging around and reading someone's mind wasn't something one could do lightly. Recent memories were one thing, but a full brain scan of your long-term memory could be traumatic. Even a master of the ability, which I had no doubt she was, would find it difficult to do it to me without leaving me a drooling mess if I fought her, which I definitely would. In fact, I quickly but firmly made a vow to myself to always do so if I found myself in that situation as a way to detect this type of attack, while looking for other ways to defeat or detect it. It was theoretically possible she could have tried to build up a fake memory of my recovery, but it would have taken days or weeks. Until very recently, I had a packed schedule every day and over 50 subordinates. There was no way I could have been sequestered for days to get over the minor brain damage a forced, full brain scan would cause me. The more recent an event was, however, the easier it was to do. There was no way that my memories were fake unless practically the entire school was in on it too. "I'm not really looking for a full-time job," I said with a sigh, giving her the eye. "That's why I'm calling it a vacation, senior sister." She smiled creepily. "It's not a full-time job, and the jobs are optional. Unless the mountain is burning down, then we might try to order you to do things. But that would be an existential threat to the school, and all students would be getting orders of one kind or another. Are there any downsides at all? Also, there is no reason not to tell me more if your plan is to erase or modify my memory if I decline." I told her skeptically. She shrugged. I wanted to see how you would react to the threat. I might have only made you swear an oath instead. Then she pursed her lips. Some of the things we do can be a little distasteful sometimes, as we occasionally make deals with demonic cultivators outside of the school. That said, since we often then deal with them, it is generally a net positive in terms of sin. While I liked her little pun there, I honestly hated how this world handled that. You could literally do something incredibly evil and then spend a while doing good, and it would balance the scales, and you'd be square as far as both karma and the Netherworld Kingdom were concerned. There were some things that I didn't think any amount of penitence or good deeds could absolve, in my opinion. The entire Netherworld bureaucracy reminded me of a group of money changers that dealt with sin and merit instead of coin, setting up inside the temple. Where was Samson when you needed him? I suppose it wasn't any more repugnant than the religion I had grown up with, where you could do any amount of terrible things, and then so long as you repented and accepted Jesus, then you were square and heaven-bound. Due to my childhood, I had very ingrained opinions that some things weren't forgivable, and that has led me to be skeptical about religion while growing up. That I fundamentally believed that there were some things that were unforgivable meant that I didn't particularly like the idea of degrading my fraying morals any more than I had to, though. It might be hypocritical, given all that I had done, which would have been enough to get me tried by The Hague, followed by a 3-part Lifetime miniseries, but that was neither here nor there. Still, so long as I could decline, it might be worth it to see what the benefits would be. I finally nodded. Okay, I'll join your unnamed conspiracy. What do we do? Whatever is necessary to protect the school. The school's biggest threats come from demonic cultivators these days, so the school needs people who not only know how these types of techniques work and how to counter them, but it needs people who can plausibly mingle amongst demonic cultivators. We've established multiple minor demonic sects just for this purpose, she said with a smile, and produced a stack full of books, as well as a much more edgy, black Taoist robe. She then explained some more. The sects we started were small and mostly involved in trade. That allowed us to meet with an outsized number of demonic cultivators and collect information. We even ran the black market in a number of cities. The cults we founded even accepted new disciples like any demonic sect, but usually in a decentralized manner, kind of similar to the Hidden Flowers fairyland. There would be small outposts of one of our fake cults in most large cities within a million li from the school. It was a straight intelligence-gathering operation. Apparently, a long time ago, the school had been surprised by a developing demonic sect and almost destroyed. Never again, I suppose? The real decision-makers in the enclaves were all members of the Silver Serenity School, which allowed us to ensure that the rank-and-file members didn't go beyond the pale while also collecting the required information. Just the fact that most of the enclaves focused on the trade of contraband meant that they weren't blood-crazed maniacs anyway, but it was still better to have some adult supervision. I looked at the stack of books and quirked an eyebrow. What's all this? The top one is the cultivation method you were interested in but haven't asked me for yet, she said. I sighed, as I never told her I was interested in it. She continued, the rest are a handful of other, mostly pretty middling, cultivation methods. About half of them are demonic. Others are not. You might take a turn being a rotating elder in the Shadowmark Consortium, or maybe you see someone who you think might make a good spell fodder there. You're specifically allowed to, and encouraged, to share these techniques with them. I had wondered why she had never once required me to swear an oath not to disclose any of the evil magic she taught me. If I pretended to be some dark magic deacon, then I might need to teach these things to such people. Or, more likely, give them copies and not care if they actually learned anything, died, or made it to the cult. I considered, would that be a sin? Maybe, but only very slightly, especially if I only taught people before they became really bad. The world didn't consider demonic techniques any different than any others, mostly. Unless it was the infant torture manual, karma, and the heavenly Dao considered a spell to drain a person dry of chi, the equivalent of a sword technique. Both killed you. Maybe the former did it a little more painfully, but it was all pretty much the same. The fact that I knew it would likely be abused would be a small hit to my karmic virtue, but surprisingly little. The imposed objective morality of this world was big on personal responsibility. To be a real sin, Someone would have had to actively implicate their teacher, asking them the equivalent, "Teacher, please teach me this spell so that I may murder orphans. Only your help will allow me to kill the most I can. If you don't teach it to me, many innocent orphans will survive my wrath." Honestly, now that my eyes were open to the idea, I could think of ways to easily set up fake, evil sects of my own and harvest their members like radishes for both karmics and units and straight virtue.
No, no.
I wouldn't do that. Haha, of course not. Big Sister Han interrupted my plotting, saying, "Actually, I recommend you read and comprehend them all. You came to the school with a nice cultivation method, and that is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Knowing how other cultivation methods work will help your own comprehension, and you should be able to intuit and then simulate at least the chi gathering stage of each of these entirely without practicing them." She squinted at me, stared at me for a long moment, and then added, "Perhaps more." I nodded slowly. I had studied the differences between the 5-phase method and my own cultivation technique and thought it useful, so I could see what she meant. But I had never bothered to buy the rest of that cultivation method, even though it was cheap as chips. I took the edgy robes and stack of books and left, flying on my cloud to the Swordlight Peak. I didn't fly up the peak. I wasn't a member, and that would be rude as hell. My mistress would literally beat the shit out of me if I did, as being her disciple would implicate her as well. I cast Sending. "Yo, get down from the mountain. Give me about a half hour to finish this cycle, and I'll come down," came the reply, and I nodded. I had interrupted his cultivation. That was one downside to the Sending spell, and I wondered if I could modify it so that recipients could have a Do Not Disturb mode. It might be possible, but I couldn't presently see how to do it unless the recipient knew a fair amount of wizardry and specifically how the spell worked. You'd at least have to understand the principles behind the method that spells like Message and Sending pump the message into your brain or soul to make yourself some flag that the modified spell could detect. A little over a half hour later, Xiaoli darted from the top of the peak, flying down on a ridiculously oversized flying sword. I snorted. Of course, he got the most ridiculous flying treasure possible. He waved to me and said, "Oh ho ho, congratulations. You can come up the peak with me to my house if you want. Or have you turned in your dwelling yet?" I shook my head. "No, I haven't. Let's go there. Besides, I have to give my servants proper going-away presents, too." We flew back to my house, and I watched Xiao Li's flying sword shrink down into almost a letter opener size, which he put in a spatial treasure. Well, that made it more convenient. The damn thing had been the size of 2 or 3 surfboards. He had mainly been standing on it as if it was a surfboard. That was in no way comfortable, but I discovered that sword cultivators tended to be against the idea of comfort. Or at least, they claimed to be. We'd see if Xiaoli decided to ask to ride on my extraordinarily soft and comfortable cloud instead. I could increase or decrease the size of my cloud, as well to hold maybe 4 people if I wanted to. "Are you still interested in leaving the school for a while?" I asked him, double-checking that his plans were still the same. He nodded rapidly. "Do you think we could ask senior sister Xianxia to come with us?" I grinned. I didn't mind, although that would pretty much mean we'd have to delay our departure. She liked to win the tournament every year because the first-place prizes were really good. I shook my head. Not at all. The more of us, the better, I'd say. I'd ask junior brother Lu, too, except he hasn't quite broken through yet and is still sequestered. I frowned and said, "What should our plan be, though? I'm all right with just wandering around aimlessly, but senior sister she might not be." "The Sky Guard's army," he said instantly. If you just took it by the name, the Sky Guard's army sounded even more regimented than our school. The truth was that it was just a mercenary group, though. A semi-official mercenary group. You had to be in the Foundation establishment and pass a trial mission before you could get membership, but after that, it functioned very much like an adventurer's guild, except that all of their missions were against evil. Considering they were semi-official in almost every country we knew of, I suspected that a very strong power was behind the group, and if so, then it might be similar to how the young master handled charity in his dynasty, a pragmatic virtue farm, in other words. Luck was very real in this world, and being the person or group behind a large organization that was responsible for the systematic elimination of evildoers would reap an excellent harvest. I suppose it didn't have to be a cynical project like that, but that was what I generally expected. It suited me just fine, though. I was going to suggest we go down to the south and investigate some things Li Hua had told me about her country. They had been having a war against demonic cultivators, specifically ones that used some kind of zombies that I was interested in. But there was no reason we couldn't do that too. The chance that the Sky Guards had a mission to do just that was pretty high. We'd just have to qualify as members first. I smiled. I don't really have that much a relationship with senior sister Shi. She's a fellow member of your peak, though, so you'll have to ask her. I bet she will want to stay for the tournament, though. Xiaoli sighed at that and nodded. There's no way I can beat her, right now. So I was hoping to leave before it, as my master expects all of the disciples at Swordlight Peak to compete if we're in the school at the time. You're right, though. She'll definitely want to take an easy victory again this year. At our level, fighting a reincarnated immortal is hard, I said, shaking my head. That got Xiaoli to look at me oddly, and I asked, what? There's rumors that you are a reincarnated immortal, too. No dire monster normally cultivates as fast as you do. Plus, you know tons of spells. Grandma thinks that might be likely, too. Even, he said wryly. That wasn't entirely true, but I could see why the number of spells, to say nothing of my formations and talisman artistry expertise, would give that impression. Nobody had talked to me about it, though. In a way, I did have memories of a past life, and I couldn't even say that they were useless because they weren't. Well, it is possible, I suppose. I haven't awakened any immortal memories yet, I said carefully. I didn't like lying to Xiaoli, so I tried to do it as little as possible, and this statement was technically true, the best kind of true. All of the memories I had from my past life were 100% mortal ones. Mrs. May didn't like talking much inside the school, especially since Xiaoli was Pai Mei's personal disciple, who was at the same level she had been. It would be easy to be discovered, and a helpless nascent remnant soul could be very useful to people on the same level, so she didn't particularly trust anyone except Xiaoli himself. She also had to spend most of her time regenerating. I wasn't sure what the process was to get back to full strength once one's nascent soul was damaged, but that she still sometimes talked to him here was a good sign. I'm going to go ask senior sister if she wants to come with us, Xiaoli said excitedly and ran out of the villa. I nodded at his fleeing body. I had to dispel all the arcane locks and glyphs of warding that I had placed on this villa. It wouldn't do if the next owner blew themselves up when they couldn't open the front door. After all, I had goodie bags for each of my servants. They were practical presents consisting of spirit stones and pills, both chi and blood pills as well as healing pills. Xiaoli, and presumably Mrs. May, had created the equivalent of healing potions, but they had changed the ingredients so much that the alchemical recipe wasn't anything near like what I had given him, so I didn't feel comfortable accepting partial credit for the discovery. Plus, I had already given the school novel talismans and helped invent an entirely new kind of magitech formation. I didn't want anyone to suspect I had attainments in alchemy, too. It might lead someone stronger than me by the ankles and shake me until all my gold coins and secrets fell out of my pockets. Especially because I had negative attainments in alchemy, Xiaoli tested it systematically over weeks while we were traveling. If I watched him making a pill, then my very attention on the ingredients would slightly reduce the pill quality, somehow. He couldn't explain it, except that it happened. Little Fonger was inconsolable when I told everyone I was leaving, and it took a couple of minutes of hugging her to calm her down. The head butler looked like he wanted to punish her for the outburst, but I stared daggers at him. The girl was only 13. Besides, I had little doubt that she would be in the school herself maybe by her 18th birthday, so he would be wise not to make things hard on himself unnecessarily. Xiaoli arrived with good news. Good news because I didn't want to stay around. Senior sister, she is willing to go adventure with us, but she is already a member of the Sky Guards. So she suggests we go on alone, pass the membership trial mission, and then come back to collect her. I grinned. So we can leave now? He frowned. Give me at least 3 days. I need to settle some things here and talk to my master. I sighed and said, all right. I suppose it was unrealistic to expect to leave on the same day I had broken through, unless I was going solo. Thank you for agreeing to work a shift, senior sister, said the older man, who was a deacon in the outer sect. Since we couldn't leave, I decided to try to figure out more about the portals that connected the school with Cloudsoar City. I knew that only Foundation establishment cultivators could open them, but how? It had to be a magical device of some sort, because you didn't have to be an expert in spatial techniques. Obviously, an important disciple of the school didn't have to take turns sitting in the portal room, waiting. So he seemed to be quite appreciative of the fact that I was doing so, oblivious that my deeper intentions were to absorb as many arcane secrets as possible. What a fool. Mwahaha. So, the way this works is pretty simple. He went to explain the process and I frowned. It did use a lot of chi, so I could see why chi-gathering disciples couldn't do this. I asked, hand reaching towards the orb on a pedestal that the older man was touching. Can I try to make a portal myself? He held up his other hand to stop me, saying quickly, only one hand can touch the beacon. He then removed his hand from it and said, sure, go ahead. I think you're strong enough that you could open a portal multiple times without using all of your chi. My hand froze, pulling back almost as if I had touched something hot. The way he said that made me have a flashback of the most annoying quest in a video game that I had played religiously in my past life. The visceral feeling was so strong that it made me recoil. I looked suspiciously at the smooth orb on the pedestal. It was a perfect sphere, so it wasn't the same. Still, I half expected an obnoxious voice to say in my head, a new hand touches the beacon after I placed my hand on it. That quest was so obnoxious that it was standard procedure for me to open a treasure chest after defeating a boss, Draugr, in an underground ruin, see the beacon, immediately close the chest, and walk away. There were times when something in your brain just clicked. You learned a new fact, and then an entire series of deductions fell into place in your mind like a series of dominoes falling. I suddenly knew where Mom and Dad were. Shit, I had to warn them. I was about to run off, but then I realized where I was and debated my options. I was kind of committed to staying here for the next 6 hours or so I couldn't run off. I mean, I could, but it would damage my reputation. We had determined, with tests, that the relative time rate was a little over 21-1. So, I was being irrational. The chances that what information I could tell them would save their lives in the next 15 minutes was minuscule. Fine, I would stay here. I caused one of my chi tentacles, for lack of a better word, to enter into the orb, so I could more easily understand its user interface. That was another thing I had noticed. Nobody else walked around with their chi tentacles out. Otherwise, I would be able to see them with my spiritual sense. My mistress hadn't mentioned anything like this to me about expected etiquette in this realm, but she was kind of flaky about etiquette. It was clear, though, that it was considered impolite to just have them waving around. So I quickly retracted them all into my body when I hadn't noticed any other Foundation establishment cultivator visibly using theirs. It was a little uncomfortable, but so had been some of the outfits I had worn before coming here. It was just something I would have to get used to. This orb was a communication device. Someone on the other end could send me a message, and it also had a function where I could input a lot of chi and set a few parameters. I figured this was the portal part. Eager to see how it worked, I just started pouring chi into it, not changing any of the options. At the same time, I used my spiritual sense to look very carefully at what was happening. After a moment, a portal in the room opened. You could see through it to see Cloudsoar City, and I waved a hand at the other attendant there, who looked a little confused when nobody came out of the portal. It was a small drain keeping the portal open, but hardly anything compared to opening it in the first place. I let it close and nodded at the other man. It seems pretty straightforward. We talked a bit more before he left. Instead of focusing on what I was going to tell my Merildwin's parents, I decided to think about how this portal worked. Most of the energy came from the device itself, that was clear. It was almost as though the chi that I pumped into the device was like the initial electricity used to create an arc. An electric arc ionised the air, which then became conductive and allowed a circuit to form. It took a lot of energy to strip the air of its ions, but once done, it didn't take that much to maintain the plasma channel. The chi I had spent had created an exceptionally narrow channel between the two ends of the device, and then once created, the device used a ton more energy to widen the connection until it was a full portal that a person could walk through. It was quite interesting to watch how it worked, although I didn't know if I had learned anything useful. Shit. I had been hoping that I would be able to think about how that worked for hours, but really, it was quite simple. What was I going to do? I did remember a fair bit about the Elder Scrolls, but nowhere near what I think they needed to know. It made me curious about the false lich they had fought. I would have thought that an actual dragon priest might be out of their weight class, but it might have been possible to easily defeat one due to the differences in the two magic types. I was pretty sure Hold Monster would be effective on one, for example. If I was going by just the video game and not the lore, their battle tactics weren't anything to write home about. They summoned Draugr and used destruction magic, mainly, and that was it. They were also reportedly quite arrogant. They also might have underestimated them if they hadn't sensed a lot of magicka around my parents. I knew what I should do, and I just didn't want to do it. Merildwin would have access to the entire internet at her fingertips, so she could tell me all I needed to know about Nirn. I should use sending to contact her, but I had been putting that off, or rather specifically ignoring that it might be a possibility at all. Finally, having parents that loved me was a heady feeling, even if they were a universe away, and I didn't want her to take them back from me. Worse, I didn't want them to discover that I was just pretending to be their daughter. The woman with too many teeth. Merildwin's plans to take over the world were one made out of necessity. The idea that these humans could be trusted with nuclear bombs was ludicrous. If she were trapped in this place now, then she would have to take steps to make sure they didn't blow themselves and, more importantly, her up as well. However, such plans didn't last more than 24 hours since she found herself in the middle of Colorado. That night, her camp had been found by what she now called the woman with too many teeth. She didn't know what the entity was, except definitely not human, wielding incredibly bizarre reality-warping magic, bulletproof and intent on kidnapping her for unknown reasons. She kind of reminded her of stories told of the Fae of the Winter Court, except that didn't precisely fit, either. She cursed the owner of the body she was in as she was simply dragged physically by an ankle through the forest. The landscape changed rapidly, making it clear that she was not solely being dragged through mundane means. It started off the same as the forest in Colorado, then shifted to a desert, a swamp, and finally a forest again, thick with brambles whose thorns seemed to tear at more than just her flesh. Eventually, they arrived at a large mansion surrounded by leafless trees, as if the area was in perpetual autumn. It reminded her of a number of places she and her parents had lived in, but they had been literally haunted houses. As soon as the woman let go of her, she tried to make a run for it, but the woman opened her mouth and said, in a voice that echoed in her soul, "Stop. Fuck." That was stronger than even her dad's enchantments. She couldn't move a muscle. She couldn't even breathe. Did this fucking monster know she had to breathe? Well, this would be a quick kidnapping if she didn't. It, unfortunately, wasn't. It had been at least a decade. Merildwin's job in this mansion of horrors was as simple as it was horrific. She was a living mirror. Somehow, the woman with too many teeth knew she could cast illusions and transmutations. For some reason, mirrors were completely forbidden here. The one time she had asked about them, she had been beaten almost to death. Even just thinking about the concept of reflection too much inside the manor would make the mistress of the house vibrate in anger. Literally, vibrate, like a small earthquake. So, since mirrors were an impossibility here, her job as a slave was to use transmutation and illusion magic every single day to transform into a copy of the woman so she could know how she looked in a particular outfit or body. The woman was a shape-changer, like a doppelganger. Most of the time, she picked a female shape, and 100% of the time, it was in the uncanny valley, looking monstrous up close. Some days were easy, and she would only change one or two things. Other days were hard. If it occurred that Merildwin ran out of spells for that day and couldn't cast Alter Self, Major Image, or Disguise Self anymore, well, that was a bad day. Shrieking, inventively disturbing tortures, and the like followed, all the while the woman berating her for her ineptness at magic. Merildwin couldn't do anything to stop any abuse she received. She had been under the effect of that stop enchantment for the entire time. Just before she had passed out so long ago, the woman gave her permission to breathe. From then on, occasionally she would be granted permission to do something new. For example, cast illusion or transmutation spells, or even walk around the mansion after one surprising day several years ago when the woman seemed pleased with her efforts when she no longer had to cast spells to change her body. Now, She could shift her body exactly the same way the woman could, which really frightened her, actually. Today was one of the days that the mistress of the house was gone. This happened a few times a month, and it was one of the few days of peace that she had. She had tried going downstairs to try to communicate with the others, but had been rebuffed. She wasn't the only person here, but since nobody here could speak, it was difficult to communicate. They were all under the same enchantment, especially since, as the one that was the closest to the woman, seeing her every single day, they didn't trust her. They thought she was lying when she intimated she couldn't speak because she could cast spells, some of which required verbal components. But she could only speak to cast spells. And even then, the woman really disliked it, so she hadn't done so in years, still managing to cast while eliminating the necessity of verbal components altogether. It would have been an incredible magic achievement, one she would have liked to share with her parents if she were anywhere else. Their treatment of her was infuriating because she would do almost anything if only she didn't have to see their captor every single day. These fucks who just had to cook food or be gardeners never saw that fucking bitch. However, she had to admit that they might be disturbed by her appearance because she probably looked somewhat like the woman herself now. She might be able to shapeshift into her own form, but she didn't want her captor to ever see it. Every morning, she immediately shapeshifted into a different form after she was done pretending to be a mirror, but since all of the forms she had taken were one of the woman's, then she probably looked a bit like her anyway. There was really no way to tell. Even water didn't cast a reflection in this place, but the way that everyone literally flinched when they saw her was a good clue. She couldn't even sigh because she had never gotten permission to do so. So she just exhaled purposefully, which was almost a sigh. It was an expression that every servant around her understood perfectly. All of the servants rolled their eyes at her, and she was tempted to cast Phantasmal Killer at the ringleader but decided against it. He really might die, and if so, she would get in trouble. Besides, it wasn't really his fault that they hated her. She just wished she could have one person around to spend some time with. The loneliness was worse than the torture. Just as she was about to turn around and find somewhere to hide in or visit the library, she heard a familiar ding in her mind, one she hadn't heard in years. It was the notification of an impending message or sending. Once the woman found out she could cast message when she stupidly tried using it to communicate with the monster, the woman shrieked and forbade its use ever again. That had been a huge mistake that she thought about at least once a week, because she was of the opinion that the reason no one was allowed speech was because their enchantments would allow anyone to command them. If that were the case, she could have potentially used message to free one of the other slaves, who could have spoken a command to free her, and they could have escaped. Audible illusions didn't work, as she had tried using minor illusion and major image to do the same thing. But those spells weren't as conceptually communicative as message or sending. If there was one thing she had learned here, it was that concepts were important in this place. Rather than her parents as she was expecting, it was her own voice that entered her mind.
Marildwen.
It's John. I think your parents are in trouble. I need your help. In trouble? What had he done? Why would never mind? She only had one chance at this. She sent back, please reply again with the phrase, you are free to do whatever you want. This is important. Send it immediately. Almost instantly, another sending arrived. You are free to do whatever you want. Every time she was given a new freedom, she could feel the enchantment loosen. This time, though, she felt the fetters of the enchantment break. She sent back, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I have been trapped with a monster. Give me a few hours, and contact me again. She turned around and ran upstairs. Crying was something that none of them were permitted to do, so if she started immediately, the others would notice. Perhaps it was hypocritical to think this, since she had just railed at them doing the same, but one of them could be a collaborator, could have a way to contact the woman. They couldn't know she was free. She made it back up to the master bedroom. She didn't have her own room in this house. After all, why would a mirror need one? Instead, she slept on the floor at the foot of the woman's bed. She would have preferred sleeping in the pigsty, to be honest. But this had been the only place she was allowed to sleep at all. Once the door was closed and she was alone, she broke down crying, sitting on the floor, grabbing her knees, and just rocking herself. She knew she didn't have any time to waste. The woman could return at any time, but she couldn't help it. She sat, rocked herself, and cried for over an hour. After she was done, she jumped to her feet. She wanted to run away immediately, but needed to plan. She could take things from here. It might make her flight safer. The woman had a lot of magical objects. Most of them she would decline to take as they might be able to be tracked, but some of the least of them might be the difference of life and death. Also, the rest of her fellow slaves. Her instincts were telling her to do nothing, that anything she did was a danger to her own escape, and moreover, they wouldn't lift a finger to help her, either. That feeling she ignored. It didn't matter. She was better than that. Besides, if she was clever, she might be able to use them as a distraction. It would be a win-win. She gathered things she was going to steal, putting them into her dimensional storage that she had only gotten to use once or twice before being kidnapped. She put on one of the woman's outfits, something she was never, ever permitted to do, and shape-shifted into her most woman-like shape. To make things even more real, she cast magic aura to give her an excessively strong, roiling magical aura. She had a brief intrusive thought that she could instead just take over the mansion. She could kill the woman when she returned, and then she would be the one in charge. She shook her head. That was madness. The woman had reality-warping powers. There was no way to injure her. This was false mental feedback from taking her shape. She had instances of this in the past while performing her duties, but never this strong. She ignored it and left the master bedroom. As soon as one of the servants saw her, they looked terrified, so she knew her disguise was working. She found the head cook again. She tried to mimic the way the woman spoke, filling her voice with magic and power, saying, "Gather all of the servants together." Immediately, he rushed to obey. It was barely 2 minutes before all 36 or so slaves were gathered in the main hall. Once they were all gathered, she nodded. She had considered how to word this to get her desired result for a while. She couldn't just free them because then they would be allowed to contact the actual woman if one of them thought this was a trick. Instead, she said, "Never contact me again. All of you are to leave in separate directions. Once you leave travel for an hour, you are free to do whatever you want." The first order wouldn't last longer than an hour, but that would be enough. I cast invisibility, canceled magic aura, and ran out of the room. Ran out of the house. Ran out of the grounds. Into a forest full of brambles, whose thorns tore more than my flesh. Taking credit. I worried as I flew on my flying nimbus, shallly seated next to me. I now felt pretty guilty about not contacting Merildwen sooner. I was guiltier than I had already felt, which made it even worse. Did she transfer to a different universe, too? I didn't think so, which meant that there was crazy shit that went bump in the night in my world, too. When I contacted her again, she was in Sydney, of all places. She told me a little bit about what she experienced, but she was suffering from a little bit of amnesia and didn't remember everything about it. Some parts are cloudy, although she made sure to use her mental palace technique to ensure she would remember certain things. She told me that it was awful, it lasted many years, and that she would be utterly fucked if the woman, or the thing that looked like a woman, that kidnapped her found her again. I asked her if it was worse than the woods that wind, and she paused so long that she missed her chance to reply in that sending. In the next one, she said that it was worse, in a way, because of the malevolence. Our pet goat didn't understand anything but strongly desired to assist anyone who asked it. Being taken apart systemically to see how we worked in an instant, and then rebuilt was just her way of finding out how best to help us. That she still didn't really understand was just how it was. She tried, at least. I could see how purposeful malevolence would be a worse time, even if some of the experiences weren't as, strictly speaking, bad. I was feeling guilty because I had been able to cast sending for a little over a year. I immediately contacted Merildwen's parents, but had dragged my feet trying to contact her. She said from what she could tell, only 6 months had passed on Earth while she was held prisoner, which made me worried about my cat. Merildwen didn't know Miss Malicia's fate presently, but seemed to understand that I wanted her to find out. Hopefully, my ex just kept her after I disappeared. Merildwen and I were both not feeling too optimistic about Merildwen's chances of recovering any of my funds or property after such a long disappearance, though. Everywhere seemed to run on a different time rate. I supposed it was normal for time to be even weirder when she was held prisoner too. She had been in some strange fairy dimension, like the Never Never from the Dresden Files novels. Differing time, usually to the human's dismay, was a trope of fairy stories. According to her most recent messages that I had received right before Xiao Li and I left, she had also been changed, body and soul. There was significant damage to her soul, tears that she claimed were caused by thorns she had to push through to escape that dimension, with some strange type of magical energy filling the gaps in her soul and spirit. She suspected her changes and new unique abilities, including shape-shifting, would persist even if she used the body-stealing or clone spell I discovered in the ruins. She thought any human body she stole or clone she grew would slowly shift to somewhat match her own soul now. She said this confidently, saying it was a strong intuition after performing the same soul introspection spell that I often used and comparing it to her new protean nature. This made me very much interested in whatever plant could cause such an effect and how precisely changed her soul was. I hadn't encountered anyone with a different type of soul in this world. Even dire monsters were basically humans, just on the beast path of the 6 paths of reincarnation here. Ghosts, too. How could a thorn damage or alter the soul? They were practically indestructible, to the point where you needed really strong magic to manage it. I wanted some of these thorns to test the effect. How many of her changes occurred before versus after this soul trauma? It sounded like it depended on this strange chi she talked about. I didn't know anything, except she said she could shapeshift for the past several years. She did say she had a little difficulty casting the same level wizard spells as she had in the past. She had beaten me to the ability to cast 5th level spells, at least in the illusion school, while she was in captivity but had lost a lot of memories. I didn't think her amnesia would last, though. At least, I hoped for her sake that it didn't. There was no way I would trade my arcane knowledge for weird fairy powers and the ability to shapeshift. It was kind of difficult to convey in only 25-word increments, but I tried to offer her moral support, even if it was a universe away. It sounded like she had the worst experience of anyone, and I could easily simulate her thought patterns, at least before her kidnapping. And she would be having a difficult time blaming herself. She would feel it was her own fault for failing in the summoning, or succeeding in the summoning, depending on how you looked at it. Fortunately, souls were very resilient, not only to damage but in recovering from damage, although who knew what would happen with this exotic energy being incorporated into her. Generally speaking, a soul incorporating something into it was often a benefit, though. A lot of my changes were my own soul incorporating chi, which was a foreign energy, too. Other people's talents were also something that were incorporated into my soul. The people who used this demonic art often were said to have a patchwork soul which would make them vulnerable to certain soul attacks, but I felt that was due to poor mastery or greed. I religiously self-examined my soul every day and would never attempt to steal another talent until I could no longer detect any difference between the parts one stole and my original soul and spirit. I had even thrown a couple of stolen talents out when I realized they weren't meshing well with myself. All in all, Merildwin hadn't been able to help me immediately. She found herself bereft of everything that I had and homeless in a foreign country, even if it was Australia. Her initial plan was to acquire resources using illusions, theft, and potential violence. I suppose that her position could have been a lot worse. Australia had a culture and language similar to what I knew, even if you could barely understand what some of them were saying. She had said she would attempt to go to the public library tomorrow and spend hours researching Nern, but for now, I should just tell them everything that I remembered, which I had done, spending almost an entire afternoon sending message after message. They were incredibly curious about how I got this information, but it seemed to mesh with what they had discovered from the interrogation of the false Lich's soul. Their tentative plans were to lay low, learn the language until they reached fluency, and then find this winterhold and join the college. Both of them were pretty confident about sensing and manipulating this new magical energy, Magica, although the Lich's memories were less helpful. His mind had deteriorated a lot, and he didn't remember how he originally learned magic. But if it were like the game, then they should be able to find tutelage in any town or village. Merildwin and I discussed things, and we agreed that for now, we wouldn't disclose that they were in a possibly fictional, possibly dreamed-up universe. We also didn't know how Chim would work in Nern. From what I remember, it took more than just thinking about or even seriously considering you were a part of a dream to trigger it. But the idea was that you recognized that you were in a dream and either became something like a god or vanished, never to be heard from again. We were skeptical that our parents could do it accidentally, as both Merildwin and I had been considering that question seriously for years. Could the dreamer of Nirn be the same blind idiot god as well, in different names and guises? If so, perhaps we all were a dream. Or maybe the publicly available information about what I thought was our pet goat was bullshit. In either case, neither of us had gained vast cosmic powers, nor had we disappeared. Still, we didn't want them to attempt it and disappear if it was at all possible, so we just wouldn't tell them of the possibility. Actually, I found that Merildwin and I agreed on basically everything we discussed. I quietly wondered if that was a function of, you are nothing but your memories. If so, then we were kind of an amalgamation of each other, rather than the same people we were when we both started out. There might be a little truth to that. My behaviors were different. Before I found myself in this body, I would never refer to a lady as the B word, even in my inner monologue. I had been a gentleman, after all. But Merildwin would and did, so I also started to do so. I even thought of myself that way now, occasionally. I didn't start until I had finally accepted my status as a female, though, and by then, it felt like it was a privilege I had to mentally refer to troublesome bitches as bitches. I didn't think Merildwin and I were the same, but we were probably more alike than we were different now, if that made any sense. Whether that was good or bad, well, I didn't have an answer to that. Merildwin's morals were a lot worse than mine, which might explain why I'm a bit accepting of things I would never consider before. However, the flip side was true, too. She was refusing to do things she would have defaulted to before. I had the private fear that I hid from her that I was chosen as what amounted to a changeling daughter, shoved into place to mask Merildwin's departure. Was I picked up and altered so that I would be a filial and loving daughter to mask the disappearance of our pet goat's true, real summoner? Or was I just chosen out of untold trillions of possibilities because my existing personality would serve that purpose? That latter sounded a bit more likely if my fears were true at all. We agreed that I would send her a message once a day. Once every one of her days, that was, and if she had a lot to tell me, I would arrange a time where I could chain cast sending a lot. That was pretty much all we could do for now. It wasn't like I could travel back there. Not anytime soon, anyway. Fundamentally, I believed that it was possible. I didn't consider information that much different than matter. So, since I could cast sending there, I would be able to eventually send matter as well. It might not be easy, but it would be possible eventually. But would I even want to? While the internet was nice, I liked my new life where I was in the top 0.001% of the population, or more, in terms of power and status. Who wouldn't? The absolutely ridiculously huge world I found myself in was appealing, too, and this was only one of several thousand major realms and trillions of minor ones. While it might be interesting to visit, especially to investigate how a fairy's magic worked and to raid a few bookstores, I had a nigh infinity of exploration and discovery awaiting me right where I was, assuming I wasn't viciously murdered. Also, the idea that there were such dangerous things back home startled me. I grew up there, and I had never given much credence to my grandpa's stories about how things really did go bump in the night. I had been so sure that I lived in the age of science and reason. How could such things as Merildwin have turned into escape scrutiny, illusion and glamour? Besides, it would take a vast conspiracy. What else were there besides these torture fairies? Perhaps they were situationally stronger than cultivators here and just lurked in the background, awaiting my stupid ass to go visit before pouncing. While I was really interested in this hedge in Arcadia, the unknown scared me the most. As such, I thought it would be better to focus on perhaps retrieving Mom and Dad from Nirn. While chances are things would be fine there, if they had arrived in a particularly unlucky time and place, then they might be caught up in things that might erase them from existence. They were outsiders in a universe that had legitimate time travel, which was dangerous. Who knew how that worked? There was no telling if they would be preserved if a timeline shifted, since their very presence arose from an out-of-context issue. In a hypothetical dragon break, they might just vanish. It's your turn to fly, I told Xiaoli. My flying treasure didn't require me to bind it or attune it as I would think of, so anyone could use it. Xiaoli's flying sword was different in that only he could use it. It was also much less comfortable, but, on the other hand, useful in combat. It was the type of flying sword that you could both fly on and telekinetically control in battle using your chi tentacles, although I had yet to see Xiaoli use his that way. Speaking of, I kept one of my chi tentacles in the control node of the nebulous cloud until I felt Xiaoli take over, and then I retracted it back into my body. Xiaoli livened up as he took control of the cloud and looked to the left and right. We were flying at an altitude of about 200 kilometers, which seemed insane, but it was considered pretty low for the altitude used by the personal flying treasures of cultivators. Even with our enhanced vision, the ground looked weird. It looked like what you would expect from space, except that there was no curvature at all, as if all the flat earthers were right after all, and that it went as far as the eye could see, 4 tens of thousands of kilometers. Once we had gotten far enough from the school, Xiaoli wasn't too proud to request we both use my flying treasure. You couldn't even really sit down on his, no matter how big he made the sword. I agreed, as that meant I would only have to fly for half as long per day. Our speed was pretty fast, over the speed of sound, but supersonic shock waves were dissipated before they could travel further than a few meters. This was a universal feature on any flying treasure that could go this fast. Otherwise, people would get annoyed and shoot you down as often as not if you exceeded the sound barrier too close to the ground. Pass over some meditating senior and irritate him? It'd suddenly be like flying down Sam Alley in Hanoi. I squinted and thought I could see our destination coming up, although it would still take many hours to get there. We were headed for the regional headquarters of the Sky Guard's army, which was atop a mountain that was flipped around and floated in midair, just like what I would expect from a Netherese mythal. Do you know what the trial mission usually is? I asked Xiaoli. He had more contact with the battle maniacs in the sect, of which his peak was the worst. Most of the disciples in the Swordlight Peak had joined the Sky Guards, or some similar group, or just roamed the lands as a lone murderobo. He hummed and said, "It's usually a direct battle assessment combined with an actual mission that needs to be done. Nothing subtle at all. According to Senior Sister, 9 out of 10 times, it is something like being transported into the wilderness in an area where the monsters have attacked humanity too much, and you have to return back with a dire monster head at least one small stage higher than your cultivation." That was a pretty good test, as dire monsters were generally stronger in a straight fight than cultivators of their own level. There were many reasons for that, but it mainly broke down to them just being stronger, more experienced in fighting all of their life, and usually having a handful of queer but highly useful special abilities rather than a great comprehension of the Dao or fighting arts. He paused and asked, a little unsure, "You won't have a problem with that, will you?" I snorted, but then considered it. I considered dire monsters equal in value, morally speaking, to human lives, and that wasn't because I was pretending to be one. Sapience was the only thing that ultimately mattered. Finally, I held my hand up and made a waffling gesture. I'm not going to kill a random dire monster just because they are there, but I think you underestimate how brutal the wilderness is. There shouldn't be any difficulty to find some asshole that I wouldn't feel upset about killing. One didn't often become a small kingpin monster in the wilderness without doing terrible things. It was possible, but chances are if I observed a target even briefly, they would reveal how cruel and despotic they were. Even if one didn't ever hunt and eat humans, I would still feel justified to offer vengeance if they did hunt and kill sapient monsters, even if that was considered normal by everybody. If I really was a dire monster, my proclivity for not eating any animal that had awakened his or her spirituality made me almost a vegan. I was just fortunate that sapient, spiritual plants were almost a myth. Some were written about in tomes I had perused, but they were all highly mythical existences, like the peach tree spirit, whose fruits were said to vastly extend the lifespan of anyone who ate one, said to only grow in the divine realm where Devis were born. Xiaoli nodded after a moment and said thoughtfully, "That would be true with a lot of humans, too." He shifted the nimbus into a slow ascent. Like most things, the headquarters of the Sky Guards was in a ridiculous place. A mountain even larger than the one for our school, with a max height of over 1,000 kilometers. The Sky Guards weren't at the peak since this was an especially pointy mountain, but they were still about midway up. Living here for years, I still didn't understand how this all worked. It was totally unscientific. There was still air up there, but how is that possible? Suppose there was enough air to still exist at such high altitudes in the proper partial pressures to breathe. In that case, I should have immediately been crushed like a tin can by the atmospheric pressure close to sea level the instant I teleported into this world. But not only did I survive, but I hadn't noticed any difficulty in moving around. Oh well, I would stop thinking about it for now. Marildwen had to touch something to send it to her dimensional storage, but she didn't have to hold it. This distinction allowed her to change her status in this new world. While she was still homeless, she was no longer penniless, starving or dressed as she fell off the wagon on the way to the Society of Creative Anachronism. Disguise Self helped with the latter until she could steal a couple of sets of clothes that looked a little bit normal. From that point, she became something of a master shoplifter. She would either reach behind a display and disappear things out of sight of any video surveillance, or even, in one case, shift her disguise self to resemble a worker at the store and then steal things from the stockroom itself. She used to not be able to change such illusions after they were already cast. That was the realm of a specialist illusionist, but that was what she had become in the hazy years in the mansion. From what she could tell from his memories, John would have rationalized this behavior somehow, but she didn't bother. She needed these things to live and thrive, so she took what she had to. It was only prudence that she hit mostly big box stores and the like rather than targets that John would have considered less appropriate. He was a bit of a silly duck at times, she thought. That was where she was right now, in a large local electronics store, with the intent to liberate it of small but valuable items that she could sell for ready coin. Or rather, paper currency, actually, as this world did not use specie anymore. It was a wonder how they kept the value of currency from depreciating if it wasn't tied into something with inherent scarcity. Judging from the memories in her head, John's opinion would be that they didn't. That opinion of his was tied up together with a host of complicated and negative opinions on what he would call capitalism and politicians, which amused her greatly. As she was about to cause several solid-state drives to vanish, she noticed that she was being observed. When one was a mirror for years and years, one became very sensitive to being observed, and she could instantly detect that she was being shadowed by what she'd identify as loss prevention employees. How odd. There should be no way to discover her method of theft. She stopped to consider things for a moment before quickly making a complicated gesture and casting Detect Magic. She gasped. It wasn't strong, but there was a thin film of magic pervading the entire store. It had the color of a ward of some kind, and she immediately realized her mistake. Her plans to take over the world ended as soon as she was kidnapped by the woman. She had only made them because she thought that humans were alone in this world in the first place. That was what John had thought, despite some, in retrospect, obvious hints to the contrary given by his grandfather. Now that she knew that there were at least others like her, and possibly other things as well, she had little desire to follow through. She didn't need to, because there would already be people or creatures seeing to her goal of preventing some unexpected apocalypse. The fact that they were secret, not known to humanity, meant that ipso facto they were a conspiracy of supernatural entities. So long as any secret conspiracy of supernaturals was on the ball, they would ensure she wasn't likely to be incinerated in a nuclear holocaust. Probably. But if there were an unknown number of supernatural entities hiding behind the scenes, that meant that they were perhaps more common than she thought. Common enough to even protect an electronics store from other supernatural entities, like her, robbing it blind. She made an instant decision, decisively turning around and walking out of the store. As she stepped out of the store, someone grabbed her arm. Turning her head, it was a rather large man of European descent, bald and at least 150 kilos. He was seemingly normal from her magical sense, aside from a set of odd glasses which had a hint of magic to them. The gorilla said, "Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to come with me." "No," she said, simply, and cast sleep. He slumped over on the ground, and she stepped over his body, ignoring the stares and cries of shoppers who noticed the unusual sight of a man losing consciousness right in front of them. She darted around, seeking to lose line of sight. She had already mapped out most of the video surveillance devices around the store, so she headed straight to a blind spot before casting invisibility and running away. If that sleep spell hadn't worked, she would have probably proceeded to lethal force immediately. Not so much trying to kill him, but she would have defaulted to using force so strong that it wouldn't surprise anyone if serious injuries, or even death, resulted. She hadn't done anything wrong in that store yet. After all, so the man had no right to stop her. Where she came from, killing a kidnapper in the attempt was just the thing you did. Certainly, no adventurer would allow themselves to be put under arrest if they hadn't actually done anything wrong yet, unless they were threatened with absolutely overwhelming force. The wards in that store felt different from what she was used to. It wasn't strong, but it didn't have the scent of fairies on it either. The magic of the woman was very distinct, hard to miss. She would have noticed if it was similar to that, even if she hadn't cast detect magic. It wasn't even really magic in the way she might think about it. It was as though the entities managed to forge contracts or agreements with fundamental parts of reality. She had learned a few clauses herself over the years. In some ways, they were much weaker than magic, but in others, they were incredibly strong and versatile. It was the magic of contracts and oaths, and she could even bind people to their words if she but exercised an amount of power as they promised her. What would happen to them if they broke their pledges to her would depend very much on how they phrased the oath. But if they swore on their life, she thought they would die. It was all very subjective, though. Using John's memories to make a comparison that was apt in this world, wizardry was very regimented, like electrical diagrams. There was some use of the wizard's understanding and of concepts, but not to the extent that this new magic she could do was. The wards in the store felt a little similar to wizardry. At least, it was structured a lot more than the magic of contracts. After she broke free, she closed her eyes and considered not just the colors of the magic, but thought about the taste of it on her tongue. It was a divination ward. That was obvious. Yes, it wasn't set to detect the supernatural like she was worried about, but a bit more conceptual. She thought it would alert someone in the event someone walked into the store with the strong intent to steal from it. She might even have been highlighted with a halo, as she speculated that was the purpose of the glasses the security gorilla had been wearing. Darting into a public restroom while still invisible, she dropped the spell after confirming she was alone. Glancing at her reflection in the mirror, she winced. She didn't particularly like mirrors. The woman with too many teeth had rubbed off on her that way, although she didn't know why. She froze. That was a lie. She had made a promise not to lie to herself, and she needed to keep it. The reason why was because she was similar to her now. Mirrors didn't hurt her like she suspected they might hurt the woman, but she had a marked distaste for seeing her own reflection. Despite the fact that she could mold it, however, she wanted, with some limitations. To do so cost her energy, and it was an odd type of energy she couldn't easily replace here in the real world. So she intended to mainly focus on using her illusory spells to hide her identity for these brief thievery jaunts, and only use her shape-shifting abilities to create more permanent identities. Right now, her permanent identity was that of a tall, shapely, fair, red-haired woman with freckles, as opposed to the tall, almost fat man she had disguised herself as. She had just modified the looks of a dwarf she had seen in the past for her illusory disguise, stretching him out and fattening him up. She would have preferred her illusory disguise to be shorter than her real body, but disguise self was just a simple illusion. Being much taller than the illusion over your body led to a lot of problems. She smiled at herself, and then winced again when she saw her teeth. As much as she tried, she always seemed to have a sort of inhuman part to her, no matter what form she took. There would always be at least one feature that was at least in the uncanny valley, with the most common being her mouth full of at least 2 times as many teeth as she should have. That was less than the woman used to have, and hers weren't shark teeth, but she didn't particularly like being compared to that psychopath. That said, there appeared to always be an illusion over her so that regular people couldn't see her true form. This wasn't an illusion she cast, either, but it seemed to be intrinsic to what she now was. She had the feeling that people like her, and possibly other supernatural entities, would see through this illusion, though. After washing her face, she departed the bathroom and walked straight to the location she found herself when she arrived in Sydney. It was a good 30-minute walk, but eventually, she arrived at a graveyard in the middle of the metro area. It was an old and small graveyard, but it was right in the middle of the city, almost downtown. While most of the deceased were from decades ago, the ground was still well cared for. Glancing around after arriving, she knocked on a door in one of the crypts, saying, "Let me in." Opening the door, rather than stepping into a mausoleum, she stepped into the middle of a forest. It was different than the forest of leafless trees that surrounded the woman's manse. This was an elven glade that wouldn't be out of place from her mom's childhood memories. The first thing she did was immediately collect an amount of that strange energy. She hadn't used her Fey abilities much aside from shape-shifting and opening the door, but it cost a little each time she entered or left, and this area that was on the Veil of Two Worlds seemed to naturally generate some, which was another reason she was making her camp here. This wasn't the fairyland that she had escaped from, but some sort of intermediate area. She liked to think of it as the Land of Thorns. The source of the thorns changed based on what sort of biome she stepped into, but they were mostly always present. Here, they would usually be in the form of rose bushes and hedgerows that you had to carefully navigate around. She was better capable of handling them now, though. It was kind of like one of those once burned, twice shy sort of things. Those things had hurt her. Not just her body, but the very core of her soul. As such, she had an intuitive grasp of where they were now. Even if she had to bypass in between two huge hedges of rose bushes, she would duck and dodge with preternatural grace, not being scored by any of the thorns. She'd know when they were all but impassable, too, and in those cases, she would burn them to the ground with controlled fire bolts. It took a lot of effort, but she had created a small area of clean, safe ground, and this was where she set up a small tent and a few tables. She wished she could still cast 4th-level transmutation spells like she remembered being able to do. If so, she could use Fabricate to create planks out of these trees and build herself a nice cabin here. The first night on Earth, she slept in a run-down motel, but she preferred this eerie otherworld to a dirty motel. The woman clearly didn't mind coming to the real world, but she had avoided happy forests like this while dragging Merildwen home, which was why she had stuck to these glades when she first found one. Finding the exit back into the real world had been a fluke. Honestly, she had thought she would be trapped in either the fairyland or the Land of Thorns forever. Now, though, she had almost everything she needed to survive here and generally only returned to the real world for 8 or so hours a day. She would have liked to be able to use Glyph of Warding even more than Fabricate, but regaining her memories of her arcane expertise in their entirety was going to be a long-term project. She had memories of casting the 5th-level illusion spell creation for the inspection of the woman, who always wanted to see examples of her magic. It was the only spell that didn't get an immediate punishment for how terrible it was. Instead, the woman just nodded and left. Unfortunately, her memories of her time spent in the mansion were hazy. She had memories of casting the spell, but not how. She would have to spend a lot of effort to remember them, and they weren't pleasant memories she was recovering from. Still, they were vital memories to her survival. Her memory palace resembled a broken-down keep now and would take a long time to fix. Time seemed to run a little faster here in the world of thorns than it did on Earth, but nothing close to how it was in the mansion. She actually thought it might be slightly variable here, so she wasn't surprised to receive a sending a little later. It was the daily check-in by John, or rather May one is he, she was now calling herself. Merildwen had already given her all she could easily find out from an afternoon of browsing the Elder Scrolls wiki a couple of days ago, so she didn't have anything to tell him today. While she was worried about her parents, she was also confident that they would succeed wherever they found themselves. Nirn was a dangerous place, conceptually, but she didn't think anywhere was really safe anymore. After finishing absorbing the energy near the gateway, she carefully examined the magic she had left here. She had already verified that the magic aura spell she had left on the Earthside door was functioning. She didn't know how many people in the world were like her, but she didn't want to attract anyone by accident. Here in the Land of Thorns, all of the alarm spells had not been tripped, so nobody had come here. That was good, even if it was out of her experience. She had cast those spells the first day, and they still seemed to be fine. It seemed like some spells lasted a considerably longer duration here in the Land of Thorns than they did on Earth. Illusions and wards, especially. Walking over to the table, which was just one of those fold-out tables used for picnics, she sat down on a metal chair and grabbed a few tools that she had left on the table. She was building herself a new spell focus so that she wouldn't have to have a pocket or hammer space full of spell components. She had decided on a wand this time. It would be easier to conceal than a staff. A stout staff was basically a deadly weapon on its own, so the ability to have something that she could store in her storage and wouldn't scream "weapon" to the rubes was ideal. She might even take to wearing green and silver so she could pretend to be a Slytherin cosplayer if she needed to pull it out in public. While she was horrible in alchemy, creating magical devices was something she had adequate competence in, and the creation of a simple spell focus was something every wizard should be able to do. No one would promote someone from apprentice without the capability to at least make a staff, after all. The wood taken from these trees would be the ideal construction material, too. Wood from a tree trapped between worlds for the wand of a wizard trapped between worlds, in more ways than one. The symbolism would absolutely help to make the wand better than usual. She slipped a pair of stolen AirPods into her ears and turned on the music player on a cheap smartphone that she bought with cash. She could buy minutes on a card, but she had nobody she wanted to talk to. She supposed she could call the thing that had assumed John's identity after she was kidnapped, but she didn't really want to talk to him, to it. She hadn't decided whether or not she had to kill it yet. She didn't have any deep ties to John's life, but she did have a strong desire to be the only wizard on this planet. She didn't know what memories she shared with the thing that she discovered went to work every day at John's job at the nuclear power plant. Perhaps none. Perhaps all? She had no way to get back to North America right now, anyway. She would have to find out eventually, and then if she felt she had to eliminate it, it would be better if it were a surprise. She kept this a secret from John. Well, now May 1, too. She knew how she thought unless the 3 years in a new place had changed her radically. Perhaps it had, but if it hadn't, she would be struggling with a case of the guilties about enjoying the relationship with Merildwin's parents. She might feel an unnecessary similarity, possible kinship, between her and the imposter. This would distress her, so it was better that she didn't worry about it. Merildwin didn't even know that she needed to kill it yet. Anyway, so, instead of calling anyone, she pressed play on the app and hummed. 16 in the clip and 1 in the hole. Nate Dogg is about to make some bodies turn cold. Bobbing her head, she pulled out some fine grit sandpaper and a tiny little knife and got to work. Merildwin woke up to her alarm alerting her mentally of intruders and stilled instantly. She slept with most of her high-value items and physical currency already stored in her hammer space, so she just got out of her sleeping bag, cast invisibility, and darted out of the tent and into the nearby forest, dodging an unusual branch that had grown a rose tendril. She quieted and stilled, wrapping herself in shadows using her fey abilities at the same time. It wouldn't serve to make her any more invisible, but it would muffle the sound she would invariably make, the sense she would have, and even her magical presence. A little. She watched a group of 3 people rush into the clearing she had carefully burned out of the forest. One of them looked sort of like a dryad. Another was some kind of beast man, while the last was almost a dwarf. The dryad yelled at the other 2. "Where is the gateway? They're almost on us." An Australian dryad? That was a bit odd. Usually they spoke Sylvan or Elven, not usually common, and definitely not with an Australian accent. I don't know. This area has been changed. Fuck, someone's been camping here. The dog-like man yelled, sounding terrified. I could feel the fear on them all, actually, as I lurked out of sight. The cause for such fear arrived about the time that Merildwin realized that the woman wasn't a dryad. She remembered one of the workers back in the mansion, who was forced to live and sleep in the woman's garden. Eventually, he started looking as much plant as man, like an ent, with branch-like arms. This woman was a lot more beautiful, but it seemed like the same thing. She realized she was looking at 3 people like her. About a half-dozen angry-looking hyena-looking things chased them into the small clearing, starting to surround the trio. Merildwin had seen a number of monster things on her flight, but only had to kill a couple of them. Usually, they responded as expected when she used fear or cause fear and just ran away. They were deceptively strong, and usually had a queer ability to boot. The dwarf man had been calm the entire time, and casually produced a fucking sword of all things. This suddenly felt incredibly nostalgic. They were adventurers, just like she and her parents had been. Sort of. They had been more like a wandering family of necromancers, but that was the same thing in her opinion. Even so, she remained still. Of all people, she knew best that adventurers weren't necessarily to be trusted. It wasn't uncommon for adventurers to operate on the 3-all system. Kill all, loot all, take all. It would be best if they dispatched these weird monsters, and left without discovering her. Merildwin would have to relocate her campsite. She thought she was the only one to know about this entrance to the real world, but clearly that was wrong. Or maybe she'd just deal with the unsanitary conditions in motels. The Dryad lady did something and vines started to entwine one of the hyena dogs, while the rest leapt to attack. The fighter-looking guy got a good hit on one with his sword, and the dogman growled and bit another who attempted to get him. The Dryad lady was bound over by a snapping monster, but the fighter guy kicked it off of her. I frowned. They weren't doing as well as I thought. One of them was going to die at this rate. Why didn't they bring automatic rifles in here if they were adventuring? I mean, I guess Australia confiscated most such rifles, but it should still be possible to rustle up a double barrel or something, right? The group of hyena dogs regrouped, one of them injured severely. It wouldn't last, though, because the hyena dogs realized the same thing too. They had the advantage and knew it, so before they could attack again and ruin her opportunity, Merildwin cast Hypnotic Pattern at the group of monsters. She carefully placed the glyph in such a way that it wouldn't hit the three adventurers. It worked. Although her invisibility dropped, she noticed the on-the-ball soldier guy immediately glance at her, crouched and hidden in the forest, while all 6 hyena dogs were staring off into space drooling. It was like the other 2 adventurers could feel the magic, too, as they turned in her direction. That spell only lasts a minute. You should kill them all before it wears off. One at a time, Merildwin said with a sigh, stepping out of the forest. She felt safer hiding amongst the trees and didn't like strangers observing her, but she pushed through that feeling. They weren't stupid. They realized what she had done, and the soldier said, one at a time. Wounded one first. She watched the guy with the sword rapidly and systematically decapitate the monsters and felt uneasy as the group turned to regard her. She put up the hood in her simple hoodie jacket as the sword-wielding guy stood in between her and the others. The dog guy also seemed on the verge of growling, but the Dryad lady patted him on the shoulder, which stilled him. The woman said, "Stranger, we don't mean you any harm. I'm Kate. This is John and Peter. Thank you so much for the help. We got turned around looking for a few goblin fruits to sell at the freehold, and were attacked. We were trying to escape and—" She shrugged her shoulders, as if to say, "You saw the rest." Merildwin considered giving a false name. True names were supposed to have significance in fairy stories, and certainly the woman never shared hers. Should she ask a question and reveal her ignorance? Finally, she settled on a middle course and said, "You can call me Merit. What is a goblin fruit? And what is a freehold?" They each glanced at each other, almost communicating without speaking in the way that a good adventuring party usually could. Then they glanced at her makeshift camp. Finally, the Dryad asked, "How long has it been since you escaped?" Ugh, that was like a punch to the gut. Were they all escapees too? Certainly, the only reason the woman might have for a Dryad was to wither her, but she already thought that there was likely others like the woman. Merildwin had no idea how rare her situation was, and it was disconcerting to think that it wasn't, apparently, that rare at all. She said, "A few days. I found this gateway to Sydney, Australia, and have been living here for now." The look of incredible pity and empathy from the Dryad woman, almost like she wanted to hug her, made Merildwin take a half step back. The woman caught herself and said with a sigh, "You poor thing, are you willing to come with us? I think the Rusty Rabbit is pretty close to where this gateway leads, and we'll buy you some pancakes and explain some things." Merildwin frowned and said, "I'll have to go through the gateway first, and then afterwards you walk in front of me, okay?" She wasn't about to turn her back to some adventurers in the wild. Her distrust seemed to hit the flower woman hard, who just shook her head and said, "You poor thing, of course, that will be fine." The fighter guy seemed upset with that idea, and even opened his mouth to say something, but closed it again at a glare from the Dryad. She moved sideways until she arrived next to the gateway and activated it. She said before she entered it, "I'll be at the entrance to the graveyard." Then, she darted through. She wasn't hungry so much for pancakes, but for answers, so she was willing to risk going along with this. Glancing briefly at the giant serpent that was chasing me, I continued running for my life. Shaoli had been absolutely correct about the trial we should expect, and I had been absolutely right about it being easy to find evil dire monsters. This giant serpent, for example, who was a terrifying warlord of a small hill in these forests. The law of jus primi noctis, where a feudal lord could demand the virginity of its vassals, might be apocryphal. But in this case of this serpent, it actually did demand to eat the firstborn of any monsters nearby, so I felt perfectly all right in murdering him. It was in the middle of the foundation establishment, over 4 small stages above us, but it was the kind of monsters that specialized in growing bigger, which usually meant that it wouldn't have much in the way of special abilities or know many techniques. It didn't seem to need them, unfortunately. We had been ready to attack it together when by a fluke we had both been attacked by a group of 3 other dire monsters, who now I think were intending to eat snake meat tonight. By their attack, they clearly would settle for the long pig, unfortunately. We had quickly killed one of the attackers, but this fight aroused the serpent, who for some reason hated me right off the bat, and had chased me away from Xiaoli and the 2 remaining monsters, and through the forest. I didn't have time to jump on my flying cloud because it, unfortunately, started pretty slow. Its speed was good, but it was like a constant acceleration drive like in sci-fi spacecraft. It took a little while to get up to its maximum speed. It was made for comfort, not combat. The first couple of seconds were quite slow, and that would be enough to get me swallowed by the giant serpent that was chasing me. The serpent was acting like a forest demolition team, crushing trees and turning them into splinters as it snapped at my heels. Dodging the next snap of the serpent's mouth, I turned around in mid-air. My chi tentacles were still propelling me forward, grabbing branches and throwing myself along my path like a half-dozen prehensile tails from a demented spider monkey. Facing the serpent while being propelled backwards, I cast polymorph at it. I could feel the magic wash over the dire monster, and it didn't take hold. I made a tisk noise, flipping myself in midair, and returned to running flat out away from it, still using my tentacles to grab and propel myself and, more importantly, to redirect myself after I was already airborne. The snake seemed to like waiting until I made a large jump and then using my inability to redirect my parabola to strike, which was actually a pretty good tactic. That polymorph failure annoyed me. I would have won the fight if it had worked. I was hoping to turn the giant serpent into a chicken. That would immediately make it harmless, and I would have time enough to capture it and then arrange for it to die due to shape-shifting related expansion trauma later after I ran back to help Xiaoli. You couldn't just wring the chicken's neck. Otherwise, it would regain its true form and, in this case, swallow me. However, you could put it in a location that fit a chicken but didn't fit a giant serpent, and that would cause damage when the spell terminated. Dad had a special magical device that he called the Hincapitator. It had 2 main enchantments on it, one for durability and one that made it a guided missile for chickens. If you threw it at a chicken, it would absolutely end up around that chicken's neck. The idea was that you'd polymorph a dangerous enemy, like, say, a giant serpent, into a chicken and then throw the Hincapitator at it. Then you'd let go of the concentration of polymorph, and the chicken would expand as it regained its old shape, but the Hincapitator ring around its neck would not, and Bob's your uncle. It was as effective as it was gruesome, and I had been planning a similar fate for this snake. Sadly, that plan was now as doomed as the Hincapitator's original name, the cockchoker. Mom just refused to let him call it that. I realized I wouldn't be able to dodge the next snap of the snake's mouth about midway through. I had propelled myself a little sideways and had unfortunately entered the area where the creature had already felled the trees, so there was nothing to grab onto. I pushed my multitasking ability to the max, waving my hand to summon my corpse puppet from my spatial ring and commanding it, while simultaneously doing 2 other things. First, I cast Dragon's Breath in midair and opened my mouth to expel a huge cone of ice and cold. The corpse puppet started moving instantly, jumping inside the serpent's mouth and holding its mouth open. I heard a creak and a couple of cracks, but the snake wasn't quite able to destroy the puppet, so the overly large conjuration of ice flew directly into the creature's mouth. Lastly, for good measure while I'm making the breath attack, I briefly materialized my athame behind my back and freed all 25 wrathful spirits I had refined in the past year and directed all of them to fly into the creature's wide-open mouth, arriving about the same time the ice storm did. The ice breath exploded inside the creature's mouth caused the snake to thrash its head around in agony, throwing my damaged corpse puppet out the side after it couldn't quite snap it in 2. and the two squads of spirits jumping into its gullet probably didn't do anything good for it, either. Landing on my feet, I instantly leaped again towards the intact trees, trying to put some distance so I didn't get crushed accidentally while it was thrashing out. I had limited success changing my illusory spells to include blocking spiritual sense, but I had success in a conjuration. I cast Arctic Haze on the move and darted into the billowing and concealing mist. I had been able to add the smallest bits of the concept of reflectivity from the Tao of mystic ice to the conjured ice crystals. While I only studied ice in passing, ice spells had always had an outsized impact when I cast them, so I spent a little time studying the concept of ice, gaining a few insights into the much smaller Tao of mystic ice. Adding this to my conjuration made spiritual sense almost useless inside the AoE of the spell. It still worked, technically, but it was like trying to use radar amongst a cloud of chaff, as every small ice crystal was a little big magical now. I followed things up with my ace in the hole, casting it over the same area that the mist and haze obscured. I had been just in time, too, leaping out of the haze as the giant serpent crashed into it, snapping trees in a cacophony of destruction. Instead of continuing after me, though, it started screaming. I could just barely see, through the haze, the mass of black tentacles that had instantly wrapped around the serpent. This spell had become my new ace in the hole when other control spells failed, as they had in this vaguely magic-resistant serpent. It was at least twice, maybe 3 times as effective as it should be, despite still remaining a 4th-level spell. From the way the serpent, barely visible, was struggling and how big the tentacles were, I wasn't even sure I needed to do anything else, especially since all of my spirits were still attacking it. Still, I peppered it with repeated Toll the Dead castings before it died and the tentacles released it. I let go of the concentration of the spell, and one of the black tentacles seemed to offer me a jaunty wave before vanishing into thin air. I ignored that for now, and instead gathered up all of my spirits. A few didn't make it, but the majority did. I left the damaged corpse puppet where it landed, as I couldn't control it right now anyway. It would need repairs, shortly. I pulled out my flying nimbus and got on and started flying back to Shaoli. It was impossible to get lost. I just had to follow the trail of destruction that the snake bastard made. After a few seconds of acceleration, I was moving faster than I could on my own, and a few seconds more I was really cooking. While that snake had chased me for 10 minutes, I got back in just half a minute, leaping off the cloud a couple 100 meters up. The one monster left, ironically a panther of some sort, made the mistake of glancing up at my approach, and Shaoli took advantage of that and quickly decapitated it. I landed firmly on the ground and said, taking credit for his victory, "I distracted it for you."